Good morning and welcome to Camping World Stadium and Day 3 of the Florida Citrus Sports High School Media Day presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. I'm Alan Slaughterzinski from Brevard Sports Network, and joining me here today for the Brevard County and Polk County Football Media Day is Hassani Harper from H2 Athletes. And Hassani, I tell you what, it's been a phenomenal 2 days over here as Brevard County, the best county. I'm going to give it the shout out right now. Got to do that. And Polk County finish it off. Your thoughts so far, or just on what you've seen?
And it's been a great event. Dan LaForce has done a great job bringing all these teams together to basically hype up this upcoming season. And so looking forward to finishing up this last day with Brevard and Polk County teams here today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And again, we want to thank all of our sponsors because this is an extremely special event that a lot of people work extremely hard at. You're going to meet a lot of them a little bit later on today. So let's get in. We begin with Brevard County here today and the Astronaut War Eagles under the guidance and tutelage of second-year head coach Logan Halleck. And Coach Halleck, of course, is to my left, and what we're going to do is we're going to have the players that have joined Coach Halleck here today tell you who they are and what positions and year they are. Start right here.
My name is Devontae Hunter, class of 2026, and just one position or every position?
Just whatever you want to tell us.
Quarterback, running back, linebacker, tight end, DN.
All.
Play it all.
So my name's Darian Dotson, class of 2027. I play offensive tackle, and yeah.
My name is Nate Edwards. I play wide receiver, strong safety, free safety, corner, class of 2026.
My name is Elijah Peters, class of 2025. I play a wide receiver and corner.
My name is Chance Small, class of 2026, and I'm an offensive guard.
My name is Colt Storwalk, class of 2025. I play linebacker, DN, D tackle, anything.
All right, let's start with Coach Halleck. Coach, Astronaut, a very storied high school football program in Brevard County. 20-plus playoff appearances over the program's history. Coach, you've done a lot this offseason to restore the soar, as I like to say, in Astronaut. Kind of take us through your offseason a little bit and tell us what you've done to kind of bring back that tradition of Astronaut football that your uncle was so famous for.
Yeah, so our summer program that we've had, obviously we finished spring ball there the day before school ended, and then we give our kids some time off so they can get away and go to some of these college camps that all these great universities put on so they can get some exposure. And then we hit it right there at the beginning of June, and we went for 14 workouts this summer. And then we took our kids to FCA camp 2 weeks ago, which was a huge camp for us. We took 44 players to FCA there at Warner University, and it was a padded camp where we got some live action, which was great for our kids. Got some good competition in there, and then some time just to bond together as a team, some team bonding there, and some time as a family where we just got to be men, and I got to share my heart with our guys and why I chose Astronaut. And so super excited about what we have, and we finished up 2 weeks ago with our guys in the workouts, and then gave them this week off so we can get ready for the grind, man.
New weight room, essentially, Coach, new facilities. It's got to feel good for all of you guys down here. We're going to talk about that. DJ, let me ask you. You're going to be, this is the culmination for you coming this season. I see your arms, man. I see you. All right?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what your goals and expectations are this season.
My goal is just prove like the whole county wrong, because we've been slept on for a long time. Just shine this year.
How are you going to do that?
We working behind the scenes. We working real hard. We've been working.
Next question right here. What do these new facilities mean to you and your football team this year?
Go ahead, Darian.
Wait, what was the question?
What do these new facilities mean to you and your program this year? What has it meant to you?
It's been a lot because it just shows how much our coach wants us to build and work and just
Something special, isn't it?
It's
Looking
really,
in.
really special for us. But
If you could describe, and you can take this one, if you could describe the attitude of this football team coming into camp on Monday, what would you say it is? Pull that microphone close to you.
Reset the question
Yeah.
one more time, please.
What's that?
The question again?
The attitude of the football team. Where are you guys at right now as you get set to go into camp on Monday?
We have a working attitude. We're getting better every day, and we haven't proved nothing yet. So, our 2-8 season that goes through my mind every time because we have something to prove.
And you're ready to bring it back. Pass it on down. Tell me a little bit about as you guys have gone through these off-season workouts. You're playing in 2A. You got a schedule this year that's a schedule where you guys can put together some wins this year. Talk about as a football team what you guys have talked about as a team, what the goals are this year.
First round playoffs.
First round playoffs. That's where you guys want to go.
Yes, sir.
So I'm guessing you play in the offensive line. Tell me a little bit about the big guys in the trenches this year.
We've been working very hard, very, very hard. Our offensive line coach Matt, he's been getting us right. We got this thing called left foot, right foot starts. We practice that every day.
Give some love, if you would, to the fellow trenches.
We got our center Ricky. We got our he played center and he played outside. He played inside tackle with us. Jordan Tuddy, and then we got our quick guard David. I don't know, was it Vaughn? Dede Garvin.
And Elijah Cardwell.
Yes, sir. Oh yeah, and Elijah Cardwell. Yes, sir.
Colt, I think you play what? Little tight end, little linebacker.
Yes, sir.
All right, tell me a little bit about the defense this year. I want to know about Astronaut's defense. I know you got a new defensive coordinator.
Oh, yeah.
In Ben Waldrop. So tell me about the defense.
Coach Ben Waldrop been working with us real good. We looking good. We got DJ on the line now. Got Nate safety.
Wait, what? Say that again.
Got DJ on the line now.
You up for the defensive line?
Yes, sir. DN.
Okay. Go ahead.
We got him everywhere though too.
Lord
That's the
help them
thing.
quarterbacks.
Coach knows what's up. So we looking good.
Oh yeah.
Shut out spring game. So
Okay.
I like us.
All right. You got a question for Coach?
So, Coach, you specifically chose these athletes to represent the program today. Can you kind of give some insight onto why you chose these specific guys?
Yes, sir. So, I'll start with DJ here. When I first got to Astronaut, DJ was a young man that, he's got a lot of upside, a lot of potential. He's definitely gifted in a lot of ways. The good Lord's blessed him, and he's a young man who, last year for us played quarterback, played running back. Really played a lot of different positions, and we've gotten some kids that have come in and are part of the program now that allow him, I believe, to play a position where he can go on to the next level and show some of these college coaches, his abilities and talents that he has. And he's just a great leader, and he's been the guy with me since I got there. He's been a guy that I think when I first got the job, he texted me the first month every single day, and I love that about DJ. And he's had my back. I got these guys' backs, and so DJ's a great representation of our program. And then a Darian Dotson over here. Darian didn't play football when I first got to Astronaut, and he was an 8th grader. I saw him in the middle school, and I said, hey, man, he can come play some football. He's 6'4", 290, and had never played before. But he went to the Rivals Combine and got invited back at the Rivals Combine, and a Day 2 guy. And then went to UCF and finished in the top 5 at UCF at tackle, and got a lot of upside. He's only going to be a sophomore. And then Nate over here. Nate is a guy that kind of is the coach on defense for us in the secondary. His dad played at Astronaut, has been there for 18 years now. He's a lifer, and he bleeds the maroon and gold. And so Nate's a leader on both sides of the ball. When he opens his mouth, guys listen. And then Elijah Peters over here. Elijah's a track star as well, and does an outstanding job in the secondary for us. He played a little bit of offense for us last year, but has really kind of found a home on the defensive side. And we're expecting great things out of him. He's a great leader, doesn't really speak a whole lot, but when he opens his mouth, the guys listen as well. And he works really hard in the weight room too. And then Chance is a guy that has learned a lot in the last really 2 years about himself. He's grown as a man, and that's what I'm at Astronaut for, is to build men. And Chance is a guy that, he's a leader within the locker room. He's a leader in between those white lines. He's a leader in the trenches, and that's where you got to win, is in the trenches, I believe. And he's done an outstanding job to kind of get his body where it needs to be able to play 4 quarters for us. And he's done an outstanding job in the weight room in the offseason. And then Colt is a rising senior here, and Colt has done an outstanding job since I got there as well. All these guys have, and really our entire program. But Colt's a guy that, is a yes sir guy, plays with a chip on his shoulder. He's a guy that's got a little tenacity to himself, and does what we need to do on the defensive side, and is a leader over there as well. So all these guys are great representations. I could have brought another 20 guys up here too, because those are the type of men that we're building at Astronaut, and I'm super proud to have these guys represent our program today.
Good stuff, Coach. Who's your kickoff classic against?
Seabreeze.
Seabreeze, and then regular season gets underway against Discovery at home on the 23rd, and against Gateway. Matter of fact, looking at your schedule, you got the first 4 at home.
Yes, sir.
I think it sets up very favorably for the Astronaut War Eagles coming up this season. And we want to thank Coach Logan Halleck and all these great student athletes for coming over here today to Camping World Stadium. Gentlemen, good luck and restore the soar at Astronaut. We'll be right back here for Florida Citrus Sports High School Media Days.
How far can the human spirit take you? One more step? A few feet? All the way across the line this time? Back to feeling whole. Get back where you belong with national leaders in orthopedic care. Advent Health, official champion of the human spirit.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Counsel, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities. We are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
So I'm so excited. We're at ground zero. 10 years ago when we said, hey, can a stadium actually connect to a neighborhood on a vascular level? This was it. There was a boarded up, fenced up, affordable housing development sitting here. And so, Lift Orlando was born. And through that energy source of a stadium and the idea of sports and how could we do more, here we are. And so happy that you took a minute, and we're going to get a chance to, see 2 great quarterbacks play on the field, but I think we're going to get to meet them and get their reaction for what does it feel like as a player.
I think these guys are going to see these projects that Lift Orlando is working on. It's going to hit home and give them more purpose to go out and perform.
That's why I play football. I care about other people a lot. So I'm just out here, I play football to put smiles on people's faces, give back to the community. It's always, our platform that we have is a blessing from the man upstairs, so giving back is very important to me.
Yeah, I wake up every morning with a sense of urgency, knowing that I'm writing my legacy. Knowing every day when I put that jersey on, that I want to leave that jersey in a better place.
But you guys are rock stars, right? I mean, what you're doing in your own personal lives and how you're using your personal platforms, I think is a model for the rest of us to follow. I hope that's what we're doing in some small way and making you proud, and you'll come back later in life and go, wow, I had something to do with this. So
yes, sir.
Appreciate the time today.
Appreciate you. The power of college football.
Yeah, you heard it.
It's uncommon what you guys are doing for this bowl game, but also what you're doing in this community. And it's a blessing to be here knowing that all this is going around. And I spent some time here in Orlando, so, just seeing this being built around and kind of knowing some of my guys who have been from West Orlando who played on, the UCF team, it's a blessing.
We appreciate what you're doing. You guys sit at the top, everybody's watching you, and what you're giving back to the kids is important. So thanks for everything you're doing for Orlando, and good luck this week at the game.
Welcome back to Camping World Stadium in the 3rd and final day of Florida Citrus Sports High School Media Day, brought to you by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. I'm Alan Slaughterzinski from Brevard Sports Network and Asani Harper from H2 Athletes. And joining us next here on stage is a program that has shot through the moon. They call us the Space Coast over in Brevard County. And if ever a program in the last 2 years has defined shooting rockets upwards, it is this program right here in the Titusville Terriers. Over the course of the last 2 seasons, a program that maybe won 5 games combined over the previous 5 seasons. Last year, 10-2. And I tell you what, here to represent from the coaching staff is offensive coordinator P.J. Jack. And gentlemen, we're going to have you introduce yourself. Tell us who you are, what position you play, and what year you are. And make sure you pull that microphone close.
My name is Darren Cooper. I play linebacker, and I'm class of 2026.
You can use that one. Yep.
My name is Kamari Jackson, class of 2026. Play slot and running back.
My name is Elijah Harvey, class of 2027, and I'm an athlete.
My name is Dean Roberts, class of 2025, kicker, punter.
My name is Jeremy Priest, offensive tackle, class of 2026.
My name is Logan Sylvia, class of 2025, quarterback.
Coach Jack, let's start with you. You know, over the course of the last couple of years, head coach John Holmes has built this program, and now it feels like he's taken this program to yet another step. There's a much tougher schedule in place this year. There are other coaches that have come in. Yourself, Coach, Pat Lusk. Talk a little bit about the environment and how this has happened at Titusville in 3 years.
I think Coach Holmes, he's done an impeccable job bringing this program back to where it should be, where it always should have been. With the last 2 years, and it wasn't just last year. His first year was a great year also.
Yeah.
So he wants to change the culture. He brought in myself, brought in Coach Lusk. We have a different feel, a different look of how we want to run things. And I think, in order for a successful coach to keep being successful and to reach that next echelon of coaching, you got to have some coaches around you that can get the job done, that know what they're doing. Some of the best leaders, period, they get the best people at certain positions so that way they can move forward to get to a plateau that they're looking for. And I think that's what Coach Holmes is doing. Bringing in, we also brought in a new receivers coach also. So he knows he has the vision, he has the coaching staff to go along with the new schedule that we have, because now we're playing some dogs this year.
Yes.
And in order to compete, you got to have the players. Obviously, you got to have the coaches.
No doubt about it. And Darren, let's start with you. Tell us a little bit of, what type of player are you? You're on a defense where, listen, Coach Lusk is he's gonna pull everything he's got out of every player on that field.
Yeah, yes.
Tell me what kind of player you are and what your expectations are for this defense.
Well, I'm a leader. Like, as a Mike linebacker, I just want to be able to run the defense and, listen to Coach Pat. And expectations are high for the defense. We don't want to get scored on. We always want to beat our goal from last year and improve. We don't want to get scored on a lot. Not a lot of touchdowns against us. We had a lot of interceptions last year, a lot of forced fumbles, a lot of fumble recoveries, and we want to obviously double those numbers if we could.
Be physical, right?
Yep.
Because I know that's what they're going to ask.
Headhunters. Headhunters.
I'm sorry, who we got here?
It's Kamari Jackson.
Kamari Jackson. Kamari, talk a little bit about, you're an athlete, kind of playing. Tell us a little bit about what you do and what you expect from this team this year.
My name is Kamari Jackson. I expect a lot from this team this year. We've been working hard all summer, putting in hard work, dedication every day. Coach has been pushing us to be better every day. They putting a positive mindset in our head for this upcoming season, and I think we're ready for it.
Ready for a big year.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about the off season and what you guys have done, what you've been working on, and a little bit about how excited you are for Monday.
We've been working on a lot. We've been working on getting stronger, building our team chemistry, and
talk about team chemistry.
We've been spending a lot of time in the classroom, getting our plays and stuff together, and like working with each other, and not getting frustrated with each other and making each other angry or like talking down on anybody. So yeah, we're just looking to create a good bond and have a good season this year.
No doubt. Talk a little. What's your name?
Dean Roberts.
Okay, Dean. Kicker, right?
Yes, sir.
One of the best kickers in Brevard County. Underrated kicker.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've had a good year this year. The kicking camps. I think I saw where you kicked 50-plus yarder in camp a little bit. Special teams is huge in high school, and to be able to have a foot like yours. First of all, talk about. People think you just go out there and kick a football. Talk a little bit about the preparation and what it takes to go out and boot a 50-yard field goal in high school on some of these fields you guys play on.
I mean, it's definitely it just comes down to your technique and form and just trusting yourself to be able to put the ball through the uprights. It's not as simple as everybody thinks it is. I mean, it takes a lot of time and effort to just get a technique and form down. So.
Are you superstitious?
No.
No? So you just go out there and you just toe the leather, right?
Yes, sir.
You just line up and put I mean, there's nothing special your holder or your snapper or anything like that's got to do.
I mean, there's a lot of trust that goes into my snapper and holder.
Who are your snapper and holder? Give them some love.
Well, my snapper is Waylon Gardner, and my holder is my brother as of last year, but he's hurt right now.
Okay.
So it's probably going to be Logan.
Okay.
And
of course it is.
I mean, I'm going to take some time to work with him, and I know we're going to be great this season. So.
Outstanding, and I'm telling you right now, watch this young man kick last year, and not only is he a good kicker, but more importantly in high school, it's tough to find clutch kickers, and he's a clutch kicker. I can't see your number, young man, sorry. Okay, so you're obviously a big guy up front. Jeremy, talk a little bit about the trenches for me. I want to hear about the big guys and the sweat and the blood and the tears that you guys put in.
Well, we all work on our technique and stuff before every practice. We work in the weight room together, all in like this one area, so we're all together at all times, bonding, getting better together.
The weight room. Talk about that. What you guys go through, and I don't think people understand how hard you guys work.
Oh yeah, we all push each other. We all we kind of like scream at each other and stuff to get.
Yeah, that's what it's about.
Yeah, because we kind of make fun of each other if we don't get the
Sure.
leg up a little bit.
But the love is real, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're actually thinking of moments right now where you just gotten into somebody, aren't you? Logan, transfer in. Why was Titusville where you wanted to be?
Well, Titusville is a great place with, great team, great coaches. I mean, this coaching staff is phenomenal with Coach PJ,
You got one
my
of the best
offensive
right
coordinator, the best offensive coordinator in Florida.
The biggest.
Okay.
Yeah. This is just the place where I wanted to be, so I'm here.
Talk a little bit about your style as a quarterback.
Well, my style is really whatever Coach PJ needs of me. I'll do whatever he says is right. I can throw the ball, I can run if he wants me to.
I was a quarterback. I know the OC said here. So tell me what you want to be. What is the free spirit, Logan Silva?
The free spirit. Well, I'd like to pass the ball a little bit. Maybe a couple rushing touchdowns would be
I got
nice.
you. So you like to use your legs too?
Yeah, a little bit.
All right.
Show them off.
Good. There you go, Coach. You hear that? Listen, I'm just kidding with you. You hear an answer like that, and obviously, the expectation to please each other and the coaching staff. That's huge because you don't hear those answers at the high school level a lot.
That's true.
Talk a little bit about that and this team.
I'm excited. When I spoke to Coach Holmes about coming on, I really wasn't sure what I was coming into. I mean, I knew the record, I knew how well they played, but behind all that, I wasn't really sure what I was getting involved with. And then when I started meeting the kids, meeting the players, and then I had them for spring, and then what we did against University in the spring showed me a lot. With the addition to Logan, it just fortifies what Coach Holmes already has in his program, and then it allows us to exceed a little bit more. Having these, I'd say kids, but these young adults on the football field, it's a dream come true. You have fun. You have kids that are disciplined, who are funny, who enjoy the sport, and they're not here pressed because of external factors. They're here to have fun with each other. They're here to win some games, and a lot of these guys, if not all of them, should be playing on Saturdays pretty soon in the next 2 years. When you have guys that have the mentality like these guys that have heart, have toughness, have grit, and like to have fun with one another, I mean, it's a coach's dream.
Titusville Terriers, and they get jumping in a hurry. Cocoa, West Orange, Viera, Spruce Creek, Eau Gallie, and Seminole. I mean, we said they had a tough schedule to start. It doesn't really get any tougher than that at this level. This is a program doing big things. If you get an opportunity and you don't know Coach BJ Jack, Google his coaching journey, because it has been a terrific one. And we'll catch up with Coach over on Brevard Sports Network a little later here, coming up this month. Thank you, gentlemen. Titusville Terriers going to be a force yet again in Brevard County. We'll be right back with our next team here at Florida Citrus Sports High School Sports Media Day. High School Football Media Day.
How far can the human spirit take you? One more step? A few feet? All the way across the line this time? Back to feeling whole? Get back where you belong with national leaders in orthopedic care. Advent Health, official champion of the human spirit.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Counsel, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities. We are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
So I'm so excited. We're at ground zero. 10 years ago when we said, hey, can a stadium actually connect to a neighborhood on a vascular level? This was it. There was a boarded up, fenced up, affordable housing development sitting here. And so, Lift Orlando was born. And through that energy source of a stadium and the idea of sports and how could we do more, here we are. And so happy that you took a minute, and we're going to get a chance to see 2 great quarterbacks play on the field, but I think we're going to get to meet them and get their reaction for what does it feel like as a player.
I think these guys are going to see these projects that Lift Orlando is working on. It's going to hit home and give them more purpose to go out and perform.
That's why I play football. I care about other people a lot. So I'm just out here, I play football to put smiles on people's faces, give back to the community. It's always, our platform that we have is a blessing from the man upstairs. So giving back is very important to me.
Yeah, I wake up every morning with a sense of urgency, knowing that I'm writing my legacy. Knowing every day when I put that jersey on, that I want to leave that jersey in a better place.
You guys are rock stars, right? I mean, what you're doing in your own personal lives and how you're using your personal platforms, I think is a model for the rest of us to follow. I hope that's what we're doing in some small way and making you proud, and you'll come back later in life and go, wow, I had something to do with this. So
yes, sir.
Appreciate the time today.
Appreciate you. The power of college football.
Yeah, you heard it.
It's uncommon what you guys are doing for this bowl game, what you're doing in this community. And it's a blessing to be here knowing that all this is going around. And I spent some time here in Orlando, so, just seeing this being built around and kind of knowing some of my guys who have been from West Orlando, who played on, the UCF team. It's a blessing.
We appreciate what you're doing. You guys sit at the top, everybody's watching you, and what you're giving back to the kids is important. So thanks for everything you're doing for Orlando, and good luck this week at the game.
All right, welcome back to Camping World Stadium for Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days. Third day, Brevard and Polk County, working our way down the Brevard County list. I'm Alan Slaughtersinski of Brevard Sports Network. This is Hassani Harper with H2 Athletes, and joining us here on the stage, the FHSAA Independent Cocoa Beach Minutemen. And Hassani, I'll let you kick this one off.
Yeah, so Coach, you guys finished 3-7 last year. What type of work did you put in this off season to get this upcoming season turned around for your program?
Well, of course, it starts in the weight room, right? We had probably our biggest returning class. Great leaders, been pushing everybody. Kind of got out to the beach, kind of had a fun day, mixed it in with a little bit of workout.
Okay, so you chose these specific players to represent the program today. Can you kind of give us some insight on who each one of them are?
All of them been in the program multiple years. The gentleman right here, Kyler Coe, next to me, he's probably been in the program the longest. They play both sides of the ball, great leaders, on and off the field, just great kids.
Gentlemen, Kyler, you start. Tell everybody who you are, what year you are, and what position you play. Just make sure you grab that mic and talk into it.
Yes, sir. My name's Kyler Coe. I graduate this year. I'm going to be a senior. I play outside linebacker, and I'm going to try and be the backup quarterback this year.
All right, before you go, I just want to say, if everybody heard Kyler Coe, that was perfect right there. Exactly how he did it and sounded, so go ahead.
My name is Brady Sub, class of 2025 senior. I'm a free safety and a slot receiver, just trying to make plays on both sides of the ball.
Zachary Whitaker. I'm Zachary Whitaker. I'm class of 2025. I'm going to be a senior, and I play defensive tackle.
My name is Aaron Garber. I'm an upcoming senior, and I play tight end.
My name is Cam Williams. I'm an upcoming senior, and I play DB and a little bit of slot receiver.
Kyler, first question for you. I spoke with you back around the 4th of July when you guys were going out and doing community work, putting flags in the ground and things of that nature. Kind of tell me what, a couple of years ago, this was a program with a lot of you guys at this table and in this, on this team that had a really good season. Injuries derailed you a little bit last year, but talk a little bit about the expectations, because there should be some winning going on here this year, right?
Yes, sir, especially. So this has been here. It's my 6th year at Cocoa Beach. Probably the biggest senior class that we've had. I set the expectations really high for ourselves. We should have a great year. We've got a bunch of dogs on the team. If we can figure out how to all work together, then we're going to have a really good year.
What do you guys project to make working together happen? That's a good point, because you know what? You can have a huge class, but if you're not playing together, and a lot of you guys play both sides of the ball, why don't you address how you're going to help this team work together, or how you guys plan to work together?
It's just getting guys in the right spots at the right times to make the right fumble. It's just all. It comes down to play calling, and it comes down if you have that mentality on both sides of the ball to go and make that play. If the ball's there, you got to make that play.
What position you play?
Defensive tackle, sir.
Yeah. So you guys in the trenches, talk a little bit about, Coach Kimmy is he's one of those trench guys. He's all about trench warfare. Talk a little bit about the defensive line. You play on the defensive line. Talk about the defensive line and that brotherhood.
Defensive line this year has just gotten so much better. We have a lot more depth. We have great coaching, Coach Fontroy. I feel really confident this year. And in O-line, I feel like we can be better. We can be a lot great. And we can be very good, but we just got to put the pieces together.
Aaron, you're both sides ball kind of guy, DB. I think, tight end too? So you play defensive back and tight end. How do you that's 70, 80, 85 plays a game. You're never coming off the field. It's not like it's 65 degrees with no humidity in Brevard County or Florida. It's hot, it's humid, it's nasty, it's ugly. Talk about how you prepare yourself to play both sides of the football week in and week out.
It's about the mindset. Like, you just got to grind out for your team, and I know that by playing both sides of the ball, I'm helping my team win. I try to do as much as I can to help us win.
No doubt. And the goals this year, what do you want to see happen with, yes, sir, with this football team this year? You know, I said that based on the fact you guys get some guys back healthy, that there should be some winning going on this year. When you guys are in a room working out, talking, what are you talking about your goals are?
Honestly, probably just us competing. I want to see everyone compete. And what's it called? We're talking about how we can make each other better, like how we can improve on so-and-so, stuff like that.
Gotcha. And how do you plan to make it better? You, yourself.
Me and myself, hopefully I can go out there, do my job, get some picks, make our defense look great again. You know how it be.
Gotcha. Coach Nico, I want to ask you, Ted Kimmy, the head coach there, talk a little bit about working under Coach Kimmy and what he brings to the program. You know, he was at that school down the street, as he likes to say, former satellite football head coach, and he did a very similar thing there. You're an FHSAA independent. When he was at satellite, he did the same thing, came back to the FHSAA, played in the district, went all the way to the regional finals, I believe. Tell me what Coach Kimmy brings to the program and what you guys are learning from him.
Yeah, so I've been, I guess, the team up to the north, as he's referred to the past, and now he's switched to the team down south. And since he's got in here, he's been a breath of fresh air, just great ball of energy, loud. I mean, he's just been great, and the kids have taken him in seamlessly, and they seem like they're definitely ready to go to war for him.
Yeah, no doubt. You open up, it looks like you open up against at Lake Placid. Then you're home for 3 straight against Cambridge Christian. Winter Springs, St. Edwards. Final question right here. Kyler, you were very vocal to me back around the 4th of July about this football team and making it all count this season.
Yes, sir.
Where do you see this team after 10 games?
I see us, after 10 games, I see us in the Heroes Bowl. So we're in the independent league, so we need to get 5 wins, and we have an automatic bowl game. I see us getting there with the breeze. I think that we have a really good chance of having a winning record this year if we all, like I said earlier, play together and just focus on making plays and not worrying about the last play. That's what gets to a lot of people, is when they get in their head about the mistakes that they've made, and you just got to forget about the last play and focus on the play that you're in right now. And, yeah, I think that we're going to have a great year, and we're going to end up in the Heroes Bowl. So,
you know, former New England Patriot coach Bill Belichick used to say, just do your job. And it used to drive members of the media absolutely nuts. But there is nothing more basic than just do your job. And that's exactly what the Cocoa Beach Minutemen are talking about, doing their job, and things will fall into place. They got some talent, and it wouldn't shock us one bit if they were in the Heroes Bowl. We'll be right back here on Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Day, presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics.
How far can the human spirit take you? One more step? A few feet? All the way across the line this time? Back to feeling whole? Get back where you belong with national leaders in orthopedic care. Advent Health, official champion of the human spirit.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Council, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities. We are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Committee, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
So I'm so excited. We're at ground zero. 10 years ago when we said, hey, can a stadium actually connect to a neighborhood on a vascular level? This was it. There was a boarded up, fenced up, affordable housing development sitting here. And so, Lift Orlando was born. And through that energy source of a stadium and the idea of sports and how could we do more, here we are. And so happy that you took a minute and we're going to get a chance to see two great quarterbacks play on the field, but I think we're going to get to meet them and get their reaction for what does it feel like as a player.
I think these guys are going to see these projects that Lift Orlando is working on. It's going to hit home and give them more purpose to go out and perform.
That's why I play football. I care about other people a lot. So I'm just out here, I play football to put smiles on people's faces, give back to the community. It's always, our platform that we have is a blessing from the man upstairs, so giving back is very important to me.
Yeah, I wake up every morning with a sense of urgency, knowing that I'm writing my legacy. Knowing every day when I put that jersey on, that I want to leave that jersey in a better place.
You guys are rock stars, right? I mean, what you're doing in your own personal lives and how you're using your personal platforms, I think is a model for the rest of us to follow. I hope that's what we're doing in some small way and making you proud, and you'll come back later in life and go, wow, I had something to do with this. So
yes, sir.
Appreciate the time today.
Appreciate you.
The power of college football.
Yeah, you heard it.
It's uncommon what you guys are doing for this bowl game, but also what you're doing in this community. And it's a blessing to be here knowing that all this is going around. And I spent some time here in Orlando, so just seeing this being built around and kind of knowing some of my guys who have been from West Orlando, who played on the UCF team, it's a blessing.
We appreciate what you're doing. You guys sit at the top, everybody's watching you, and what you're giving back to the kids is important. So thanks for everything you're doing for Orlando, and good luck this week at the game.
All right, welcome back to Camping World Stadium for Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days presented by Advent Health Orlando and Orthopedics. I'm Alan Slaughter-Zinski for Brevard Sports Network, joined by my man Hassani Harper from H2 Athletes. And joining us on the stage now are the defending back-to-back former 2S state champion Cocoa Tigers. Recently, Max Preps released their top 25 programs in the state of Florida over the last 20 years. And this program right here, 8th best in the state. And they got a national ranking coming out of the gate. And we're joined, of course, by several of their players and head coach Ryan Schneider, who's entering his 7th season. 7 years already, Coach. Hard to believe. But, Coach, it just feels like with this program, and I couldn't imagine this even 7 years ago when he took the job, but the stakes every year feel like they continue to get higher and higher and higher. How do you do that?
I'm just blessed to be at a place that I'm surrounded by great people, great adults, a great school with unbelievable faculty and an awesome principal, and Miss Stewart. We have a great group of young men who it's a joy to be around them every day. And it's just a blessing. And, Coco's just one of those special spots in America where people love football, people love their city, people love what we represent and how we do things. And it's an honor to be there, and it's an honor to represent the great city of Cocoa.
I asked you this question on many occasions, Coach, and I want to ask you now. Even, you look at everything that's been, I just mentioned the Max Prep poll, the national ranking, sitting on the table there is gold and diamonds, and the expectation level is to have the 7th one of those rings this year. How do you manage those expectations, or do you even want to manage them?
No, we just concentrate every day about being a champion in everything we do. I believe that you build championship habits throughout the year, throughout the summer, all the time. It's how you respond to things, how you act, and we just have a great group of kids who stay focused. They know what our standard is. They know what the expectations are, and they don't shy away from it. They know every year we're going to try to play the hardest schedule we can play. We don't care if you're the Miami Dolphins or the the Kansas City Chiefs. If you want to play, we'll line up and play. And they know that mindset, and they look forward to it, and they look forward to being great in everything they do. And that's the thing I'm most proud of, if we're being honest, Alan, is all the stuff on the field. The championships are fun, but I'm more proud of the men that we've been able to help, grow into better men. And it's a great group of guys. And but at the same time, like I said, it's not about me. It's not about one individual. It's I have an unbelievable staff. We had staff get together last night. I have a great staff, and it's just a special place, man. It's hard to express to other people how special a place Cocoa really is.
Speaking of the men, gentlemen, introduce yourselves. Tell us who you are, what position you play, and what year you are.
Nicholas Teeter, 2025, wide receiver.
Jacquez Jordan, class of 2025, left tackle. Javion Hilson, class of 2025, defensive end.
Javon Balls, class of 2025, receiver.
DJ Bryant, class of 2025, safety.
You want to start?
Yeah, I was going to ask, so Coach, a lot of talented guys on your program, but can you talk about a player like a Nicholas Teeter and the type of impact he has for your team?
All right, so Nicky has been a leader since he's gotten here. He's walking around with a 4.0 GPA. One thing people probably don't know about Nicky is he's actually working on his pilot's license, and he'll graduate with his pilot's license pretty much finished. He's one of those young men, and it's not because he's sitting next to me, but he's one of those young men that I look forward to seeing every day. He's just an infectious person to be around. He's awesome in the school. He's awesome in the weight room, on the practice field, during the games. He is one of the cornerstones of our program. Now, but no, he's an awesome kid, and I'm looking forward to coaching his little brothers in the future too.
Would you fly with him is the question.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Mr. Joyner, you are the only returner. You graduate 4 seniors on that offensive line last year. Now, as a member of the media, I look at that and say, well, that's a weakness for the Cocoa Tigers this year. I'm going to exploit that. Tell me why the offensive line, and by the way, congratulations, I haven't seen you. Congratulations, I know it's been a while on your commitment to UCF. He's committed to UCF. So tell me why the offensive line is not a weakness for this program this year.
Because, really, we just rebuilt. When you rebuild something, it's stronger than it was ever before. So
Okay.
I'm going to go based off that.
Now, you're going to be a leader on that front up there heading into this year. What's it like being the man as opposed to the guy that was doing the following?
It's a big... I wouldn't say if it's a big difference, James, because the O-line, you have to see as in one eye, basically. So I wouldn't say it's any different because, we all communicate on the same level. We all talk on the same level. We're on the same level in general.
Right.
So, it's more of a we thing.
And when we get over, we're going to talk food when I get over there.
The one thing I want to say, too, is we're blessed to have Takia Parham as our O-line coach, who's, in my opinion, the best O-line coach in the country. So he does a great job with those guys.
When we close up, we're going to talk about their coaching side of the football. Tell me what the expectations are for the dark side defense. Because if there's been one constant in Cocoa, Wilkinson ran the ball, Schneider loves to throw it. But if there's been one constant, it is that defense. Tell me about it this year.
So our expectation is just to dominate. We go against really the number one offensive line in the county every day in practice, and especially in spring, we dominated, did our thing, and now it's time for fall in the season, and just finna get ready to dominate. Got a lot of young guys, tell them just go over. I've been going over the stunts and stuff with them, and just making sure they be on point and they look crispy.
Good answer. Javen, congratulations on your recent commitment. Tell us why you chose Missouri. If people didn't get a chance to see you on the 4th of July when you made your commitment, you had originally committed to Ohio State, and now it's Missouri. Tell us why.
I really just had great relationships with the coaches. I liked it when I went up there to Columbia, Missouri, and I just had great relationships with them. And I like the town, the coaches, and they're building something there. Coach Drink and Coach Pillar, they're great guys. Genuine coaches.
I have to ask Larry Bluestein about this, but about juniors winning the Florida Dairy Farmers Player of the Year, Mr. Football in the state of Florida, and coming back. I don't know that anybody's ever repeated to do that honor, to have won it 2 years in a row. And I'll have to look. But how are you going to do that this year?
Really, it was a blessing, to win it once. But, I don't really kind of focus on that. I focus on winning the state championship again, get my team, helping my team the most that I can to get them back to the state championship.
Wide receiver, DB, you're both sides of the football, right? Mr. Bryant, tell us, to play both sides of the football at Cocoa, it's quite a chore. It's a high demand. How do you do it?
We just approach every situation with high intensity. We fly around in practice. It makes the game a lot easier.
What are your goals for yourself this year? How are you going to make, I know you guys play as a team, but let's be honest. And, everybody wants to go play football in college that plays for this program. All eyes are on you. They always are. How do you make a mark doing that at Cocoa?
Wait.
Like, how do you make an impression? How do you get seen? Yeah.
I just try to focus on being a leader, and like I said, high intensity in every situation. I try to give my full effort.
Love it, Coach. You're exactly right, Jim.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Coach, having so much success at your program, back-to-back state championships, how do you keep your team grounded year after? How do you keep your team grounded year after year?
I think it's more or less the kids set that standard. The kids set that tone of, they understand what we expect. They understand the process. They understand the, some people call it grind. I call it life. They understand what's we need to do, and that's the difference. And don't get me wrong, the last 3-4 years at Cocoa, we've had some special teams. And I'm not taking anything away from those teams or those senior years. But I think the difference between this team and all the other teams we had is the group of senior men who are truly great people, who are true leaders, who have been with us for 4 years, who understand the individualism doesn't work. It's all about the team. No one cares if you had 10 catches one game, 2 catches next game. It doesn't matter. It's all about the team success. It's all about one group, one unit. We talked about yesterday at our coaches meeting this is probably the best, most talented team we've ever had. But just because we're talented doesn't mean we're good. We need to be a team. We need to be one unit. We can't, let little clusters start trying to separate us. We can't let outside noise and outside people who do their, their social media stuff try to brainwash our parents into thinking, well, why isn't my kid getting the ball? Why isn't this happening? We just need to be one unit and knock out all that outside noise and understand the 45, 50 men we have in our locker room are the most important thing. And it's important for us just not to, be successful, but to represent our school and our city the right way. And that's the thing. And that's what the difference is, I feel like, from us to a lot of people is the kids get it, they know it, they preach it themselves, and believe me, when you get that role and you get some special things happening, and it makes the head coaching life a lot easier.
I know it's about these guys. I know it's about your coaches, Principal Stewart, the program, the community. This is your 7th year, 64-15, one of the best coaches in the state. What's different about Ryan Schneider from the day you walked in that school to the time you took your seat on that chair?
A lot more relaxed, a lot calmer. I don't want to say used to the day-to-day grind, but understanding what's going to happen. But then also, ups and downs. It's life. We talk about all the time, as men, is life happens. Bad things happen. Cars break down. Things happen. You deal with it and keep it moving. And maybe that's, I've gotten better at that is, things are going good. Well, something bad's going to happen. You deal with it and keep it moving. And maybe just being able to handle those situations better.
Gentlemen, if you're going to play football at Cocoa, you're going to play Titusville, Mainland, IMG, Heritage, Venice, Norland, Apopka, the Villages Charter, Astronaut, and of course the Barbecue Bowl with Rockledge. It's just is year in and year out, and the expectations. Congratulations, gentlemen, on all of your success.
I want to say too, we're excited. Talking about the schedule and the classifications, we're excited that all these metro schools. I feel bad for them that they're stuck having to play us now. So tell them we're looking forward to see the metro schools and see them in the playoffs.
It'll certainly end some debates, so to speak. But Coach Snyder, man, congratulations and thanks for everything, man. Always love having you on. And the Cocoa Tigers, the reigning back-to-back former 2S state champions and now in 2A District 6. We'll be right back here on Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Day, presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics.
How far can the human spirit take you? One more step? A few feet? All the way across the line this time? Back to feeling whole. Get back where you belong with national leaders in orthopedic care. Advent Health, official champion of the human spirit.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Counsel, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities. We are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
So I'm so excited. We're at ground zero. 10 years ago when we said, hey, can a stadium actually connect to a neighborhood on a vascular level? This was it. There was a boarded up, fenced up, affordable housing development sitting here. And so, Lift Orlando was born. And through that energy source of a stadium and the idea of sports and how could we do more, here we are. And so happy that you took a minute, and we're going to get a chance to see 2 great quarterbacks play on the field, but I think we're going to get to meet them and get their reaction for what does it feel like as a player.
I think these guys are going to see these projects that Lift Orlando is working on. It's going to hit home and give them more purpose to go out and perform.
That's why I play football. I care about other people a lot. So I'm just out here, I play football to put smiles on people's faces, give back to the community. It's always, our platform that we have is a blessing from the man upstairs, so giving back is very important to me.
Yeah, I wake up every morning with a sense of urgency, knowing that I'm writing my legacy. Knowing every day when I put that jersey on, that I want to leave that jersey in a better place.
But you guys are rock stars, right? I mean, what you're doing in your own personal lives and how you're using your personal platforms, I think is a model for the rest of us to follow. I hope that's what we're doing in some small way and making you proud, and you'll come back later in life and go, wow, I had something to do with this. So
yes, sir.
Appreciate the time today.
Appreciate you. The power of college football.
Yeah, you heard it.
It's uncommon what you guys are doing for this bowl game, but also what you're doing in this community. And it's a blessing to be here knowing that all this is going around. And I spent some time here in Orlando, so, just seeing this being built around and kind of knowing some of my guys who have been from West Orlando, who played on, the UCF team, it's a blessing.
We appreciate what you're doing. You guys sit at the top, everybody's watching you, and what you're giving back to the kids is important. So thanks for everything you're doing for Orlando, and good luck this week at the game.
Players are now allowed to profit from their name, image, and likeness. That basically means they can get sponsorships like pro athletes.
I think the concern is who can participate, who will participate, and how does that affect?
Dan LaForest is a financial advisor and registered sports agent in Central Florida.
Georgia actually passed this law back in October of last year, and they've only reported almost 40 NIL deals in the whole state of Georgia.
We know that more than 30 other states have this already. Why is Florida such a focus?
The state of Florida puts more kids into Power 4 schools than any other state. During the NFL draft this year, the state of Florida was representing the NFL draft more than any other state. So this is where high school talent is developed. The floodgates are open to just like any other situation. I think that the ones that do get legal counsel, they do get financial counsel, and they get somebody who's looking out for their best interests, I think those are the ones that are going to be the most successful.
All right, welcome back here to Camping World Stadium in Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Day, presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. And next up, the Holy Trinity Tigers from Brevard County and head coach Hurley Brown. And so what I'll do here real quick is, this is Hurley Brown, obviously. Coach Brown, I'm going to have you guys introduce yourselves. Tell us what position you play, and then the first question will be for Coach. So go ahead.
Forrest Butler, quarterback.
Caden Zachowicz, 2027 freshman, running back.
Duke Butler, 2027 freshman, athlete.
Bo Fleece, senior linebacker.
Rashawn Gibson, junior linebacker.
Drew Zabinski, 2027 athlete.
Oliver Smiles today, 2027 DN.
Andreas Messer, 2026 DN. Rico Butrego, 2026 quarterback.
All right.
All right, Coach, you guys finished 7-4 last year. What kind of work have you put in as a program this offseason to help your program take that next step?
Really, I have a routine, so our routine is pretty much the same. This year, I think we're just trying to be a little bit more consistent, a little more physical. Last year, we were young. These kids have grown, they've matured. I can say we've grown mentally and physically, and I think that's the difference. That's going to be the difference in this year's team as opposed to last year's team.
Okay. For the college coaches coming down to recruit your specific area, what makes your program unique from your competition? And why should they come and recruit your kids?
You put me on the spot with that. Hey, well, first of all, our kids, academically, our kids are going to be, they're going to have an advantage academically. Our kids are going to graduate. So our kids are in a position where everybody's going to be accepted into college from Holy Trinity. Okay, so we have a 100% college acceptance rate at Holy Trinity. I mean, so that's first. And a lot of our kids, they play football because they love it, but they don't necessarily have to have it in order for them to go to college. So that's one. So when you start talking about the Ivy League schools and schools like that, they come because they know the quality of education that our kids are given. And as far as the athleticism, the competitiveness, we're extremely competitive. Our kids fight. Our kids know and understand the game. And so when you come to Holy Trinity, you're going to get the complete student athlete, a kid that understands the importance of academics, but also understands the demands and the discipline it takes in order for them to be successful on the field as well. So it's a little bit different, and it's but it's great to be different. So for all you college coaches that are looking for the well-rounded student athlete, Holy Trinity is that spot.
Start right here with you, young man. You're your quarterback, right?
Yes, sir.
Talk a little bit about your offense. And what does it take to be a field general, field commander for Coach Hurley Brown and the Holy Trinity Tigers?
Well, I would say that the mental part, like watching film all the time, helps offensively. And in order to be a Tiger, I would say understanding coverages and what I'm up against every week probably helps me the most. Like if a team's running cover 4, I'm attacking the flats all game. Or if it's man, if they're blitzing, getting the ball out quick. If they have a 5-man box, run the ball, 6-man.
Hey, we got. You can't be giving all that away now.
I'm over here taking
notes. That's fine information. Hey, so we got to edit that stuff out. Come on, you're giving up the whole game plan for us.
Yeah, unfortunately, this was live.
Wow, Jesus.
Caden, man, you're quite an athlete. Quite, what other sports you play?
Baseball and football.
Right. I mean, watching you play football or baseball, heck of a hitter. Young man was listed as a rising sophomore.
Yeah.
Sophomore on Max Preps this year. One of the top sophomores in Florida. But I know football is your love, right? You love football. Talk about what your goals and expectations are for your team this year.
This year, I think we're being pretty good. We're always going to be a high-level IQ team. We're going to be physical, and I think we'll be good. We're going to be able to compete, and I think our guys are good, and we're going to go out there and compete this year.
How do you keep yourself conditioned to play all these sports? I mean, you don't have time for the off seasons that exist during the school year. So how do you do it?
During these conditionings, during practice, you just got to push yourself.
Yeah.
I push myself as hard as I can, so when I get out there, I'm used to it, and I could last for the whole game, play both sides and stuff. And then once I get to the next season of baseball, I'm already conditioned. I'm ready to go.
Okay. Who was next to you? I'm sorry?
Duke Butler.
All right. What position you play?
I'm an athlete. I play safety and receiver.
All right. Talk about the defense. I want to hear about Holy Trinity's defense this year.
Well, we're really hardworking, and we're really specific about what coverages we run, and we make sure we're the smartest team on the field. So we already know what we're going to do once we get in the game.
How do you accomplish being the smartest team?
We just study all the film we can, and we make sure we know the offense we're going to play. We know what they're going to run, so we can attack it.
Is there an expectation level of, and this question will be, is there an expectation level because you go to Holy Trinity? As Coach said, 100% graduation rate. There's an expectation level of academics there. How does that translate to the football field for you guys?
Yeah, of course. When we all try to dig deep into the film and really study it, because we're used to studying for all of our classes, so we're good at finding the little details in the film and looking for what we need to.
It's a pretty nice field y'all play in too. What's it like to run around on that turf? I mean, there's only six. I think there's 6 NFL stadiums that have that turf, that stadium. You know, your facilities, Marcus May. You know, the workout facility there. It's beautiful. You guys have all the tools necessary to be successful. Tell me about what it means to have that and to prepare and get ready with you know, doing that.
First of all, the turf is great, smooth. You can like run around.
Beautiful, isn't it?
And the weight room is also an amazing facility. You get to go in there every day and just work, push yourself the hardest that you can possibly could.
Talk a little bit about your game and what positions you play.
I play linebacker and tight end.
I figured you was a linebacker. Yeah. So you like to hit a little bit. Yeah. I mean, yeah, tight end. I asked about the defense earlier. Give me if I said to you, describe your defense with 1 or 2 words. What do you want that? What do you want that to be?
Physical and smart.
Physical and smart. I like that. Physical and smart. Normally it's fast and physical, but I'm gonna take physical and smart. Coach, here's a question I have, and any one of you can take this. Anybody, and so, even somebody from the back, if you want. You just make sure you get down to the microphone. This man right here has got a plethora of experience, coaching, playing. What does it mean to play for a guy like Hurley Brown, University of Miami, some of the NFL teams he's coached with, you know, some of the guys? I mean, you know the stories. What does it mean? What do you learn from a coach like Hurley Brown?
I love Coach personally. He's probably the best coach I've ever had.
In what way?
And anyway, he pushes me to my best ability. Even if I do something positive, there's always something in there to fix all the time. I can get better every day because of him. And he pushes me to my best ability every day.
That's a great answer, but now I'm going to put all you on the spot. I got a favorite Hurley Brown story, but I'm going to keep that between me and Hurley Brown. What's your favorite? Somebody tell me their favorite Hurley Brown story. Somebody's got to have one. One he tells you at practice that sticks out to you. What is it? Don't be shy, gentlemen.
Probably Michael Irvin and.
Let's hear it. I gotta hear this.
You can take the spotlight.
Go ahead, Coach. What's he talking about?
He's just talking about how when I first got to the University of Miami, Michael Irvin grabbed me and taught me the obsession that it takes to be great. And you know, and we talk about Michael Irvin, but I'm a huge Ray Lewis fan. huge Warren Sapp fan, Bubba McDowell, Alonzo Highsmith. There's so many names that I could use that help illustrate the obsession of a Miami Hurricane to be great. The Lamar Thomases of the world. It's just, and I can go on and on and on. Alan, we talk about it all the time. But even not just playing, when you start talking about coaching, when you start talking about a guy like Jimmy Johnson, what he instilled in us as players. And so what I try to tell my kids all the time, and this ain't Hurley. Don't think that I just woke up one day and said, okay, look, I just want to coach football and this is what I do. No, I'm taking what I've learned from, I'm gonna use one of your words, a plethora of coaches, right? And just try and give that to these kids. And if you can learn from a Jimmy Johnson, a Don Solinger, a Tommy Tuberville, a Sonny Lubick, Art Kehoe, Dave Wanstead, Butch Davis, if you can learn from these guys with what they've accomplished, then, and not just those guys, you start talking about Emmett Thomas, Richie Pettibone with the Washington Redskins. You start talking about Jack Del Rio, Ken Norton Jr., Jethro Franklin, Al Golden, Mark D'Onofrio. There's just a huge number of guys that I've been able to learn from. So you're not learning from Hurley. I'm a byproduct of all of these guys that I've been around and been able to, have that coaching experience with or playing experience. And that's what I instill in these guys. I can't take credit for it. It's not my stuff. On the way over here, I'm listening to Nick Saban. I'm a huge Nick Saban fan. And he talked about the commitment that it takes to be great. It's a process. And that's what we do with our kids. It's a process. I would love to be able to sit back and say, hey, man, it's all my stuff. I take credit for everything. But I can't, Alan.
Well, I'll end with this. My favorite Hurley Brown story, we're sitting at a local restaurant in Brevard County last year for high school football media days, and lo and behold, up on the screen was the University of Miami Hurricanes, back in the days where Hurley was playing. And they had gotten into a mix of a scuffle in the field against another college football team. And lo and behold, running right out there in the middle of it all was old number 8. Coach.
Oh, man.
I love you to death.
Alan, I love you too, my brother. Appreciate everything. Hey, and I just want to say on behalf of Brevard County, Alan, we love what you do.
Thank you.
And we thank what you do for these kids and all of our sports in Brevard County. So thank you.
Thank you, Coach. And we'll be right back here on Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Day 3, Polk and Brevard County.
How far can the human spirit take you? One more step? A few feet? All the way across the line this time? Back to feeling whole. Get back where you belong with national leaders in orthopedic care. Advent Health, official champion of the human spirit.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Counsel, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities. We are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
So I'm so excited. We're at ground zero. 10 years ago when we said, hey, can a stadium actually connect to a neighborhood on a vascular level? This was it. There was a boarded up, fenced up, affordable housing development sitting here. And so, Lift Orlando was born. And through that energy source of a stadium and the idea of sports and how could we do more, here we are. And so happy that you took a minute, and we're going to get a chance to, see 2 great quarterbacks play on the field, but I think we're going to get to meet them and get their reaction for what does it feel like as a player.
I think these guys are going to see these projects that Lift Orlando is working on. It's going to hit home and give them more purpose to go out and perform.
That's why I play football. I care about other people a lot. So I'm just out here, I play football to put smiles on people's faces, give back to the community. It's always, our platform that we have is a blessing from the man upstairs, so giving back is very important to me.
Yeah, I wake up every morning with a sense of urgency, knowing that I'm writing my legacy. Knowing every day when I put that jersey on, that I want to leave that jersey in a better place.
You guys are rock stars, right? I mean, what you're doing in your own personal lives and how you're using your personal platforms, I think is a model for the rest of us to follow. I hope that's what we're doing in some small way and making you proud, and you'll come back later in life and go, wow, I had something to do with this. So
yes, sir.
Appreciate the time today.
Appreciate you.
The power of college football.
Yeah, you heard it.
It's uncommon what you guys are doing for this bowl game, but also what you're doing in this community. And it's a blessing to be here knowing that all this is going around. And I spent some time here in Orlando, so, you know, just seeing this being built around and kind of knowing some of my guys who have been from West Orlando who played on, you know, the UCF team, it's a blessing.
We appreciate what you're doing. You know, you guys sit at the top, everybody's watching you, and what you're giving back to the kids is important. So thanks for everything you're doing for Orlando, and good luck this week at the game.
Players are now allowed to profit from their name, image, and likeness. That basically means they can get athletes.
I think the concern is who can participate, who will participate, and how does that affect?
Dan LaForest is a financial advisor and registered sports agent in Central Florida.
Georgia actually passed this law back in October of last year, and they've only reported almost 40 NIL deals in the whole state of Georgia.
We know that more than 30 other states have this already. Why is Florida such a focus?
The state of Florida puts more kids into Power 4 schools than any other state. During the NFL draft this year, the state of Florida was representing the NFL draft more than any other state. So this is where high school talent is developed. The floodgates are open to just like any other situation. I think that the ones that do get legal counsel, they do get financial counsel, and they get somebody who's looking out for their best interests, I think those are the ones that are going to be the most successful.
And welcome back to Camping World Stadium. Alan Slaughter-Zinski with you here for Day 3 of Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. Well, joining me now on the stage is a football program that has had a ton of success under head coach Chris Sands. And coming off of a 10-2 season last year, the expectation level this year could be even greater than that as we head into fall camp, which starts on Monday. So without further ado, let me introduce Coach Chris Sands. And gentlemen, I'm going to have you, if you would please, tell us who you are and what year you are and what position you play, and you just grab that mic and talk right into it.
I'm Jalen Latson, class 25. I'm an athlete.
Joseph Allen, class of 27, quarterback.
Josh Roberts, class of 2025, DN and outside linebacker.
Latavius Welch, class of 2025, running back.
AJ Forehand, class of 25, defensive back.
Makai Biggs, class of 25, wide receiver.
Coach Sands, welcome. Listen, your 7th year, and I know we've talked about it before, the time flies. But you've done some things at Eau Gallie that had never been done before. And I know, and to your credit, it's always about the players, the coaches, the staff, the administration, everything there. But from the day you walked in the door at Eau Gallie to the time you took your seat right here next to me, what's different about Chris Sands in these 7 years?
A lot more gray hairs, that's for sure. No, it hasn't changed much. The goal has always been to develop these guys into, college athletes, or not even that, to get them in the workforce. But we kept the goal the same, and the best part about us at Eau Gallie is we kept the staff together. We obviously here and there we lose a coach here and there and gain a coach, but I've been able to keep the core group for a while, and so these guys are getting the same coaching every single year. So not much has changed. Like I said, the goal is still the same. People think I'm crazy because, I always say that, the goal is not to win a state title or to win district or anything like that. The goal is to get these kids on the stage to sign scholarships. And obviously we've done a great job doing that, and we'll continue to strive for that. And, that will always be the goal for us.
My partner today, who stepped away for a minute, Hassani Harper of H2 Athletes, asked a great question. So I'm going to ask you this question. These gentlemen you brought with you here today, tell us about them and what makes them special.
Yeah, I mean, they're just great kids. They love ball. We try to pride ourselves in loving the game. So these guys love football and they want to be great. I mean, we have obviously our summer workouts and everything we do, but these guys go on their own and they perfect their craft and they get better each day. So these guys, they work really hard, and we don't try to say much. We just try to put ourselves in the best situation to be successful. Not just on the field, but in life and in school as well.
Jalen, talk about being you at Eau Gallie, watching you develop from a freshman to now, the different positions that you've played, watching you grow. What's made you who you are at Eau Gallie?
Really just being at the school and being welcome to the school when I transferred there.
Yeah.
And it just...
And what are your goals for you this year? What do you want to do? Because I know watching you grow and mature, it's different for you. It seems to have been different for you each year. What is it this year?
Really just proving what I can do on defense, because I always play offense all my life.
I like that.
Yeah.
Because before it was what? Offense, right? Quarterback, right. And that's an unselfish thing.
Yeah.
To do that. So, no, I hear you. Joseph, take that microphone, because this gentleman, right? Joseph, I've referred to you to other members of the media as probably the most underrated quarterback in Brevard County. No doubt, hands down. I love your style. I think you're going to be a good one. But my question to you is, why was Eau Gallie? Because you transferred there. Why was Eau Gallie the right fit for you?
I had just seen the season they had last year, and they didn't really have a quarterback. And our coach just got fired at MCC, so I was just trying to find the best team in the area that I could go to and ball out next year.
What's your skill from the quarterback position? What do you do best? If I said to you, is it read? Is it study? What makes you the up-and-coming young quarterback that you are? Because you're a sophomore, right?
Yes, sir.
What makes you the young, good, up-and-coming quarterback you are?
Just the fact that I can make every throw on the field and how I can lead the team.
I think it says a lot that your teammates, watching your teammates, are shaking their head up and down. You don't see that a lot at the high school level. I'm sorry, what was your name?
Josh Roberts.
All right, Josh, kicker, right?
No, sir.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Rob. I got the wrong Roberts. You just recently committed. Congratulations, linebacker, right? For Eau Gallie, the defense. Tell me about this defense, because heck of a year last year for the defense. Now tell me what makes it special.
I mean, the whole defense.
And Duquesne, right?
FAU.
FAU. I'm sorry. Okay, who committed Duquesne? Okay, I knew so. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I mean, the defense, we all are really on the same page, all buying into what the coaches tell us every day. And we got all 10 starters out of the 11 returning this year, so we're going to have a big year this year for sure.
I can't believe I said kicker. I'm sorry. No offense to kickers. No, I don't mean any offense to kickers, but please, I don't want to get in trouble there. Why FAU?
I mean, I had a great time on my visit. I really like the plan and the vision they have for me at FAU, and I have a great relationship with the coaches, Coach Sabini and Coach Rock. So it just felt like the best fit for me.
What do you want to do different this year on defense? What do you want to bring to your game this year that maybe you felt you were lacking last year?
I mean, I want to get after the quarterback more. I mean, I had, I think, 5 sacks this last season. I want to double that, or even more than that. So yeah.
I like that.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the leading returning rusher in Brevard County last year, and not by just a little bit either. Congratulations on that. What is your running style?
Speed.
Speed.
Yes, sir.
Talk about what makes you such an effective running back besides your speed. Talk about the offense. Joseph Allen now. Your offensive line is always big. But what makes you so good?
Being able to change direction fast, taking good angles on like bigger linemen than me or corners. That's pretty much it.
Tay, you had 1,300 yards last year, 1,353 to be exact. That was 300 and 290 more than the next guy in the county. What personal goals have you set for yourself this season?
I want more rushing yards than I had last year, more receiving yards, and more touchdowns too.
So you want to be an all-around back. You like catching the ball. A lot of backs don't like catching the ball, but you got to be like that kind of back these days.
I like catching the ball.
I got you. Duquesne. Why Duquesne? Tell me why Duquesne.
It just felt like home. All the relationship with all the coaches. It was a perfect fit for me.
And what about your game? What is it about your game that stands out? What do you like about your game?
That I can cover anybody on the field.
That secondary this year, you, X, listen, I don't know of a secondary that could be better in Brevard County. I know you guys got a lot of speed back there, but how do you cover as well as you do? Because you guys had a ton of interceptions last year too. Is there film study? Talk about how this defense, specifically this secondary, prepares week in and week out.
It's all thanks to our Coach Kiki. You know, he always has a good game plan for us. And, you know, we just got dogs out there, so we're going to make plays regardless.
You guys take a lot of pride back there too, don't you?
Yes, sir.
No doubt. Been watching you shake your head up and down this entire time. What makes you so happy about everything that you see heading into camp on Monday?
Honestly, just seeing the team come together and like the brotherhood we have over here, you know, it's just great.
If there were one thing about this football team you would want to see different from last year, what would it be heading into this year?
Probably the discipline. You know, we had struggles on that, but you know, we've been working on it.
Got you. Penalties? Yeah, that's easy to clean up. Coach, you know, we often talk about the family atmosphere and you know what? Families fight. Families, you know, families are families. It is what it is. You know, I asked you, when your player says you need to clean up the discipline, what have you told your guys about that heading into this season?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is, you know, if everyone controls themselves, there will be no issues. So, you know, if everyone has the common goal to, you know, get better every day and, you know, to get the best out of you, then like I said, if everyone takes care of himself, we shouldn't have an issue. And we stress it all the time. You know, people need to understand we also deal with 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old kids.
Absolutely.
And everyone has that issue. But, you know, at the end of the day, all we can do is get better. And, you know, as long as we keep putting a foot forward, we should be okay.
No doubt. And listen, if you were going to ask me for a dark horse, and this is not even a dark horse pick, I've already written their preview on Brevard Sports Network. But if you were going to ask me who's one team that I would pick outside of Cocoa that could be playing deep into the month of December, they're sitting right here to my left. The Eau Gallie Commodores, under the guidance and tutelage, 7th-year head coach Chris Sands. Big things ahead for this program in 2024. I want to thank Chris Sands and his players. We'll be right back here on Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics.
Special thanks to our sponsors of the day for High School Sports Media Day. We've got Advent Health, Rothman Orthopedics here. We're grateful for their generous sponsorship to make this day possible. I'm standing here today with Dr. Yeomans. It's so great to be with you. Why don't you tell everybody what you do for Rothman Orthopedics and Advent Health?
Absolutely. So I'm a primary care sports medicine physician, which means I specialize in non-surgical orthopedics. But we also help manage events and team games, like for the high school athletes in our community.
Absolutely. So what is your favorite part about Friday Night Lights when you're on the sidelines on that big, beautiful blue tent? What gets you fired up?
You know, for me, it's being able to be a part of a team. I do what I do for the relationships that we get to build. And there's no better way to plug into a community than be a part of a high school environment. You've got the whole family there, you've got all the friends, you've got the game going on. And I love sports medicine too because I get to watch people perform at the highest level.
Absolutely. So let's talk injury prevention today. God forbid something happens, but we know high school football is a gritty sport, right? Injuries are going to happen. So what is the one tip that you would give our viewers today that are watching, maybe parents, that they could help their kids get ready for the upcoming season when it comes to being smarter for injury prevention?
Yeah, there are a few things that we think of for injury prevention. The most important is a requirement. We have to have a sports physical before the season starts. But during that time, we're able to assess whether there are any old injuries or any medical issues that we need to be aware of. The other thing that we think of now in Central Florida in particular is heat illness, and so we want to make sure that we acclimate well to the environment. If it's the first time you've been outside of the air conditioning in a while and now you're at football practice, you got to be careful with that. And then just making sure that we all the equipment fits properly and that people are kind of ready to go for the impacts they're going to take.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about, God forbid an injury happens, right? What is the first thing an athlete should do when they're on the field? Because a lot of players, they like to play through the pain, right? They got to grit it, grime it through. So what is your tip as a physician for the first step a player should do if they feel like they're injured?
Yeah, if they feel like they're injured, the first thing I tell them is just sit down. So that's going to alert everybody on the sideline that there might be an injury. We get to bring the athletic trainer out. They're an integral part of the healthcare team, and they know those players and can kind of go out and assess, and the physicians that are there with them can help evaluate the injury too. And I always tell them to slow down. Everybody wants to jump up and run off the field, and these are tough guys, and they play a tough sport. But just slowing everything down, getting a good assessment, making sure we're safe to kind of move from where we are first is the most important thing to do.
So if a player is injured, first step, they want to reach out to Rothman Orthopedics and Advent Health. Where can they get in contact with you guys?
Absolutely. We'd love to see anybody that might need help with an injury, and they can find us at transformingortho.com.
Well, thank you, Dr. Yeoman, so much for your time today. Thank you for your support, sponsoring this incredible event, and also bringing peace of mind on the sidelines on our Friday Night Lights. Well, again, we're getting back to our incredible broadcast. Hope you've been enjoying everything today. We want you to know, too, that Rothman Orthopedics, they have over 8 locations, and they're all across Central Florida. So make sure you make your consultation if needed. These guys are here to take care of you.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Counsel, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities. We are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
All right, welcome back to Camping World Stadium here in beautiful downtown Orlando. Alan Slaughterzinski and Hassani Harper from H2 Athletes, and this is the final day of Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. And next up here is a team that I believe were 2-8 last year. But I believe this is a team that you better keep your eyes open for this year. Don't blink. I think you're going to have a sneaky good year, led by head football coach David Kintai, the Melbourne Bulldogs. And Coach, thanks for being here. And what we're going to do is, gentlemen, if you would just pick up the microphone, introduce yourself, tell us who you are, what position you play, and what year, and then Hassani will start the questioning also. Tyler, if you want to start.
I'm Tyler Gagan. I'm the inside backer at Melbourne High School, and I'm class of 2026.
Okay.
My name is Jalen Daly. I am running back, one of the 2 running backs at Melbourne High School varsity's football team, and I'm the class of 2026.
I'm Carter Black. I play right tackle on the offensive line. I'm class of 2027.
I'm Fallon Batiste. I'm class of 2027. I play nose tackle for Melbourne Bulldogs.
My name is Kamarion Johnson. I'm the other running back. I'm class of 2027.
All right, Coach, you returned 7 starters on offense, 6 starters on defense. What kind of work have you guys been doing this offseason to turn the corner coming off a 2-8 season?
Well, if you saw the spring game, you'll see that we turned football-wise, we turned around everything really quick because we weren't off by much. That 2-8 season was not representative of our abilities. It was representative of our age. We had so many 9th and 10th graders starting for us last year as young guys coming up. We had to keep working forward, and the mistakes were small, but they hurt us in the long run. Spring, we showed that actually we're there. We take away the turnover ratio, and we're really strong on both sides of the ball. Right now with the summer, we got them in the weight room. Age and size. These boys are developing and developing very quickly. Now we got to build the strength to make sure that we're actually there so they can make it through 4 quarters, full speed, not get tired, and we really push the conditioning this summer.
Coach, I wrote the other day, the world of high school football and transfers is a dog-eat-dog world. Some years you get eaten, some years you're out eating other people. And last year wasn't your year as it pertained to high school football transfers. You've gotten some good players in on top of the other talent that you have. You got to be excited about kind of how this has shaken out for you heading into Monday.
I am. I think in the area with things that have gone on, I have found that the guys that have come into us at this point are looking at what we have for the next 2, 3, 4 years. We look at what's coming in and how we're growing. These young men that are sitting here right here, there's not a senior among them. And so what we have is depth, we have size, we have everything coming in our advantage. It's here, and people want to be a part of that.
Yeah.
The year before, I had 22 seniors that left. When they left, the people that were left took a look at the team and said, oh, there's no way, and 8 guys transferred. So I had 30 people leave my varsity team the year before, and these young guys stepped up and stayed. And the team, the unitedness that they've brought with this as a team and a group as young men, that's not me or my coaches. This is actually these guys are coming together and making the difference. And that to me is what this is all about. Every team I ever played on, every team I've ever coached that's been successful, won, and gone on to championships, it's because of the players coming together, realizing what kind of family they have as they grow with it. And I'm seeing it with this young group here.
Tyler, just looking at you, you seem to fit the mold of that Melbourne linebacker. You know, we give out our season-ending awards every year, the Defensive Player of the Year. It's no secret, Gavin Rowell, I can't remember whether it was Sweet or Lowe that won it a couple of years ago, but one of those 2 guys won it. You look like you are cut from that mold. Tell me what makes you part of that Melbourne interior defensive tradition. Why are you that guy?
See, I honestly may not be the biggest linebacker, the most.
None of them were, but yeah, go ahead, yeah.
But I am a very smart, talented linebacker, and I can read all my keys, read exactly where my back is going, and that's why I've been really successful. I've also been able to have a great defense and a great coach, defensive coordinator, Coach Panucci. He has geared me to learn every step of the way into becoming a successful linebacker. And honestly, you can't be a good linebacker without your good front. So I have a great defensive line, which has really helped me succeed.
Smart young man. Compliment that defensive line. They can keep opening those holes and those gaps for you. Jalen, you guys, you and Camarion arguably have you 2 together, and I want you to take the microphone because I want you guys to speak as a team, a duo on this. This is arguably one of the best running back combinations in all of the county. What is the difference between your 2 running styles? What sets you 2 apart and makes you so good?
The thing is, Camarion's more of a heavy
Pull
set.
that just a little bit closer.
Camarion's more of a heavy set running back, so when you need those 2 extra yards, he's your guy. I'm more of a running back that if you give me an outside zone play, I'm going to go get as much yards as I possibly can. I'm more of a elusive type. I'm not the biggest running back out there. I'm not like the heaviest running back. So I'm good with speed and getting around people. I can run through people if needed to, but I'll mostly go around.
You prefer to outrun them?
Yeah.
So talk about, there's only one football, and you know that you got to share the workload. That's unselfish football. That's good team football. Talk about how you do that. Talk about your relationship.
So our coach basically has us as a shared backfield. So almost every play we're rotating in and out. So we have fresh legs almost every play. So unless we're doing a tempo where he's giving us certain calls from the sideline where we just need to get down, run the play as fast as possible, we're rotating every play, make sure we have fresh back, and make sure this ball is getting shared around and we're all fresh.
Kamarion, great, and I'm going to jump down to the other running back. I ain't forgot about the guys up front. I'm going to come back to you in just a second. Kamarion, great spring game. Love watching you run. Talk about your relationship with this guy and kind of how this works and you play off each other.
We just share the ball, do what we do.
Got you. All right, so real quick before I go on to the big guys, because once I go to the big guys, I ain't coming back to the running backs, all right? So, man, I got to be honest with you. And for those of you that don't know, look it up. It's all over Brevard Sports Network. Statue or the hook and ladder play. You ain't going to find a bigger fan of that. You guys pulled that off to perfection. How'd you do that?
Well, I think we only ran it once in practice. Once in practice.
The day before the Lake Brantley game is the only day they practiced it.
Ran it one time. Last time I saw that, the Miami Dolphins did it when I was 14, but go ahead.
We ran it one time in practice when we were doing our walkthrough, I think Thursday morning.
Yep.
Thursday morning we were doing our walkthrough. We ran it once, and then it was just like I think it was like 28 to 21 or something.
Yeah.
And Coach Daber calls in hook and ladder. We run it. Jordan throws it to Deuce. Deuce throws it to me. We get the touchdown, and then it's just.
Could you believe it worked? Because we couldn't.
I was surprised. I was cramping. I'm not gonna lie. I was cramping when I was running that one.
Carter, I can't believe that I didn't call you Kobe. First of all, that offensive line was very, very young last year. You had one guy on it, James Hines. He's gone. What have you guys done to grow this offseason as a unit and get better?
I think a big shout out to Coach Raymond. He's helped us a lot. A bunch of new drills helped us. We got a lot of new freshmen coming in, offensive linemen. A couple of transfers on the D-line because we were short on the D-line too. And yeah, we've been working hard in the weight room, conditioning. It's nice.
Coach Raymond, I know Coach Raymond from his Florida Tech days.
Yeah, he talks about it a lot.
I've stood next to Coach Raymond on the sidelines and watched him coach. And by the way, he's the athletic director, so I'll tread lightly here. Anyway, he can be a hard guy to play for. You know,
Yeah.
He demands a lot, is what I should be saying. As a young line, how do you guys handle that?
We sit in the film room out there every day. We go through film. We break down every play. It takes at least 5 minutes to break through. He breaks down every single player, our footwork, our blocks, what we should be doing, the plays, make sure we know what we're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, you're going to learn a lot.
Yeah.
You sure will. You either two things with Coach Raymond, you're going to learn or you ain't. I'd encourage learning it. I wanted to Fallon, right. You have burst onto the scene here this year. Defensive lineman, right? Tell me about that Melbourne defensive line, because it too, like the linebacking position over at least the last 10 years I've been covering Brevard County High School football, has produced some really good players. How do you plan to carry on that tradition of Melbourne defensive ends?
Just to work hard and keep getting at it as defensive linemen. We can keep because you get sacks and stuff. Keep on going hard.
Where did you play youth football?
I played for Satellite.
Where at?
Satellite.
Okay. I mean, so working out this off season, what'd you do to get bigger and stronger?
Lifting every day, and conditioning helped a lot. We did a lot of conditioning, and we looked over the plays would help a lot too. Just lifting.
Yeah, when I read your size, when I was doing the preview the other day, I was stunned. I was like, where's this guy been at? Coaches, as we get set to wrap up here, and obviously there's other media obligations, but you look at this team this year, and I think, as I said at the onset, there is a lot of potential sitting at this table in what you're going to be in front of on Monday. What will you tell them on Monday?
Get to work. We're going to go out early Monday morning. We're going to start rolling with it right as we get going through it. These guys right here that I've talked to, and you can ask any one of them, through the season last year, I kept telling them how good they were that they didn't realize. And then now they're starting to realize, and the spring game showed that. The summer workouts showed that. The team coming together as a group has showed that they're now going to believe what I was telling them was true. And I think what you're saying or alluding to, I knew last year. They were just young and needed to grow into it, and that's exactly what they're doing.
It helps in high school football to have stability, too, at coaching, which Melbourne does, in the trenches, which they do. And at the quarterback position. And, Coach, I'll be honest with you, when your quarterback transferred after the spring game, I felt horrible for the program, but you guys have overcome. You got 3 guys that are going to battle it out coming up in camp, and I can't wait to see how that battle plays out. I'm excited for Melbourne Bulldogs football this year, and I know you guys are too. Coach David, in time.
Thank you very much, and thank you for doing this, and thank you for all that you do for the Brevard County and everything else for announcing. I appreciate that.
Well, Coach, I appreciate that, and myself and Sonny will be right back here on Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Day presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics.
Special thanks to our sponsors of the day for High School Sports Media Day. We've got Advent Health, Rothman Orthopedics here. We're grateful for their generous sponsorship to make this day possible. I'm standing here today with Dr. Yeomans. It's so great to be with you. Why don't you tell everybody what you do for Rothman Orthopedics and Advent Health?
Absolutely. So I'm a primary care sports medicine physician, which means I specialize in non-surgical orthopedics. But we also help manage events and team games, like for the high school athletes in our community.
Absolutely. So what is your favorite part about Friday Night Lights when you're on the sidelines on that big, beautiful blue tent? What gets you fired up?
For me, it's being able to be a part of a team. I do what I do for the relationships that we get to build. And there's no better way to plug into a community than be a part of a high school environment. You've got the whole family there. You've got all the friends. You've got the game going on. And I love sports medicine, too, because I get to watch people perform at the highest level.
Absolutely. So let's talk injury prevention today. God forbid something happens, but we know high school football is a gritty sport, right? Injuries are going to happen. So what is the one tip that you would give our viewers today that are watching, maybe parents, that they could help their kids get ready for the upcoming season when it comes to being smarter for injury prevention?
Yeah, there are a few things that we think of for injury prevention. The most important is a requirement. We have to have a sports physical before the season starts. But during that time, we're able to assess whether there are any old injuries or any medical issues that we need to be aware of. The other thing that we think of now in Central Florida in particular is heat illness, and so we want to make sure that we acclimate well to the environment. If it's the first time you've been outside of the air conditioning in a while, and now you're at football practice, you got to be careful with that. And then just making sure that we all the equipment fits properly, and that people are kind of ready to go for the impacts they're going to take.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about, God forbid, an injury happens, right? What is the first thing an athlete should do when they're on the field? Because a lot of players, they like to play through the pain, right? They got to grit it, grime it through. So what is your tip as a physician for the first step a player should do if they feel like they're injured?
Yeah, if they feel like they're injured, the first thing I tell them is just sit down. So that's going to alert everybody on the sideline that there might be an injury. We get to bring the athletic trainer out. They're an integral part of the healthcare team, and they know those players and can kind of go out and assess, and the physicians that are there with them can help evaluate the injury too. And I always tell them to slow down. Everybody wants to jump up and run off the field, and these are tough guys, and they play a tough sport. But just slowing everything down, getting a good assessment, making sure we're safe to kind of move from where we are first is the most important thing to do.
So if a player is injured, first step, they want to reach out to Rothman Orthopedics and Advent Health. Where can they get in contact with you guys?
Absolutely. We'd love to see anybody that might need help with an injury, and they can find us at transformingortho.com.
Well, thank you, Dr. Yeomans, so much for your time today. Thank you for your support, sponsoring this incredible event, and also bringing peace of mind on the sidelines on our Friday Night Lights. Well, again, we're getting back to our incredible broadcast. Hope you've been enjoying everything today. We want you to know, too, that Rothman Orthopedics, they have over 8 locations, and they're all across Central Florida. So make sure you make your consultation if needed. These guys are here to take care of you.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Council, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities, we are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
How far can the human spirit take you? One more step? A few feet? All the way across the line this time? Back to feeling whole. Get back where you belong with national leaders in orthopedic care. Advent Health, official champion of the human spirit.
And welcome back to Camping World Stadium. Alan Slaughter's into the Brevard Sports Network. And joining me here today, my partner, Hassani Harper from H2 Athletes. We're cutting it up here today, beginning with Brevard County. We'll finish the day with Polk County, and then that will wrap it up. 3 days of coverage, and Dan LaForest and his staff have done an absolutely terrific job here, and Hassani and myself couldn't be more honored to be a part of this. Well, joining us here on the stage now, one of the traditional powers of Brevard County, a school that, I tell you, year in and year out, all they do is just win, and I don't see any reason why they won't do that again in 2024. Joining us are the Merritt Island Mustangs, head coach Tyler Murray. And gentlemen, I'm going to have you pick that microphone up, introduce yourself, tell us your name, what position you play, and what year you are. We'll start with you.
I'm Caden Herrick, LB, class of 2025.
I'm Dominic Smith, class of 2025, outside linebacker.
Devontae Peterson, class of 2026, and I'm a DB.
Deshaun Thomas, class of 2027, tight end.
Kevin Rappel, QB, 2027.
LaQuavius Hasty, class of 2025, DB.
Devontae Williams, running back, 2025.
All right, Hassani, I know you can start the question off. Coach Tyler Murray.
Yeah, so Coach, I'm looking at the sheet. You're returning a lot of talent for this upcoming season. 9 starters on offense, 9 on defense. With so much experience returning to your team for the 2024 season, what is going to be your message on Monday to the players of what you expect for this season to go?
It's going to be the same message that we send year in and year out. It's just hard work. Yeah, we have 9 guys coming back. Really, it's almost like 10 guys on both sides. We have some guys that started some games that maybe didn't start the whole year, but started some games that are coming back as well. But it's just been hard work. It's blue-collar, Merritt Island football. We're going to be hard-nosed, tough, and we're going to just set the tone on Monday with coming out being physical and really showing the county what we're made of.
I remember a few years ago, your program was competing for a state championship. What is it going to take to get your program back to that level, and what kind of work have you guys been doing this summer to put yourself in a position to be able to do that this year?
We've had the summer has been a great program. We've had 60, 70 guys every day at workouts. To get back and compete at that level is just going to be how much, if our kids buy in. I mean, we have all the talent in the world. If our kids buy in like that 2021 team did, you could see us playing late football in December.
Coach, the other day, a former Merritt Island coaching legend passed away in Gerald Hodgin, and my point to this is this tradition at this program. You're an alum. This program has spawned. I mean, Larry Bluestein will tell you, when you look at some of the great coaches in this state, they've come essentially of the coaching tree, a lot of them from Merritt Island. What has made and continues to make the community and this football program what it is?
It's posted on our walls everywhere in the school. It's a saying that's been going on in Merritt Island since the beginning. It's pride, tradition, and family. Merritt Island, they always also say that there's something in the water over there, and in my opinion, being a Mustang myself and being coached by guys like Coach Hodge, rest in peace, who touched so many guys and developed so many, not only just great football players, but great men in the community and throughout the country. That hurt. My brother played for Hodge. I was in the weight room with Hodge when I was 6 and 17 years old, watching my brother working out and watching the way he coached and how he touched men and how he developed those young men and into who they are today. So that one hurts to lose a legend like that, like losing Odom last year. But I would say just the hard work. I mean, it's just a winning attitude of Merritt Island we expect to win. Some schools want to win. At Merritt Island, you expect to win.
I like that answer. From the linebacking position. This was, when I thought of Merritt Island football last year, all I could see was like a video game for the offense. I mean, it was points and numbers, but the defense was good too. Tell me about the defense in 2024.
Our defense is coming back. You see, we have 9 starters. Our LBs are all seniors. We pursue to the ball, hit every single time, everyone to the hats, and we don't take no for an answer, and we stop them from scoring.
I know he's an offensive guy, coach, but he's a hell of a linebacker in college. What do you learn from him at that position? What's he teach?
Eyes. He hates it when we stare at the quarterback. Our foot technique, and reading guards.
Yeah.
And killing people with the football in their hands.
Sounds like a lot you learned there.
Yeah.
Feet, hands, and eyes, baby.
What's your name?
Dominic Smith.
All right. What position?
Outside linebacker.
All right. So you're part of this linebacking corps. Talk about what you want to do to help this offense out this year.
I want to be able to get a lot of takeovers this year, especially applying. I want to apply pressure on quarterback and passing.
What does it mean to be a Merritt Island Mustang?
Pride, tradition, family, to a high extent. Especially a family. I love having, I can text any of them any day of the week, and we're going to go out and do something. And they always got my back no matter what happens, especially in the game. Win, loss, or tie, they always have my back. And that's what I love about being family at Merritt Island.
That's a great answer. Moving down to you. What position?
Defensive back.
Defensive. So you're in the secondary.
Yes, sir.
Now, obviously, you got to help that front seven out, right? I mean, how you guys tell us about the secondary and what you guys want to accomplish. I know you want to get a lot of turnovers. I know all that. But how are you going to do that?
Well, most importantly, we want to get PPUs and do our 111 because the picks don't come at the end of the day. So you just want to be in position for the plays and stuff. And we also got young stars as well. So we just got to pursuit to the ball as well.
I like that. Next down the line here, we want to make sure everybody gets an opportunity. What position?
Tight end.
Tight end. So we're back on offense. Let me ask you this: were you at the food bank thing? Were you? Okay. So what they do in that? These young men volunteer today at the Children's Hunger Network, packing over 600 lunches for needy Brevard County students coming up, and that's a heck of a job. What did it mean to be a part of something like that?
I really enjoyed being able to help our community, and I wasn't expecting anything in return, but just to give back what I got, because I used to get those lunches when I was a kid.
What did you learn there? Did anything shock you?
I didn't know they packed that many.
Yeah.
And helped that many schools, but I think what they're doing is really great.
And I think what you guys did was really great as well. Mr. Verpale, I want to take from a different angle from you. If you know Merritt Island, then you know the name Verpale. It just is what it is. How are you going to create your legacy, not just at Merritt Island, but in your own household?
Well, it's a lot, with my family because my dad holds me high standards, so you got to show on the field, but it all starts in the weight room and with our team. Summer workouts, we've been working very hard.
So when they say family, pride, and tradition, Merritt Island, that is literal in your house, isn't it?
Yes.
Always
sir.
has been, hasn't it?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
no doubt about it. And I'm excited to watch you guys play this year. Play next to you. I'm sorry, what was your name and what position?
Laquavius Hasty and DB.
DB, so you're back there in the secondary
Yes, sir.
as well. What's one thing about your secondary that's going to shock a lot of people? I believe you guys have speed, okay? But outside of that, what's one thing that's going to shock people?
I really feel like it's our grit and our determination to win. Like, I feel like in the secondary, a lot of people don't like to tackle, but that's not the case with us. Like, we really coming to hit.
At the DB position, and any DB sitting there can take this, but I want to know, when you're looking at your defense, right, like, what are you thinking? Like, you're thinking, these are my dogs up here. They're going to go get it. I mean, what are you thinking about?
I'm thinking about going out there and trying to make a play for my brothers, trying to win, trying to do everything I can, every single play.
Knowing your job, right? Doing what, yeah, I like it. You got to refresh me. Name and position?
Devontae Williams and running back.
That's right. Okay. You're going to get the rock this year. You're a big guy. Talk about your running style. Your running style. How do you like to run? You like to go outside the tackle or you like to run inside the
I'm more
tackle?
of an inside man until I got to bounce out. But
Yeah, a little bit closer.
I'm more of an inside runner until I have to bounce out. But 9 out of 10, it's going to be hard to stop me either way, so it don't really matter.
You like to catch the ball out of the backfield too?
Catching the ball, yeah, but I'm more of a runner.
I got you. Coach, I got to get back to you and ask you. You put up a lot of points last year. You got you 2 young, good quarterbacks going into camp. I don't know, maybe 3. But what is the expectation for this offense? I mean, last year was awfully impressive. What do you want to see from your offense this year?
We want to build on the foundation that we set forth last year. We returned, like I said, we returned 10 out of 11 guys really ending the season. So they've been in the system for a year. We figured out a couple other things during the spring to get faster, which is, hard to do, but we're going to push the tempo harder this year.
You got a lot of speed this year, don't you?
Yeah, we're the weight room. Coach Bobby Purvin, our defense coordinator, have done a great job in the offseason. Got him as a steal out of college last year as our strength coach and defense coordinator, and he's done a heck of a job. We put him some crazy numbers this year in the weight room and on the field. So no, I'm looking forward to it. We got a real tough test in Gadsden County up in Tallahassee week 1. They return a ton of Division I talent. So we're going to put Merritt Island to the test early in the season and see what we got.
That new district you're in as well, localized. It's you, it's Eau Gallie, it's Palm Bay, it's Satellite. It's not easy, that's for sure. And so outside of that, who was your kickoffs against?
Kickoff Classic is against New Smyrna.
Okay.
And I think it's a jamboree with... I can't remember the other.
That's all right. So look at it like this: New Smyrna Beach, John Wilkinson, and where did he start?
Merritt Island.
Merritt Island. There you go. So obviously, you guys, there's other media out there that want to talk to you guys. Thank you so much for coming in here today. Asani, any other questions? All right, we'll be right
Appreciate
back.
You guys.
Yeah, no problem. We'll be right back here on Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics.
How far can the human spirit take you? One more step? A few feet? All the way across the line this time? Back to feeling whole. Get back where you belong with national leaders in orthopedic care. Advent Health, official champion of the human spirit.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Council, sports and entertainment guidance and representation From athletes to celebrities, we are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
So I'm so excited. We're at ground zero. 10 years ago when we said, hey, can a stadium actually connect to a neighborhood on a vascular level? This was it. There was a boarded up, fenced up, affordable housing development sitting here. And so, Lift Orlando was born. And through that energy source of a stadium and the idea of sports and how could we do more, here we are. And so happy that you took a minute, and we're going to get a chance to see two great quarterbacks play on the field, but I think we're going to get to meet them and get their reaction for what does it feel like as a player.
I think these guys are going to see these projects that Lift Orlando is working on. It's going to hit home and give them more purpose to go out and perform.
That's why I play football. I care about other people a lot. So I'm just out here, I play football to put smiles on people's faces, give back to the community. It's always, our platform that we have is a blessing from the man upstairs, so giving back is very important to me.
Yeah, I wake up every morning with a sense of urgency, knowing that I'm writing my legacy. Knowing every day when I put that jersey on, that I want to leave that jersey in a better place.
You guys are rock stars, right? I mean, what you're doing in your own personal lives and how you're using your personal platforms, I think is a model for the rest of us to follow. I hope that's what we're doing in some small way and making you proud, and you'll come back later in life and go, wow, I had something to do with this. So
yes, sir.
Appreciate the time today.
Appreciate you.
The power of college football.
Yeah, you heard it.
It's uncommon what you guys are doing for this bowl game, but also what you're doing in this community. And it's a blessing to be here knowing that all this is going around. And I spent some time here in Orlando, so, just seeing this being built around and kind of knowing some of my guys who have been from West Orlando who played on, the UCF team, it's a blessing.
We appreciate what you're doing. You guys sit at the top, everybody's watching you, and what you're giving back to the kids is important. So thanks for everything you're doing for Orlando, and good luck this week at the game.
All right, welcome back to Camping World Stadium. Alan Slaughter-Zinski and Hassani Harper with you. Hassani of H2 Athletes, myself, Brevard Sports Network, and the Florida Citrus Sports third final day of high school football media days presented by Advent Health, Orlando, and Rothman Orthopedics. And we keep talking about tradition and staple programs, and yet another one on the stage with us here at Camping World Stadium in the Palm Bay Pirates. Now, we are joined by first-year head coach Mitchell Brown and their players. We're going to have their players introduce themselves. You're going to tell us your name, what position you play, and what year.
Duell Fighter, receiver, class of 26.
Braden Cook, running back, class of 26.
Donald Clark, DN, class of 25.
Jacob Day, inside linebacker, class of 2025.
Jaden Howard, athlete, class of 2025.
Demarion Harp, class of 25, D-line.
So, Coach Brown, with this being your first year with the program, what have you done since you've gotten there to kind of make your mark and set the expectations for, what you want this team to buy into this upcoming season?
So I think the easiest part about it is that I've been with the program the last 4 years. I've played in the program, so not much had to change. I think it was just that the guys needed to hear my voice, the directions that we wanted to go as a staff, as an alumni staff. We got 6 guys that played football at Palm Bay High. And I think the biggest thing was just to know that, hey, we're there for them, and, we've had 4 coaches in like 6 years. We're going to be here for a while, and we're here for you guys. And, you guys just stick around, and we're going to try to build something special again here at Palm Bay High.
Having so many coaches who played for the program, you kind of know what the standard is during your playing days. What has been your message to these next generation players of how they can meet that same standard?
Honestly, it's just compete. Palm Bay High has always been noticed for playing good defense, running the ball down your throat. But not even all that. It was just the way they competed. They were always scrappy. They were always tough. So just to keep that mindset, never to give up, and just to keep competing throughout the game. Like, Palm Bay was never out of a game when we were playing.
Junior, Duell. I get Junior. Listen, you guys have a lot of two-way players on this football team, and that is, that you as well. Talk about the off-season conditioning and what it takes to have as many two-way players as you do and do it successfully. Because, a lot of people might look at, and I wrote on the surface, this is the third head coach in 3 years for Palm Bay. But what people don't know is Coach Mitch has been there for 4 years, and all of the coaches have been a part of the staff. And just because that's been the case, it still is Palm Bay tradition and has been. But talk about what you guys have done to get yourselves ready to commit playing both ways.
It's a lot of hard work during the off season. It's like,
yeah, pull that a little closer, make sure they can hear you. Yeah.
It's a lot of hard work, but we do the same thing really. Just because we had a different coach every year, it's the same work. Everybody just works hard and does everything they're supposed to do, or whatever the coach tells them to do.
For you play two ways. Yeah. Okay. So do you play multi-sports?
No, sir.
Okay, so you just play football. How do you get your body prepared to go both ways? You're playing 80 snaps. You're not playing 40 or 50. You're playing 80. And what do you do to prepare to prevent from wearing down in the fourth quarter?
Number one, like Coach always says, is staying hydrated. And number two, eating healthy. And just always being ready to work no matter what.
Got you. I'm sorry, what position?
DN.
DN, yeah. Palm Bay's got some good DNs. I got to tell you, coming off the edge, that defense over the last couple of years, I think 55 turnovers. I think a couple of years ago, the defense had, under this guy's first year there, the defense scored almost as many touchdowns as the offense did. That Palm Bay defense is a tradition there. How are you going to maintain that tradition of Palm Bay defense?
I'm going to come in, play hard, do what I'm supposed to do, always make sure I'm where I'm supposed to be.
Which is what?
Keep the edge, make sure that nobody run off the edge on me. Always make that tackle. Always be to the ball.
Fast and physical too, right?
Yes, sir.
Jacob, you're the guy in the middle, right? So you're the guy that kind of quarterbacks and captains that whole thing there. Tell me about your defense this year. What can we expect to see from them? And I know it's going to be tough and fast, but I guess what I'm asking is, what's going to set the 2024 defense apart?
We're going to be more spread out and definitely more physical. We've all gotten a lot stronger. Definitely been put more work in. Weight room and on the field.
What have you guys been doing this offseason in the way? Anything special? I mean,
no, we've been competing a lot, which makes it funner and bringing the team together.
Okay.
And that's
anybody down there on the offense? There you go. Grab that microphone. And what position?
I play receiver and running back as well.
And what's your name?
Jaden Howard.
Okay, so you guys got guys that are playing wide receiver, DB. Your quarterback situation is going to be a little different this year. How is the offense approaching it this year?
Well, I think one thing about our offense is we're all athletes and we can all play every position on the field. So it's easy for us to move around and be versatile because of our experience of playing football and the way we can understand the game.
You got a coach offensively that will run the football if he has to, and he'll throw it too, likes to throw it too. What do you learn from a guy from a Coach DeGore?
Well, from my time here already, Coach DeGore, I can already see he has a great mind, like a mastermind on the offense, and he knows how to utilize his players. So I think that's what makes him the coach he is.
Mr. Hart, you're going to be the guy this year up front that starts knocking heads right from get-go. You are the prototypical Palm Bay traditional style defensive lineman. Talk about, I know you want a big year for yourself this year.
Yes, sir.
How are you going to do it?
Well, I'm just going to stay disciplined and focus on the game at hand. The last few years, people have been off task, but we've been building up our maintain focus on where we want to be at, like district championships, try to get a state championship. You know,
Sure.
it's anything's possible. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're really disciplined this year, and we're really coming for it. I'm trying coming for it all.
For you personally, what do you need to do to get from here to here?
Just be, you know, just work harder. Work every day. You just got to work harder than you did the last day. You know, it's 1% every day. You know, you never give up. Just keep going, even in the darkest time.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you know, for the players, what are your expectations for this upcoming season? How far do you see yourselves going as a team this year? What are your goals?
Definitely make it farther than we went last year, and have a better record than last year. But even that, just, you know, that's about it.
Coach, what impresses you about this group at this table and your leaders this year? What do you want from them? What would you say? What do you sit down and tell your leaders?
The biggest thing I want for them is to lead, and you know it's hard to find good leaders these days. And like we tell all of our kids, though, it's just not these guys. We want leaders, not followers. It's so easy to follow these days and go in the transfer portal and go to a school that's winning. It's hard to stay and be a leader and build a program and stay to actually be the guy at that program instead of just going to be the follower and just be another guy at another program. So that's what we try to instill, and you know, we want these guys to be better at the next level in life, whatever they do. And you know, you're not going to get there being a follower. You're going to get there being a leader.
And you got a great group of guys to lead them. You know, 6, 7, counting Coach Brown, former Palm Bay Pirates on this coaching staff. I tell you what, it's going to be a fun season. It's going to be a football team that's going to line up, punch you in the mouth, and they're going to be fun to watch from that perspective. That's your type of game. This is your type of team. For Coach Mitchell Brown, we'll be right back here, myself and Hassani, on Florida Citrus Sports. High school football media days, Brevard and Polk County, the final day, presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. welcome back to Camping World Stadium. Alan Slaughter-Zinski of the Brevard Sports Network here with my guy, Sonny Harper from H2 Athletes. We are here, day 3, as we are getting close to the end of the Brevard County high schools, and Polk County will be coming up shortly. This is the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. The team up on the stage with us now are the Viera Hawks under the guidance and tutelage of second-year head coach Tony Gully. He was the interim head coach last year, had that ridiculous tag removed, and named the head coach this year. So what we'll do is we'll have the gentlemen, the players introduce themselves. You'll tell us your name, what position you play, and what year you are. So grab that microphone, Isaac.
My name is Isaac Hungerbuehler. I'm a defensive end, class 2025.
Cooper Keith, DB, class of 2025.
Jack Hancock, tight end, class of 25.
Eric Nelson, quarterback, class of 2026.
Kobe Wallace, left tackle, class of 2027.
Son?
Yeah, so Coach Gullah, it's your program now. What kind of standard do you want to set for your program under your leadership this upcoming year?
We're definitely setting the standard of discipline and hard work. It was in place, but we're really emphasizing that hard work, commitment to the program, commitment to the community, and commitment to our school.
Okay, what were some of the things that you guys done this off season to kind of get prepared for the upcoming year?
Well, we had a great off season of strength and conditioning, a great summer conditioning program. We had 90% participation rate through the summer. Some things that we did last year to get ready for that leadership role. We elected captains and we appointed a leadership committee so they could take ownership of leading the team. We want to be a player-led team, not a coach-led team.
And I noticed that you brought these specific players here to Media Day today. Can you kind of touch on each one and why you specifically chose them to represent the program?
Yes, we got three of our 4 captains are here. The captain that's not here is Eric James Olson, and then our quarterback Eric Nelson, junior and sophomore offensive tackle Kobe Wallace. And Kobe's the leader, one of the leaders of the offensive line. Eric is our quarterback. He's taken over. He's got some big shoes to fill, but he's taken over. And then having the 3 captains is really important. And you know, the other exciting thing about everybody I have here is they all have college offers, except for Eric. And Eric, after the spring game, 2 days after the spring game, the Navy coach was in our office asking about him. So we got 4 players with offers and Eric. So we got some stuff going on, and obviously Noah Rennis on a visit. He's had a visit at App State.
Okay.
And Noah's got 3 offers already, 2027 linebacker, USF, App State, and Marshall. So we got some really good things going on. Yes.
Isaac, the defense is going to be huge for Viera this year. You guys returned a lot on the defensive side of the football this year. As a guy that's coming back for another season, as a guy that's been a part of Viera High School football, Viera youth football, you cut you open, you're probably bleeding. There's probably a hawk that'll fly out somewhere. So my question is, how are you going to make this defense special this season? How are you going to make it stand out? Grab that microphone.
I mean, you know, one of the greatest things with returning 10 starters we're not, you know, going back and learning the basics again. So now we can add on to our defense and make our defense so versatile and so unique that whenever we're playing, you know, spread teams, heavy run teams, we're able to really switch the whole personnel and just make it where we can literally stop whatever offense we want. So if you're going to put 2 tight ends down, we're able to get up there. If you're going to put, you know, spread it out empty, we're able to get out there. And that's what I like about our defense this year, is just able to run everything and run it real well.
How are you going to keep your emotions in check this year? What have you done to work on that?
I mean, you know, last year was easy, you know, just whatever. But Coach Fuller, set James after me. Yeah, so if I ever start talking to an O lineman or a ref, I got James pulling me away. But I'm not doing that anymore.
Okay.
I promise. It slowed down last year.
I got you. I keep that motor. Keep that motor. Just watch those after whistles. Cooper, you got a special secondary, I think. I think you got guys that can fly around the football. I think you got guys that can create plays, make plays, and create turnovers, because I think your offense is going to need that this year. Tell me about your secondary and why this secondary you think might be special.
Our secondary is very special because we have guys that can play anywhere on the field. We can move them around to corner, nickel, linebacker, safety, and they'll all play it well. We all know the coverages well. Everyone, they have a good mind when it comes to football and a really high IQ, so we all know where to go. We all know how to work together, how to switch off to the next man, and we can all play any spot on the field.
Jack, you've kind of been I know your name is Jack, but you've kind of been the jack of all trades, right? I mean, you've been asked to do a lot in your time at Viera. So let me ask you this. What do you like to play? What will you play? And what's the future hold for Jack Hancock?
Well, I will say that I will play anything wherever coach will move me. We've moved to outside receiver, slot receiver, H-back, tight end. Very rarely is
You
my
like
head.
that, though,
I
don't
do
you?
like that.
Yeah,
I like to go wherever, and it doesn't even matter about getting the ball. I like to block, believe it or not. I like to do whatever helps us put us in a good situation. Because I know we've got receivers that can work out there catching the ball, and if that means I'm inside, and we've got dudes who can also block inside if I need to go catch the ball. So whatever coach has in store for us, that's what we're going to do.
It's great, guys, watching you guys go from youth football to now. This is a special moment for me, too, because to be able to sit up here as you guys go into your senior year, having covered most of you as long as I have, that's a pretty cool thing and one of the highlights of my job as well. And I know, Hassani, you know what it means to see these student athletes grow and become what they are. So let's not sugarcoat this, me and you. I'm a former quarterback, you're a quarterback. I think it shocked a lot of people when you lost the last quarterback. But that's done, that's over with, and now we're in the future. Camp starts Monday. Your team, as the quarterback of the Viera Hawks, what do you see this offense being this year?
I see our offense being really versatile this year. I mean, we have a lot of great guys, great O-line. I mean, a lot of great players. We're going to be really, We're going to be really fast-paced, I guess you could say. I mean, we are learning at a fast pace right now, and I think right now we don't have to huddle to get on the ball. We're going to be running the ball a lot, but, I could still throw. And
absolutely,
I can still throw.
Yes, you can.
And we have a lot of different packages. We're gonna be special this year. I mean, I'm really excited.
I think you have an opportunity to really be multiple in a lot of positive ways.
I think we're gonna shock a lot of people.
And I think it starts with you guys up front. Now look, you're returning, right?
Yes, sir.
So, what year are you?
27.
Okay, so I mean, you played last year. I mean, I don't think you guys could be any younger last year.
No, sir.
You learn on the fly as you go. What did you learn last year as a unit, being so young, that I think is going to make you a special unit, not just this year, but in the years to come? What did you learn last year?
How to block all the different fronts, where they're going to go, all the tricks defense runs. The O-line, we're all together. And so we all learned the format. So if it's a four-man,
Sure.
we know how to block inside. If there's deuce, we know how to do all that stuff.
Tell me about, let's give guys, I call them, the guys in the trenches, the big guys, the Hogs. Back in my day, the Washington Redskins offensive line were the Hogs. The big guys, the Hawks, right?
Yes, sir.
What, remember that?
I remember. Yes.
What, show some love. Who are your other guys up front?
We got Big Mike.
Okay.
Finn Goldinger.
Finn.
Samuel Cardona and Max. I don't know how to say his last name.
That's all right.
Let's call him Max K.
Max,
K.
okay.
Yes.
And you, of course.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun watching you guys up there this year. And you know what? I mean, you're going to be good offensive linemen for it because, again, being multiple and what you guys are going to do this year requires athleticism up front. Coach, you know, you've dealt with a lot over the last 2 years. It's got to feel good to go into Monday fresh, new. This is your team. This is your program. What does that mean to be able to do that now?
The great part is last year we were under a microscope.
Sure.
From administration, fans, opponents,
media,
a big mic. We don't have that on our shoulders anymore. So that's big weight off our shoulders. And having returning players, the quality returning players back that we have makes it easier. And every one of our captains is a returning player too. So the captains we elected last year returning. So that helps. That definitely helps. And also having 10 returning starters on defense makes a very big difference.
Yes, it does.
Especially when our offense is in transition. And our offensive line is still young. There's 3 sophomores on the offensive line. 3 sophomores on the offensive line. All 3 of them played last year. And then the other 2 are obviously Finn, Golddinger, and Big Mike.
I couldn't be more excited for your program this year, Coach. And let me just say this. I'm excited for you. I love you guys, but I know what this guy's been through. And to watch this guy be able to finally do this come Monday, I know is a lot. And congratulations, Coach. Good luck this year. Yeah, man. No doubt about it. The Viera Hawks, it is my belief they fell 1 game short last year of making the playoffs. They were 5-4, 1 game short of making the playoffs last year. I think you can. I think you'll see Viera Hawks right there knocking on that playoff door once again in 2024. We'll be right back, myself and Dasani, here on the Florida Citrus Sports 2024 High School Football Media Days presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics.
Players are now allowed to profit from their name, image, and likeness. That basically means they can get sponsorships like pro athletes.
I think the concern is who can participate, who will participate, and how does that affect?
Dan LaForest is a financial advisor and registered sports agent in Central Florida.
Georgia actually passed this law back in October of last year, and they've only reported almost 40 NIL deals in the whole state of Georgia.
We know that more than 30 other states have this already. Why is Florida such a focus?
The state of Florida puts more kids into Power 4 schools than any other state. During the NFL draft this year, the state of Florida was representing the NFL draft more than any other state. So this is where high school talent is developed. The floodgates are open to just like any other situation. I think that the ones that do get legal counsel, they do get financial counsel, and they get somebody who's looking out for their best interests, I think those are the ones that are going to be the most successful.
So I'm so excited. We're at ground zero. 10 years ago when we said, hey, can a stadium actually connect to a neighborhood on a vascular level? This was it. There was a boarded up, fenced up, affordable housing development sitting here. And so, Lift Orlando was born. And through that energy source of a stadium and the idea of sports and how could we do more, here we are. And so happy that you took a minute and we're going to get a chance to see 2 great quarterbacks play on the field, but I think we're going to get to meet them and get their reaction for what does it feel like as a player.
I think these guys are going to see these projects that Lift Orlando is working on. It's going to hit home and give them more purpose to go out and perform.
That's why I play football. I care about other people a lot. So I'm just out here, I play football to put smiles on people's faces, give back to the community. It's always, our platform that we have is a blessing from the man upstairs. So giving back is very important to me.
Yeah, I wake up every morning with a sense of urgency, knowing that I'm writing my legacy. Knowing every day when I put that jersey on, that I want to leave that jersey in a better place.
You guys are rock stars, right? I mean, what you're doing in your own personal lives and how you're using your personal platforms, I think is a model for the rest of us to follow. I hope that's what we're doing in some small way and making you proud, and you'll come back later in life and go, wow, I had something to do with this. So
yes, sir.
Appreciate the time today.
Appreciate you. The power of college football.
Yeah, you heard it.
It's uncommon what you guys are doing for this bowl game, but also what you're doing in this community. And it's a blessing to be here knowing that all this is going around. And I spent some time here in Orlando, so just seeing this being built around and kind of knowing some of my guys who have been from West Orlando who played on the UCF team, it's a blessing.
We appreciate what you're doing. You guys sit at the top, everybody's watching you, and what you're giving back to the kids is important. So thanks for everything you're doing for Orlando, and good luck this week at the game.
How far can the human spirit take you? One more step? A few feet? All the way across the line this time? Back to feeling whole. Get back where you belong with national leaders in orthopedic care. Advent Health, official champion of the human spirit.
Welcome back to the Florida High School Football Media Days. My name is Asani Harper of H2 Athletes. I'm here with the Bartow Yellow Jackets of Polk County. Head coach Tyler Eden. Welcome today, Coach. Can you introduce the players today that you brought with you?
Absolutely. Well, first off, we just want to say thank you to Dan LaForest, to yourself, Hassani, to the legend, Larry Bluestein, and everybody else who made this possible. This is really special. This is incredibly impressive. And just production, everything's amazing. So thank you guys for having us. So from left to right, this is all of them are seniors. This is linebacker DeCorian Stanley, wide receiver Kamarion Thomas, safety Tavares Murray, running back Avis Brown Jr., and cornerback Jashad Hampton.
Coach, year number 2 for you. What are your expectations for the program as you enter year number 2?
Well, I would say that my expectations are to continue to build off of what we did last year, but to take massive steps forward in terms of just culture. I think culture is something that is elusive, and it's something that takes time to build. But I think that we've had a really good summer and spring, for that matter, and with the hiring of some very key coaches, as well as having the high quality assistants that returned. It was able to really allow me to take a step back and just focus on that piece. And so I think, with that in place, I'm super excited. These guys have done a heck of a job of just stepping up and embracing that change and growing into the way that we're, doing things. And I'm really excited to see their leadership and just how they perform this season.
You talk about that culture and the community pride. How much of that means to not only yourself, but the players and a part of the program?
Well, I think it means everything. I mean, again, this is what makes Bartow one of the best jobs in the state of Florida and maybe in the nation, I would say, because you do have a community that loves their high school, their sports, they're passionate. I mean, I kind of liken it to where I'm from, right, in Cleveland, Ohio. Everybody rallies around their sports teams. It just means more that the city kind of takes on the identity of their teams. Whereas in other cities, there's multiple high schools, and so it's kind of fragmented. But here, everybody is just one team in one town, and so the support and the love that we get, and then the tradition. Just going back, winning having 3 state championships here, having numerous regional and district titles, and so many players that have made it to the NFL and played in college at a high level. I think these young men are really understanding that, and they know what it means to be a Yellow Jacket. So I think it means everything to have that community support.
Okay, I'm going to start with a couple questions for your players. First, introduce yourself in the mic.
My name is DeCorian Stanley.
All right, DeCorian, got a couple Division I offers. What kind of work have you been putting in this off season to put yourself in a position to earn some more this upcoming year?
Definitely in the weight room more often, trying to get better at my craft, of course. Definitely at home things I would do to get better and studying the books.
Okay. Go up next.
Kamarion Thomas.
Kamarion, last year you earned a team offensive MVP honors. What do you plan on doing this upcoming year to put yourself in a position to repeat? What do you plan on doing this upcoming season to put yourself in a position to repeat team MVP honors?
Just working harder, keep grinding. Yeah.
So when you talk about keep grinding, what type of stuff have you done in the off season to kind of showcase that?
I've been training, working out, weight room, things like that.
Okay.
Sonny, do you mind if I just say something too?
Yeah.
So I was driving to take my daughter to the park. We live in Bartow. I was driving past the practice field. Kamarion and Corey, two of our senior receivers, were out there at 5:30 in the evening working out for an hour plus, just getting better. So incredible work ethic, not only on him but all these kids. But that's just yesterday. That's very common for our kids.
I was going to say the fact that he was willing to do stuff outside of what you guys just do with the team. How important is that for players to do stuff like that to put themselves in a position to?
I mean, it's everything. Again, you know, we pride ourselves in working really hard. Again, I think the team kind of reflects the city of Bartow in that way. I think there's a lot of great, hardworking people there, and our kids have that in them. They work hard, but you know, you want to be, as a coach, it's a dream come true, because you want to have guys that not only are going to give you 110 when they're there, but then they're going to turn around, get a break, come back, and get better on their own. I mean, you know, we talk about it like this: talent is a gift, greatness is a choice. And so for these guys to want to be great and make those kind of choices, to put themselves in a position to do so, is just so impressive.
Tavares.
Yes, sir.
You recently committed. What program was it again?
Central Michigan.
All right, so what was it about Central Michigan, in your opinion, that separated them from all the other programs that had extended offers to you?
What separated them from all the other programs was the coaches. The coaches led me in at all times. Coach McElwain took me under the wing. The DB coach, he had me at all times, helped me accountable, called me every day, and just at all times they had me. Built me character when I was up there. It felt like home, me and my family. It just felt good.
Who's up next?
Avis Brown Jr.
All right, Avis.
Yes, sir.
So you started your freshman year in Polk County at Davenport, and you spent a couple years in Orange County. Now you're back for your senior year in Polk. Talk about what it's been like being at the Bartow program, and how's it been so far for you?
You know, it's just a great program. You know, we all just working hard, taking one day at a time. You know, we just go have a great season.
What are some of your goals for this upcoming season, especially being a player who's kind of still under the radar for a lot of these college programs out there?
This season, I want 2,000 yards.
Okay. All right, and then the last player at the end?
Jashad Hampton.
Okay, Jashad. So you've got 13 career interceptions. On top of that, you got 5 Division I offers. What is your goal for this last ride, being a part of the Bartow program, that you hope to accomplish for your team?
I hope to accomplish a district championship first and state run, and just build a better chemistry and brotherhood with my teammates.
And then final question for you, Coach Eden. You know, practice starts on Monday. You know, what's that message for the team going to be like? You know, how are you going to set the tone for what you guys hope to accomplish this upcoming year?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, it's pretty much been consistent with the spring. It's been consistent in the summer. And you know, one of the things that one of our main statements is to win today. But one of the ways that we've kind of equipped our guys to do that is by having an above the line mentality, right? And so just reminding them that the more you choose to be above that line, the more you develop winning habits. The more you develop winning habits, you know, in those key crucial situations, you give yourself a much better chance and an opportunity to win. You know, and just reminding that, you know, all the goals that we might set individually, as a team, and those are great things, but the reality of it is the only thing that we can control is this day that we have right now, is Monday, right? Getting in there, we're going to max out, then we're going to go and helmets install every special teams, and paying really close attention to every detail, okay, so we can win that day and then build those winning habits and then continue to just add up onto that, so that again, when we do get in those tight games, you know, we're going to fall back to the level of our training, which is just doing the next right thing over and over again.
Coach, well, appreciate you coming out. Appreciate you bringing your team with you. Good luck this upcoming season.
Thank you so much for having us.
We'll be right back from the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days.
Players are now allowed to profit from their name, image, and likeness. That basically means they can get sponsorships like pro athletes.
I think the concern is who can participate, who will participate, and how does that affect?
Dan LaForest is a financial advisor and registered sports agent in Central Florida.
Georgia actually passed this law back in October of last year, and they've only reported almost 40 NIL deals in the whole state of Georgia.
We know that more than 30 other states have this already. Why is Florida such a focus?
The state of Florida puts more kids into Power 4 schools than any other state. During the NFL draft this year, the state of Florida was representing the NFL draft more than any other state. So this is where high school talent is developed. The floodgates are open to just like any other situation. I think that the ones that do get legal counsel, they do get financial counsel, and they get somebody who's looking out for their best interests, I think those are the ones that are going to be the most successful.
So I'm so excited. We're at ground zero. 10 years ago when we said, hey, can a stadium actually connect to a neighborhood on a vascular level? This was it. There was a boarded up, fenced up, affordable housing development sitting here. And so, Lift Orlando was born. And through that energy source of a stadium and the idea of sports and how could we do more, here we are. And so happy that you took a minute, and we're going to get a chance to see two great quarterbacks play on the field, but I think we're going to get to meet them and get their reaction for what does it feel like as a player.
I think these guys are going to see these projects that Lift Orlando is working on. It's going to hit home and give them more purpose to go out and perform.
That's why I play football. I care about other people a lot. So I'm just out here, I play football to put smiles on people's faces, give back to the community. It's always, our platform that we have is a blessing from the man upstairs. So giving back is very important to me.
Yeah, I wake up every morning with a sense of urgency, knowing that I'm writing my legacy. Knowing every day when I put that jersey on, that I want to leave that jersey in a better place.
You guys are rock stars, right? I mean, what you're doing in your own personal lives and how you're using your personal platforms, I think is a model for the rest of us to follow. I hope that's what we're doing in some small way and making you proud, and you'll come back later in life and go, wow, I had something to do with this. So
yes, sir.
Appreciate the time today.
Appreciate you. The power of college football.
Yeah, you heard it.
It's uncommon what you guys are doing for this bowl game, but also what you're doing in this community. And it's a blessing to be here knowing that all this is going around. And I spent some time here in Orlando, so just seeing this being built around and kind of knowing some of my guys who have been from West Orlando, who played on the UCF team, it's a blessing.
We appreciate what you're doing. You guys sit at the top, everybody's watching you, and what you're giving back to the kids is important. So thanks for everything you're doing for Orlando, and good luck this week at the game.
Thanks.
And welcome back to Camping World Stadium. Alan Slaughterzinski with you here, along with Hassani Harper from H2 Athletes. I'm from, as I said, Brevard Sports Network, and we're live here at Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. And we were talking, just a great job with Bartow. I was talking, listening to Coach Eden, I believe, talking. I'd run through a wall for him. Another guy I'd run through a wall for, if you've ever heard an interview that I've conducted with him, is the guy sitting on my left. He is the new head football coach for the Melbourne Central Catholic Hustlers. His name is Willie Tillman, and he's got his team here today. So what we're going to do is we're going to have Coach Tillman's players introduce themselves. They'll tell you who they are, what position they play, and what year they'll graduate. And then we'll talk to Coach Tillman. We'll start right here with you.
Noah Flores, class of 2027 athlete. Ezra Engel, class of 2025 DB.
Javion Cooper, class of 26 right tackle.
Corby Young, class of 2025 left guard DN.
Noah Ostrander, class of 2025 D tackle.
Beast. Go ahead.
Hey, so Coach Tillman, program finished 9-3 last year. What has been your goal for this group that you're taking over to kind of exceed what they did last year's program?
Well, first of all, we're just trying to build as a program, and we have our saying this year is brotherhood. We feel like if we can play for each other and love each other and play hard for each other, good things will happen. So that's our goal, to build off from last year, to continue to get better. But we feel like if we're all one and we're all playing together, good things are going to happen.
Coach, you've been at every level, okay? But every coaching experience is different. Since taking over at Melbourne Central Catholic, what has been different for you this go-round?
Well, we got talent.
Yeah.
I've been places where I've come in as a head coach or a coordinator, and you know, the cabinet wasn't full, right? No, this cabinet was full.
Yeah.
We got a couple new guys in that's going to help us. And that's why I truly believe if we can get these guys playing hard together and playing for each other, understanding the system, we're going to be okay.
You know, I want to start down there this time. I want to start with Noah Ostrander, and I want to start with the guys in the trenches. I'm always starting with the guys, the speed. I'm starting with the guys up front this time. Noah, you know, this is a big year for you. It's your senior season. First of all, you're a leader on that offensive line, or that defensive line, I'm sorry. You're a leader in the trenches, I should say. What will you do to impact your unit to make it better? What do you like about it, and what are your goals for this year?
So first of all, I love my O-line and my D-line. I play both ways.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Mainly D-line.
Right.
But, I mean, I love these guys. I love my team. I love mainly the linemen because they are just like brothers to me, and I just love playing with them. But I think we're really going to come together because we're emphasizing brotherhood on this team, and we're just going to have a lot of fun this year. We play really physical, really nasty, and we're going to get after it.
And that's exactly how you would describe your game, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Yes, sir.
Let me come down here. Noah, you know, everybody watching this is going to say he didn't ask him the question. He didn't, so I'm going to ask you the question. The question is, why was MCC the right place for you?
Ultimately, it was a family decision, but I believe that this team would challenge my athletic ability and my academic ability.
I think that's a phenomenal answer. And so what do you want to be, what role are you going to have? Because first of all, I mean, I've seen you return kicks for touchdowns. I've seen you play the slot, quarterback, running back, defensive back. I mean, I've seen you do everything but draw on the chalkboard. So what will you be doing?
I'll still be all around the field, but I just want to be able to lead this team to victory and go throughout the season.
I think that's, and I've been interviewing this young man, I don't know, since he was playing youth football at Satellite, and his answers are always humble, and it's always about the team, and I absolutely love it. Well, I'm sorry, what was your name?
Ezra Engel.
Okay, and what position?
I play DB.
All right, so you're in that defensive secondary. This is a good team. Okay, this is, I mean, you have a first-year coach, but you don't have a first-year coach. I mean, you've got a guy that's been there and he's done that. So you got a good set of coaches behind him, coaching with him. There are big things. You don't have an easy schedule, by the way, either, okay? What are the expectations for this defense as a unit this year?
I have high expectations for our defense this year. We have a really great front line and inside core, and our DBs are very controlled and know what they're doing most of the time.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes, sir.
I have always been impressed from day one with not just your size. Size don't impress me. What impresses me is what you do with that size. Can you move? How's your footwork? Well, I love watching you play the game. Talk about your game and what your expectations are this year.
My game, fast, violent, physical. My expectations is just to dominate with my brothers.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Just open up holes and just punch people right there, right?
You already know it.
I like the smile on the offense and defense. When you ask a defensive or an offensive lineman that question, Asani, and they do this, and they go, you just know. Yeah. They're not just giving you words. What position?
Left guard at the end.
Okay, so we got three. Look, see how they sit together. You know what I mean? It's just that's how it is. Tell me about both units.
How do you see both units?
Well, our front lines are like one of the best in Brevard, other than Coco. But,
I agree with you.
I feel like we're going to be violent on both sides of the ball, offensively and defensively. I feel like we have a great quarterback. We have a great offensive line, like I said, great defensive line. We have great DBs like Ezra. We have Noah Flores on the field, offense and defense. So I think we're going to have a great season for both sides of the ball.
You know, Coach, I'm watching you, and you and I've interviewed you a couple times. I see you shaking your head up and down a lot. You have to, you know, it all starts for real. And 48 hours from now, you'll be on a football field, or whether you do in the morning or the evening, but 48 hours from now, it's on. And so talk about that excitement and just you can't wait to get going. And how will tomorrow be for Willie Tillman?
You know, it'll be church in the morning.
Right.
To pray for the season.
Right.
You know, definitely
Gotta do that.
We'll do that. You know, I got a grandbaby now, so she kind of takes away. She kind of takes me away from, you know, the everyday grind of football. So I'll hang with her a little bit, but you know, we're prepared for the season. You know, practice plans are done from now until hopefully December.
Right.
That's what we're planning. So tomorrow we'll relax, and then on Monday, you know, we'll probably try to hold them back a little bit because they'll be excited. You know, we'll just be in helmets, and you know, but we had a good opportunity to go down to West Palm this summer for an FCA team camp. So we're going to use a lot of that film. We'll be watching that in the next couple of days, and you know, we're not going to just jump in it and hey, let's go. You know, it's a long season. The season's a marathon, not a sprint.
Right.
So you know, we don't want to wear out in the first 2 weeks, right?
Now, not with your schedule. I mean, week 2 is Trinity Catholic, waiting, for you guys.
At Trinity Catholic.
At Trinity Catholic. So, you have any?
Yeah, I was going to say, because I know you mentioned the FCA camp. How much of an advantage do you feel like going to events like that and being able to get those extra practice sessions in can help for the upcoming season?
Oh, huge, especially for us, you know, because we went through a spring, and, you know, being a 1A school, you know, our numbers aren't huge. So it's hard to do a lot of live 11 on 11, you know. Alan will tell you, we had an interview right after the spring game, and one of the things I mentioned is this summer, we got to go play football. We got to go do some 11 on 11. So for us, it was huge. It made us tougher. We went down south. You know, we got punched in the mouth a little bit. We punched some people back. So that was good. So we definitely got tougher, and now we can use that film going into, you know, the fall here and continue to get better and teach off of that.
I tell you, these guys sitting up on this stage from Coach all the way around to Mr. Ostrander, it's talent. It's talent. It really is. And this is going to be a good football team this year. And you keep your eye on the Melbourne Central Catholic Hustlers. We'll take a break. We'll be right back here to continue with the Brevard County and Polk County Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. welcome back to Camping World Stadium. Alan Slaughter-Sinski of Brevard Sports Network, Kasani Harper of H2 Athletes, and we want to thank for sure Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics for sponsoring the Florida Citrus Sports High School football media days. And Kasani, it has been, we've gotten some interesting answers, but I think when you get to this point, it's like that 2 weeks before the Super Bowl, right? They just want to get out there and start hitting, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And speaking of wanting to get out there and get going, joining us now is the Rockledge Raiders. Head coach Tyrone Giscombe couldn't make it, but here subbing for Coach Giscombe is Alex Metropolis, handles the wide receivers. And so what we're going to do is, Coach, we're going to have the players grab the microphone, introduce yourselves, tell us your name, what position you play, and what year you're graduating.
Jordan Woods, 2025 athlete.
Javon White, 2026, O-line, D-line.
Izzy Montanez, 2025 DB.
All right, Coach, real quick, I know you're filling in for Coach G. So let me just ask you this. Obviously, Coach Younger stepped down. Coach Giscombe carries the interim tag a little bit through the spring, gets named the head coach. But regardless of who's coaching at Rockledge, it's a tradition-rich school. You step in and you are a part of Rockledge, right?
Pretty much,
There you go, talk into that mic.
Yeah. We kind of hired within, but hired our staff within, so everything's staying the same, just going on, moving forward with the tradition.
Yeah, that Rockledge tradition, well, you know, that's the underlying theme when we talk about a lot of the Brevard County high schools. Jordan, let me start with you. You're an athlete, so I will ask this question. What positions are you playing out there on the field?
You might catch me at left tackle this season, Coach. Honestly, I'm playing everything. I'm playing everything.
It's Sonny. Left tackle. You're going to be out there left tackle. But no, that's good. But, and you know what, we're laughing, but you seem willing to accept that role, and that's, tell me about what it takes to be that kind of a player.
Honestly, you just got to come in and lead. You got to make sure that you're setting an example for all your teammates so they can have something to follow when you're going.
No, I was going to say that's impressive that you would be willing to, it sounds like, play any position that's asked of you. Coach, how much does that make you feel hearing, you know, your players talk about that?
Well, we have a few guys that are going to be playing both ways, special teams, everything, all over the field. He's one of them. He does whatever we need him to do, whenever we need him, shows up to everything, and he leads the way for us. So, good kid to have, good kid to lead the team forward.
That's just good stuff. I love to hear that. Mr. White, you too are listed as an athlete. What position do you play?
You know, a little bit of running back, O-line, D-line.
All right, so wait a minute. So hold up. So here we go, right? So he gonna be the tackle, right? And he gonna be the running back.
That's a big running back. That's a big running back.
I can't wait to come see you guys play. But no, talk about that. How would you answer that question about being willing to play whatever you need to do?
You know, I think it's like, it takes a lot of hard work. You got to stay consistent. Like Jordan said, you got to step into like the leadership role a little bit more. Be willing to do whatever it takes to get the win at the end of the day.
Izzy, I think you're listed as you're also listed as an athlete. What position do you play?
I play strong safety, nickel back, maybe a little running back, wide receiver.
Okay, so we're gonna have so I'm piecing this together for Rockledge this year. When camp opens on Monday, you guys are essentially gonna go out there, and it's gonna be a very competitive camp, it sounds like. Talk about how much you're looking forward to getting back to work and what you've been doing this off season.
No, we've been working every day, being in the weight room, running on the field, just getting ready for the season, and we're gonna start camp on Monday. We're just gonna get after it.
Jordan, what has been Coach Giscombe's message? Like every coach, whether they're new, whether they've been there for 15 years, they have a message that they constantly preach. What is his?
His message is putting in your daily deposits. You got to put in what you want to get out. You can't go every day not wanting to work but wanting to see outcomes. And you got to make sure your team is like a family because the coach is not playing on the field.
Right.
It's us as a team, so we got to make sure that we want it just as bad as the coaches do.
When you're 2025, right? So you're graduating this year, and you're junior.
And Izzy, what are you? You're a senior this year?
Senior, sir. Yes, sir.
So we got 2 seniors up here. So what do you want to? What do you play any other sports? Where do you want to be next year?
I'm playing track, but I'm planning on graduating in December so I can just get college early and already.
Oh, you're gonna graduate? Good for you.
Yes, sir.
Working with that GPA. And how about for you, Izzy? Where do you see yourself next year?
I'm gonna be on the football field, baseball field, and I want to go up to college, continue my career.
Izzy a very good baseball player too, and Javian, of course, you got another year to go. Coach, if I asked you if there were one message, and I heard the players say the daily deposit, but if there were one thing that we should know about this program this year, this team, that maybe we don't know, what would it be? Because when you think of Rockledge football, you're thinking about winning, you're thinking about tradition, so we know that. But what do we need to know about this team particularly?
Really tight-knit group, coming closer together every year. The last couple of years, their senior group is a small group, but they lead the way. The sophomore group is huge, so we're going to be returning about 90% of the roster the next 2 years. So
Okay.
we're going to be good this year and good for a few years to come.
I can tell you guys, looking forward to getting out there and seeing you guys at camp. What do you think people should know about this? Anybody can take this question. What should people know about this? Rockledge, you know, the Raiders. They, you know, when you went to Texas last year, you know, a lot of teams don't do that. And what should we know about Rockledge?
I feel like the world.
What is Raider pride, I should say?
Raider pride is a family. It's not only a saying, but this is like real close knitted, and we're a family. It's like nothing that can get between us. We're gonna step for each other every time it comes to the field. Outside the field, you need anything, you can call us. You feel what I'm saying? We're a family.
And we're going to compete together. We're never just going to lay down. We're going to work for what we do. We're going to do it.
Win, lose, or draw, right? I mean, you guys, I like that. You got any final questions?
Yeah, I got a question for the 2 seniors. With this being your last run, a part of the Rockledge program, with all the history, with all the tradition, how do you want your legacy to be remembered when it's all said and done?
Honestly, I just want to know that I put in my best effort to come in every day, and I want to make sure I leave something for the underclassmen to remember. You feel what I'm saying? I want to set an example so when they come up and step up, they should know how to lead. They shouldn't be without knowledge of how to lead when they get there.
Yeah, you know, just set an example for the young kids. They're already looking strong, and just them knowing how to be great. That's what we need to continue the Raider pride legacy.
What does it mean? What does it mean to you when you hear Raider pride?
Raider pride is working hard, staying together, just being a family. You know,
I like it, and you know the Rockledge Raiders, year in and year out, they're gonna be right there. I mean, we must have 35,000 media outlets ranking high school football teams in Brevard County, and these guys are always at the top of that list, right? I mean, they're right up there. You know, it's always usually Rockledge or Cocoa, Rockledge, Cocoa. It's always back and forth between those two, and it's always a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun in Brevard with both of those schools, but it takes two, and right here, the Rockledge Raiders football program, always a dominant force on the Space Coast. So we'll be right back here to continue with Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health, Orlando, and Rothman Orthopedics. Sports Network, along with Sonny Harper of H2 Athletes. And we had Bartow up here a little bit ago, and now we really get into the meat and potatoes of Polk County. We got George Jenkins Eagles, your territory, your land of your part of the land, and we've got Coach Paul Freeman and his players here. And gentlemen, what we're going to ask you to do is to introduce yourself, tell us who you are, what position you play, and what year you graduate, and then my man Hassani here's going to take the questioning. There you go. We'll start with you.
Cameron Turner, quarterback, class of 25.
Robert Newman, George Jenkins.
Class
of 25, offensive line.
Ellie Ortiz, D-line, class of 2026.
Malik Murray, class of 25, position, D-line.
Trayvon Evans, class of 25, running back.
Coach Freeman.
What's up, Mr. Hassani?
Not much. All right, so new classification, new district. What is your outlook on the season for the George Jenkins program for the 2024?
Oh man, it's always exciting when we get to this point. And first, I want to thank you guys for putting this on for the guys and for the programs. Is you have no idea how much this means to the kids, and we were talking about it on the way, and just how excited they are to get up here. And we were making fun of some of their interview skills. You can tell they're smiling, a little nervous laughter, but it's a really great event. We really appreciate you guys doing this. But our outlook has kind of always been the same since we've been there. It's we've got good continuity. Coming back, we're in a new district with Winter Haven, Haines City, and Ridge Community. And to be honest, our goal for the summer was we wanted to put a district championship up on the banner. So we want to make the playoffs. We want to host the first ever playoff game at George Jenkins at Jerry May Field. So that's been our goal. And so they've shot high in the senior class with a lot of seniors up here right now. That's what they've wanted for 3 years. So it's coming to fruition. They've been working hard all summer, and that's our goal. We're going to see what we can do, and all the hard work from the summer and the spring is paying off.
Talk about some of the things that you have done this summer to help your team reach those goals of winning a district championship.
Oh, yeah. What do you think, guys? What do you think our number one move?
I'm not going to lie. We really put the work in the weight room. Like, so much improvement has happened in the weight room. I think this year was the most time I see, like, people really spiral up in the weight room because, we definitely did that strength. That was one of the problems that we had last season. I'm just glad that we was able to do that. And just the connection and the communication. It's more better because that's what you need in a team is communication. So I think that's what.
That's perfect. Yep, that's kind of our mantra has always been ACE, right, guys? We always talk about being an ACE: accountability, communication, and effort. And this senior class and the junior class coming up have really bought in to what we're trying to do. And I think you're right. I think last time I totaled, I think we went up 28% in our strength gains this summer from the spring. And it's all a credit to these guys. They showed up every single day. They worked every morning. Some mornings it was a little earlier than it should have been, right, guys? But they came out every day, man. They put in work. And we all know, being in high school football and football in general, you put in work, you usually see great results. And these young men, they bought in, they've done it. It's, really been proud of those guys.
Yes, first question for the players. I'm going to start with Cam. Cam, you play one of the toughest positions in the game of football, a lot on your shoulders. What have you done this offseason to put yourself in a position to meet those expectations that your teammates are going to have for you this year?
I've definitely been throwing more with the receivers, a little bit more after practice, before practice. We've been out there. I'm trying to send my film out to more coaches, so definitely getting out there in that aspect. Went to camps and just not just like throwing and practicing, but like hanging out with the team, getting a closer bond with them. So definitely having a stronger family this year.
Okay. Next up, we got Robbie Newman, senior offensive lineman. Robbie, you've been, it looks like, all over the country, going to camps, doing visits. How has that experience been for you so far, and what has been some of the feedback that you've gotten from college coaches on what it's going to take for you this season to put yourself in a position to earn a college scholarship?
It's been really good this year, going to all these camps. It's getting.
Just tell us what have you liked about going to the camps? What do you think's been beneficial about
you get to learn everything you're doing right and wrong from every coach. No coach holds back on you, which is what you need to improve, especially this off season. Every day I'm not going to a camp. I'm getting 2 workouts in a day, 2 field workouts a day, especially with our new coach, Anthony Salvastanzo. He's making sure we'll be running the ball down so people starts this year. So our O-line's a statement this year, and make sure with these camps. A lot of college coaches have been keeping up with me. I don't want to list no names, but it's definitely been good this year talking to these coaches. So I'm still talking to some, but yeah.
Do you think when you come back from those camps, I know you've talked to the O-line, you're kind of the captain of the O-line. You know, is there one thing that you've kind of told those guys that you've been able to bring back, even though they haven't been able to go as many camps?
Yeah, I make sure every time I do come back from a camp, you know, I show them videos of everything, every drills we've been doing, make sure everyone on the O-line learns something that, you know, they didn't know from the day before. So every day we're getting better no matter what, no matter if it's in the weight room, on the field, every day we're getting better.
That's good. All right, up next we got Elliott, a 2026 defensive tackle, correct?
Sir.
So I know you got a couple upperclassmen at that position that you can look up to kind of lean on and gain insight on the position. How has that been, kind of learning from some of those older guys? And what do you hope to apply from them to your game this upcoming year?
From what I learned since I was younger, like me and Malik, we learned from so many other like upperclassmen, and it's like been teaching us more and more about our skills, adding to our bag. And it's like, from what I'm seeing, like the skills I learned, I can teach it to like the young other classmen, and like be another leader for them.
Okay. Up next, we got Malik.
Yes, sir.
All right. So senior year, you've been with the program for a little minute now, playing for who I think is one of the toughest defensive line coaches in the county.
Yes, sir. Big
John Freeman, Coach Free. Talk about your relationship with Coach, how much you've learned from him, and how much you're going to apply to this, you know, this last run for yourself.
All right. So when I first came to George Jenkins, and I wanted to look, this is a crazy story. This is how it happened. How I like really became DN, like D tackle and stuff. I wanted to play offense, and like, I wanted to play both positions. And he was like, "Bro, you gotta pick one. Bro. You ain't gonna be, you know, be penny patting all between." I'm like, "Man, all right." So you know, he kicked me off of defense. You know, I was kind of sad, but but you know, he said that he saw something in me, because I knew it was like, all right, I felt that connection with him. And when I went to back to D line, and I was just working with him, it was just amazing. Like I felt like I was made to do this stuff, and he really has been like an amazing inspiration towards me, because like he felt like a father, like a school father. You feel me? And like he just really inspired me to be better, to be great. And how can I like put that in my life and stuff? It's like growing up, like even outside of football, just growing up, you know, being a man, you know, sticking up, doing all that, talking more confident, more, you know, just speaking at that point. And and the skills that he taught me, I'm sure gonna, you know, put it towards the work, because he taught me some good stuff over the past, you know, few years, and I'm gonna really implement it this season. You know, rock out.
And I think that's a kind of an underrated thing. Like you hit on it, Hassani. Like the assistant coaches in our sport do not get enough credit. You know, they're the backbone of every program that's going to come up here today. You know, you talk about John, Coach Q's here with me today. Anthony Savastano has been mentioned, and I think that's the relationships. You know, when the guys sit up here and talk about, and they name them, and they can talk about life lessons and, you know, just talks that they've had and growing up and becoming young men. I think that's a very underrated aspect that we don't get to talk about. So I'm glad that you can get that, and Hassani, knowing our area and knowing some of those assistant coaches, you know, shines the light on some of these great men that are, you know, helping our young people grow up and, you know, take on the reins of this next generation. You know, they always say, it's like, oh, well, this generation's soft, this generation's this, that, and the other. And I can be an testament. I know our assistant coaches talk about it all the time. These guys aren't soft. You know, none of the football player guys that you're walking in here playing in 100-degree heat every single day, going out there and getting up after being knocked down. It's a testament to these guys and the coaches that back them up every day. So that's great. I really appreciate you guys and being able to talk about those guys as well.
You're welcome. Last player, Trayvon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm looking at the paper. It says you're playing running back and cornerback?
Corner.
All right, so just corner?
Corner and running back, yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what he said.
Yeah. I said quarterback.
Yeah, no.
Not quarterback. We ain't playing you a quarterback.
And cornerback, yeah. So, of course, playing both sides of the ball, that's a lot of snaps. What have you done for endurance to make sure that, you know, you're in good shape to last for this entire season?
Well, you know, when we do workouts in the morning, just make sure I go give my all. Even then some, you know, go 110% on every rep, everything I do, to make sure I got that stamina to just give it everything I got, every play from both sides of the football. Because, you know, I start both sides, and I want to give everything I have to make sure we can do everything we can do.
How about those 110s we run, those 16 110s? They help out. That's our staple. I took that from Richard Tate. He'll be here a little bit later from Ridge Community, and that was the thing that we used to do every Monday. It's like we run as a team. We run 1,610s, and we amp them up, and we're going to start Monday morning. We've been running them all summer. And when you asked the question, I was wondering if Trey would say anything about the 110s. They absolutely hate them, but they get through them and they dominate. We time them. They have consequences for not making their times. So I definitely think the 110s will help us because we're going to have several. Cam's going to play both sides. Elliott, Malik, all these guys up here are probably going to have reps on both sides of the ball. So we attack that this summer to say, we got to run. We got to be in the best condition we can be. Make sure that we can handle 85, 95 snaps a game. So I was wondering if he was going to say anything.
I was going to say, last question too. Traditionally, George Jenkins hasn't garnered the type of respect around the county like some of the other notable programs, your Lakeland, your Lake Wells. What do you feel like you have to do this year and going forward as a program to take that next step and earn the respect that you feel like the George Jenkins program deserves?
Yeah, 100%. We've talked a lot, Hassani, over the years and since I've taken over at George Jenkins. George Jenkins is not a traditional football school, but we always talk about we play great ball. We have several dudes that are in college right now. These guys all up here are going to have an opportunity to play at the next level. But I think it's just that persistence and that tenacity is kind of what we've put as our foundation. Because, like I said, Counsel didn't build it in a day. Coaches at Lakewood, they didn't build it in a day. And so we've kind of switched the gears to say, COVID year, we're 2-8, 3-7. Those were traditional George Jenkins years. The last couple of years, we fought for 5-5 and 500. And these guys are ready to take that next step to go over the ledge. I think it's just, Rome wasn't built in a day. That's what we kind of always emphasize, brick by brick, lay the foundation every single day. But I think being an ace, I think is what really puts us there. And what's our mantra this year, guys? Earn, not given, right? And that's what, talk about that every day when we come to practice to say, hey, nobody gives you anything in this world. It's going to be days where that baby's been crying all night. The job's at 4 o'clock in the morning. What are you going to do? You're going to roll over and hit the snooze button and go back to sleep? It's like, no, you got bills to pay. You got to get up and go. And so we kind of treat that the same way in our mentality. We know it's going to be 105 degrees out there. We know it's going to suck. We know all those things. And it's like we attack it head on to make sure that we are 7-3, 8-2, district champs, playoffs. Those are the goals these guys set. So I think just that working mentality of that tenacity and that push through is kind of what these guys amplify, and that's what I want to amplify on their side too. So I think that hopefully that'll get us to that next step. With these guys, I think we got a great shot. The family they're building around, I think it's going to be a great opportunity for the Eagles this year.
And to add on to that, I just got to say, we got to wake them up for real. What we got right now, this is something special for real. We just got to wake them up, and, we just got to show out. But when we show out, they're going to be waking up talking about, oh, this and that. But nah, they wasn't even on us with it. They wasn't even on us. But now they want to be on us. It don't make no sense. So,
Earn, not given, right?
Earn, not given.
We're going to earn it every single snap.
Earn, not given. Gentlemen, I'm excited. Look, I'm over in Brevard. You got a fan right here now. I'm going to watch you guys play this year. I'm excited for George Jenkins football this year. And, senior quarterback, I was just looking at his numbers. So, future is bright for George Jenkins. There's no doubt about it. And they definitely made me a fan here today. Coach, thanks for stopping by. We're going to step aside. We'll be right back here with Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Day presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics.
Here back at Camping World Stadium at High School Sports Media Day. Listen, it's been an incredible broadcast, an unforgettable day. We've seen so many teams already. Listen, we just want to take a moment to thank these two incredible physicians. Dr. Yeomans, thank you again for your time today. Dr. Kima, we've learned some great tips for injury prevention, what to do, what not to do, how to have a successful season. So one thing that happened recently was an incredible mass physical. So I want you to talk a little bit about that and how Rothman Orthopedic and Advent Health came alongside the community to help prepare our student athletes for this upcoming season.
Absolutely. Well, we had a great event. It was the first time that we've been able to put an event like that on for our Orange County partners. We were here at Camping World Stadium, which was a great venue for it. But our athletes were able to come in before the season and make sure they were healthy and ready to play. When they came in, they did all their paperwork. They were able to get vital signs and vision checked. They did a musculoskeletal screen. They saw a physician. And then anybody who did have any concerns, we were able to flag and get them triaged into care really quickly so that they can get any issues that were outstanding addressed in a hurry.
That's incredible. I mean, and also, too, sometimes these athletes don't know that there can be an underlying condition, so that's a great way for you guys to identify that before the season begins to get them the proper care. So thanks so much for telling us a little bit about that. Dr. Kima, what's been a highlight for you today here at Camping World Stadium?
Honestly, it's been amazing seeing all these young student athletes here, seeing the excitement before the season. You know, that's part of, it's part of the fun, and I love that the huge event. And it's been very great to be a part of that. And I'm excited to see how these student athletes perform this year and see where they go.
That's awesome. All right, Dr. Yeoman, so say somebody gets injured. God forbid, we don't want that to happen, but it does happen in football. What steps do they need to take, and who do they need to call to get that consult?
Yeah, the first thing they should do is let their athletic trainer at the school know that there's any injury, and a lot of times they can help liaison care, but anyone who needs us can find us at transformingortho.com.
Awesome. Well, thank you again, gentlemen, for an incredible day. Thank you for your partnership, your sponsorship. Also, 8 counties, right?
So we're at 8 different locations that you can come to, any of our Rothman Orthopedics locations, and we're happy to help in any way that we can.
Wonderful. Well, thanks again to our generous sponsors and partners today, Rothman Orthopedic, Advent Health. Back to you. We've got more teams coming up. Don't go away.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Council, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities. We are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
So I'm so excited. We're at ground zero. 10 years ago when we said, hey, can a stadium actually connect to a neighborhood on a vascular level? This was it. There was a boarded up, fenced up, affordable housing development sitting here. And so, Lift Orlando was born. And through that energy source of a stadium and the idea of sports and how could we do more, here we are. And so happy that you took a minute, and we're going to get a chance to see 2 great quarterbacks play on the field, but I think we're going to get to meet them and get their reaction for what does it feel like as a player.
I think these guys are going to see these projects that Lift Orlando is working on. It's going to hit home and give them more purpose to go out and perform.
That's why I play football. I care about other people a lot. So I'm just out here, I play football to put smiles on people's faces, give back to the community. It's always, our platform that we have is a blessing from the man upstairs, so giving back is very important to me.
Yeah, I wake up every morning with a sense of urgency, knowing that I'm writing my legacy. Knowing every day when I put that jersey on, that I want to leave that jersey in a better place.
You guys are rock stars, right? I mean, what you're doing in your own personal lives and how you're using your personal platforms, I think is a model for the rest of us to follow. I hope that's what we're doing in some small way and making you proud, and you'll come back later in life and go, wow, I had something to do with this. So
yes, sir.
Appreciate the time today.
Appreciate you. The power of college football.
Yeah, you heard it.
It's uncommon what you guys are doing for this bowl game, but also what you're doing in this community. And it's a blessing to be here knowing that all this is going around. And I spent some time here in Orlando, so, just seeing this being built around and kind of knowing some of my guys who have been from West Orlando, who played on, the UCF team, it's a blessing.
We appreciate what you're doing. You guys sit at the top, everybody's watching you, and what you're giving back to the kids is important. So thanks for everything you're doing for Orlando, and good luck this week at the game.
All right, welcome back to Camping World Stadium. Here we continue to move through the Polk County schools. This is the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Sports Media Day presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. I'm Alan Slaughter-Zinski from Brevard Sports Network. My man, Hassani Harper from H2 Athletes. We called the king of Brevard and Polk County. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. We got, first of all, the best dressed
for real
coach I've seen in 3 days right here in Carl White. Coach, welcome. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have your players introduce themselves, tell us who you are, what position you play, and what year you're graduating. And Hassani's going to take it away. So we'll start with you, young man.
Yes, sir.
I'm John Kostick, class of 2025, and I play quarterback.
Simeon Mack, class 2025, and I play running back.
Felix Ocasio, class of 2025. I play offensive line and defensive end.
Gavin Ostra, class of 2025, offensive line.
I'm Josiah Martin, class of 2025. I play nose guard.
Coach, I'm going to jump right into it.
Yeah.
So you brought these guys up to represent the program, but you also brought, you said, your entire senior class. Why was it important for these guys to be here to experience this today?
Yeah, well, for me, it's all about the experience and just putting our kids in situations where they can develop and move forward. Because they're gonna, if they go to college, they're gonna get this type of environment, and they're gonna be able to do these cool things. So I just want to surround them with as many possible things as we can. And number two, they earned it. So yeah, they're seniors, but more importantly, they've earned the right to be here. And I want to show them, I mean, to be around you guys, to be around all these cameras, it means something. And I want them to be able to understand that and how much we appreciate them for what they've done, not only this year, but the whole time they've been here. So I'm super excited for them.
So it's going to be a tough question to ask, but I feel it's important to ask it. I know you had some guys transfer out from the program this off season.
Right.
What has that been like, and especially for your returning players to see some of their former teammates leave to go elsewhere?
Yeah.
You know, how does that feel as a coach, and what has been your message for the players who decided to stay and remain loyal to the Winter Haven program?
Yeah, you know, that was a different, it was different for me. That was the first time since I've been in Florida that I've lost kids. So, you know, you do all kind of personal type situation. What does that look like? But ultimately, you know, either they're going to stay or they're going to go. You're going to lose some, you're going to get some. That's just part of living in Florida and coaching in Florida. And you got to get out your feelings about it, really. I mean, because you can easily sit there and soak about it and do what you can. But, guys, we got other kids that want to be here and want to be a part of it. I wish those guys the best. They're great kids. They really are. We just wasn't for them, you know, and we're not everybody's cup of tea. But I promise you, the ones that stay, they're going to be just fine.
Goals for this upcoming year?
Is to win. You know, the standard doesn't change because you lose kids. And for us, we just rebuild. Like, you got kids all through here that can play the game of football. And just because we had a few walk through the door, the standard's not going to change. At Winter Haven, the standard is to win the district championship and try to get to the state championship. That's never going to change as long as I'm here. And these kids understand that. They know that. And they've worked their butts off to make sure that happens. And I think they've even worked a little harder watching some kids exit the building. And I think it only put a little chip on their shoulder as well.
I got a couple questions for some of your players. Start with John, 2025 quarterback. You know, seeing some of your offensive weapons leave to go elsewhere. Touch on some of the guys who are coming back that you'll be able to rely on this upcoming season, and what they mean to you and the program.
Yes, sir. I mean, the players that we have, I rely on whoever's here. I've been getting off-season work all season long. We've been practicing even after practice, throwing routes, and I love my guys. Everyone that stayed, we're getting as much work as we can in, and we're doing the best that we can to get better each and every day, 1% better, working together as a team, not just focus on ourselves, but we're working together, and that's our main goal, building chemistry. I think that's a huge part of a receiver-quarterback connection.
Okay. Next player up, we got Simeon Mack. All right, so you play running back. All right, Winter Haven's known for a history of having great running backs, great running back tradition. You know, how do you want to be remembered in terms of your legacy being a Winter Haven running back? And what work have you done this offseason to put yourself in a position to be remembered as one of those great running backs from Winter Haven?
Just, I say nonstop work. Dedication, dedication, dedication. At the end of the day, a lot of running backs have come through Winter Haven, but I want to make my mark this year, my last year senior. So I feel like I just got to keep working my hardest. Yeah.
What are some individual goals that you have set that you hope to accomplish this upcoming season?
Definitely want to get a milestone rush yards this year. Definitely.
Okay. Next player we got, is it Felix?
Sir.
Felix, 2025 offensive lineman. Talk about the offensive line unit that's returning this upcoming season. What kind of work have you guys been doing together to get prepared for the upcoming school year?
Yes, sir. As an offensive line, we're always ready. We got some dogs down in the trenches, Good to hear my boy Gavin. We've been working hard nonstop since summer started. I think there ain't no defense gonna stop us this year.
Okay. And then your offensive lineman brother next to you is Gavin. Gavin, what are some of the things that you and the offensive line have been doing together this offseason to kind of create a bond?
After practice, we have O-line online practice only, so we have O-line training. That's big for us every day after practice. Really get better, focus on our offensive line and getting better.
Okay. And up next we got Josiah Martin, defensive lineman. When you senior this year, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so talk about the defensive line unit up front. Everything starts up front. You know, what is your goal on defensively to kind of put pressure on some of the opponents that you play this upcoming year?
Just stay focused, maintain my gap assignment, and talk to the player next to me, communicate. It's very key to communicate when you're on the defensive side of the ball.
Just touching back on again on the transfer situation, and any of you players can answer this question. You know, you guys decided to stay, remain loyal. What does it mean to you to be a Winter Haven Blue Devil?
I'll answer. It's all about family. I mean, we're all together, our team. There's a reason why all of our players here, all of our seniors are here. It's about family and experience, and we all love each other. It's all a bond, and even though mental and physical challenges happen throughout the team, we stick together and we're a family, and that's what brings teams together, and that's part of the reason why teams are successful, is they can stay together and have that cohesive bond even though they face adversity.
Young man, you shaking your head up there. You look like you wanted to grab a mic and answer that question. How would you answer that question? Because you looked excited to answer it.
It's about the same thing that he said, family and dedication, and actually want to be a Blue Devil. It takes want to actually be a Blue Devil.
Once a Blue Devil, always a Blue Devil.
Coach, you hear these answers from your players, and you know, I was watching this excitement. What does that mean to you to hear your players answer that way?
No, I think it says that our culture is where it needs to be.
Yeah.
Is what I think. And, you know, for these guys, that's who we were leaning on, even as coaches and adults. It was like, hold on, let me get a temp check on them to make sure they good. Because, again, it's easy just to look at, point the finger at a coach or this, what it looks like. But how they feeling right now? You know, and this has been resounding since the moment that it happened. This has been the vibe. And, of course, we got to go back and check on some. But, you know, all of them to the man, you know, that's kind of what you keep hearing. So that's what I say. Winter Haven is just fine. We are just fine. And at the end of the day, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. But I promise you, tomorrow when we wake up, these 94 people we got on our team, they're going to go to work. And they're going to be ready to go. And they're going to put on for the city. I promise you that.
I know you had a couple stops along the way before you finally got to Winter Haven. Now that you've been here for a couple years now, what makes Winter Haven unique from your perspective compared to some of the other places in the county that you've seen from afar?
I think what you just heard. I think a lot of different places that I've been, you know, you always got kids looking and leaning, where's the next place for me too. So I think here it's kind of like they want to be a Blue Devil. They really do. And, you know, it's kind of bred from they this small to this big. They want to be a Blue. The community support, the administration support, the booster clubs that we have in place is all set up to be successful. So that's why I say, no matter who's here, what it looks like, the standard's a standard because that's what's set in the community. And they feel that, and I think that's why there's so much pressure for them to be successful.
Coach, good luck this season. Monday is, 48 hours. It's going to be time to get after. You have an impressive group of young men here, and I'm looking forward to watching Winter Haven this year. We'll be keeping an eye on you over there over in Brevard County. We're going to step aside here, and we're going to be right back to continue with our Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. We'll be right back.
How far can the human spirit take you? One more step? A few feet? All the way across the line this time? Back to feeling whole. Get back where you belong with national leaders in orthopedic care. Advent Health, official champion of the human spirit.
Welcome back to the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. My name is Asani Harper of H2 Athletes. Day 3 of this event featuring Brevard and Polk County teams. And up next we have the Jordan Christian Prep Seahawks. Today with us is head coach Mario. Can you introduce the players that you brought with you today, Coach?
Yes, sir. To my left, we have Malik. We have Alan, Stephen, Jay, and Contrico.
Okay, Coach, you're entering your 4th year with the program. Take us back from the first year to where you are now and the strides that you felt like you've made up until this point.
Year 1 was kind of solidifying the foundation. From there to now, I think we have built something of a culture, football culture there at JCP, something that we can kind of hang our hats on. The young men that we get year in and year out, I think they leave with a sense of family-oriented of a football team, and also something that they can walk around the county with and say, hey, I went to that school and I played for them. So all around, I think the culture and the foundation is something that has strongly increased.
Okay. So it looks like you returned a good number of players on both sides of the ball for this upcoming season. How important and vital is having that much experience coming back to the program going to help you guys put yourself in a position and improve upon that 3-6 record that you had last year?
Is very, very, very important. Obviously, we're a small-time football program, so to retain any numbers is something that you want to kind of do as a program. But I think over the years, we've seen some numbers kind of stay, not have too many guys, scatter off. But as far as the football knowledge and what they want to get out of it, is something that I think any coach would love to kind of have those numbers stay and kind of build upon. So these guys are really good recruiters in the sense of anybody that comes, they kind of take them under their wing and kind of make sure they understand the culture we have here and how we want to practice and play the game the right way. So it's phenomenal to have these guys return back and understand the schemes and the scheme schematics of what we want to do. So, it's very important.
And I know you mentioned that, your program has done a good job of retaining players, not losing too many players, if any at all. What have you been able to do as a staff to get your players to buy in and not have them looking on the outside?
I think just kind of cultivating a more of a family atmosphere. Coming in, making sure they understand we have them, we got their best interests at heart, making sure that any colleges and things of that nature that they want to attain, that we kind of do a good job of sitting them down, hey, what's your plan, what you want to do, and then we kind of execute those plans. So,
let me get into some questions with some of your players. Up first, we got Malik Johnson, 2026. Okay, what positions do you play?
Last year I played O-line and D-line.
Okay. You'll be playing the same position this year?
On the defensive side, I'll be playing linebacker.
Okay.
I'm still playing offensive line.
Okay, so transitioning to linebacker, how has that gone for you this offseason in terms of learning a new position, and what do you hope to accomplish for this upcoming season?
It's a new experience, new training. Coach has been teaching me well. It's been different though, but I really enjoy the position. I really hope to become a key player on my team and provide what I need to.
What do you feel like has been the biggest learning curve, learning a new position for you?
For me, it's been reading plays, like reading the QB, reading the O-line, reading holes, gaps. It's a lot different. It's challenging, and my coach has been guiding me through everything.
Good. All right, so up next we've got, what's your name?
Alan.
Okay, Alan Austin, 2025.
Yes,
so
sir.
You're a specialist?
Yes, sir.
Okay, kicker and punter. Okay, what are some of the things that you've been working on this year to help put your team in a position when they do happen to call on you to kick an extra point or line up for a game-winning field goal? What have you been doing this offseason to put yourself in a position to succeed?
Being this is my second year playing football, last year was more like a test and kind of me like feeling the whole thing out. But this year I guess I can say I'm more comfortable doing it, so it's kind of a sense of calmness that I feel now. So I learned my form got better, technique, all the areas of my kicking just improved in this offseason.
Now, you mentioned that you haven't been playing football very long. Have you been working with anybody specifically to kind of help you get caught up with the speed of the game? Or
Yes, sir. All the coaches that we have, they all chip in to help me. We have other coaches behind the scenes. Everybody helps me when all these guys are doing their plays. I'm on the side doing my individual work with two of the other coaches behind the scenes.
Okay. All right, so our next player up is, introduce yourself. Stephen. Okay, Stephen Bell, 2027?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you play what position?
QB.
QB, okay. So you got a lot on your shoulders playing one of the most important position in the game of football, being the leader of the offense. Talk about some of the things that you've worked on this offseason with your game to try and put yourself in a position to help lead your team to some wins.
What I've really been doing, I'm just trying to be a better leader and stuff on the field and stuff. Make sure my voice is known, and make sure we all have like team chemistry so we can work together.
Okay. What is the toughest thing about playing the quarterback position in your opinion?
Probably reading the zones and like the linebackers in the corners and stuff. Cause you could I don't really know what a cover 3 is yet, and all the coaches is still helping me with that stuff. So yeah.
Okay. All right, next player we got Jay.
Yes, sir.
Jay Wilkins,
Yes, sir.
2025.
Yes, sir.
All right, so this is your last ride.
Yeah.
How do you want to be remembered once it's all said and done, coming through the Jordan Christian program?
I want to be remembered. One of the best players that played at our school, in my opinion. For this last season, I'm going to really give it my all. I've really been putting in the work. And I really just been thinking about it, talking with the players and stuff, and getting that really good team chemistry so we can really just, yeah.
And then the last player up is Ken Trico.
Yes, sir. Ken Trico.
Okay, Ken Trico Cooper, 2026. You play wide receiver and defensive end?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so having to play both sides of the ball, that's a lot of work on your body. What have you been doing this offseason to make sure that you're well conditioned to keep up with the number of snaps that you'll be relied upon this year?
Mostly what I do, I usually ride a bike and just go running. I usually run a lot because I run sharp. So I just keep running, keep conditioning, because playing both sides of the ball ain't easy. Because once coach, we don't have subs, so it's like I just have to go back and back. So I have to be mentally prepared for it. You know what I mean? So.
And coach, just again, just kind of listening to the players and some of the answers they've been giving to you. How do you hope these kids remember you when it's all said and done, when they get done playing for you? What do you hope really resonates and stays with those players when they get done playing for you?
Oh, that's a good question. I think my biggest part is just to help them, guide them through whatever they're going through. Oftentimes, obviously wins and losses are kind of how our coaches kind of judge, but when it comes to the player atmosphere, just helping them, whether it's in the classroom, whether it's extra practice, whether it's ice baths for the body because they're sore, helping with play recognition, remembering plays. So just helping them. If they leave and say, hey, at the end of the day, I had a coach that helped me, that's kind of what I want to hang my hat on. Everything else is kind of like, a superlative, but at the end of the day, something that I want to be known for and carry out is just a helper.
And the final question for you, Coach. What should the fan base expect to see out of the program this year? Why should they get excited about Jordan Christian Prep football for the 2024 season?
The biggest one I would say is new faces, more explosion of plays, just the ability to go at a varsity level fast, not thinking a lot, making sure these guys are prepared day in, day out, and just giving everybody what they came to pay their hard-earned money for, to support, but also have a good show. One thing we do every Thursday is I tell them, they're coming to pay money to see everybody, but they're coming to see you. And you got to put on the show individually. And if everybody on the team puts in, 100%, then, at the end of the day, we should have a good result. But at the end of the day, we're the show. And we're going to keep striving Fridays until it all clicks. So get excited for new faces, get excited for explosion, get excited for high level varsity football.
Well, Coach, appreciate you joining us today. Appreciate you bringing your players today.
Appreciate it.
It's been a great experience for you guys so far. And, thank you for joining us. And we'll be back from Orlando in the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days.
So I'm so excited. We're at ground zero. 10 years ago when we said, hey, can a stadium actually connect to a neighborhood on a vascular level? This was it. There was a boarded up, fenced up, affordable housing development sitting here. And so, Lift Orlando was born. And through that energy source of a stadium and the idea of sports and how could we do more, here we are. And so happy that you took a minute, and we're going to get a chance to see two great quarterbacks play on the field, but I think we're going to get to meet them and get their reaction for what does it feel like as a player.
I think these guys are going to see these projects that Lift Orlando is working on. It's going to hit home and give them more purpose to go out and perform.
That's why I play football. I care about other people a lot. So I'm just out here, I play football to put smiles on people's faces, give back to the community. It's always, our platform that we have is a blessing from the man upstairs. So giving back is very important to me.
Yeah, I wake up every morning with a sense of urgency, knowing that I'm writing my legacy.
knowing every day when I put that jersey on, that I want to leave that jersey in a better place.
You guys are rock stars, right? I mean, what you're doing in your own personal lives and how you're using your personal platforms, I think is a model for the rest of us to follow. I hope that's what we're doing in some small way and making you proud, and you'll come back later in life and go, wow, I had something to do with this. So
yes, sir.
Appreciate the time today.
Appreciate you. The power of college football.
Yeah, you heard it.
It's uncommon what you guys are doing for this bowl game, but also what you're doing in this community. And it's a blessing to be here knowing that all this is going around. And I spent some time here in Orlando, so, you know, just seeing this being built around and kind of knowing some of my guys who have been from West Orlando who played on, you know, the UCF team, it's a blessing.
We appreciate what you're doing. You know, you guys sit at the top, everybody's watching you, and what you're giving back to the kids is important. So thanks for everything you're doing for Orlando, and good luck this week at the game.
How far can the human spirit take you? One more step? A few feet? All the way across the line this time? Back to feeling whole. Get back where you belong with national leaders in orthopedic care. Advent Health, official champion of the human spirit.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Counsel, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities, we are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
Welcome back to the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Day, presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. I'm Asani Harper of H2 Athletes, joined with the Kathleen High School Red Devils and head coach Saul Spates. Coach, can you introduce the players that you brought with you today?
My pleasure. First, to my left, we have Jimmy Pierce. He's an outside linebacker, junior, 3-year starter. Well, going into his 3rd year as a starter, been starting for us as a freshman. Ledger All-County honorable mention. Second in the middle, we have Ethan MacArthur, offensive lineman, defensive lineman. He was a first team All-County for the Ledger at offensive lineman and first team All-FACA, All-District as an offensive lineman. Looking for big things out of him this year as well. And then on the end, we have Jimmy Borders, outside linebacker, defensive end. Kid that's come a long way from last year and from his freshman year. Now coming one of the strongest players on the team, pound for pound. I'm very excited about the things he's going to do for us this year.
All right, so Coach, we'll jump right into it. 3rd year coming up. I know the last few coaches before you weren't able to make it to that 3rd year, so for you it's a critical year for you coming up. What are some of your expectations that you've kind of laid out to the players for this upcoming season to make it a successful one for you?
Great question. So last year, going into my 2nd year, I felt like we had it all figured out. You know, we had a lot of guys coming back. You know, we had a 2nd year in the system, some continuity. I felt like we had it all figured out, and we didn't. But this year, I really took the time to sit back, evaluate our program and where we were and where we're trying to go. And I believe that the kids have bought into that vision of where we're trying to go, and their attitude has shown. In the weight room, in practice, their togetherness. Our team is a lot more together this year than we have been in the past. They push each other. We have lots of healthy competition, but at the end of the day, we're all one Kathleen, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. So I believe with that attitude, it's going to prove well for us going into this year.
I know you said that the kids have bought into the vision that you have laid out for the program. Can you kind of elaborate on what that vision is that you have for the Kathleen program?
Well, we go by 2 models. So BRED, B-R-E-D, resilient, exceptional, and disciplined. We're going to be resilient. We're going to fight. Let me not say that word loosely. But we're going to give it our all the way until the end. We're never going to quit. We're never going to give up. We're going to be exceptional on and off the field. And lastly, we're going to be disciplined. Discipline is going to take us far beyond where talent is going to take us. And this year our theme is Red Dawn. So we're in the dawn of a new era of Kathleen football. The last few years have been down for us, but I believe that dawn is a sign of a rising sun, and I believe that Kathleen will rise this year out of the ashes.
Okay, I'm up. Start with Jimmy. I want to ask some of the players some questions. Jimmy, you've been the starter since your freshman year, earned all-county honorable mention last year. You're bringing a lot of experience to the program, especially on the defensive side of the ball. You know, what are your expectations for that defensive unit this upcoming season, and what is your part that you're going to play to make sure that you're the leader that the defense needs?
One thing is like for the defense coming up is like stop like a lot of deep balls. You know, we got bombed a lot last year, especially like out deep. So main thing is like stop passes and just cause more disruption, especially on the line and then like in the air. And on top of that, just less first downs, just more tackles, more domination as a defense.
How much do you feel like playing since your freshman year and having all these years of experience playing has kind of helped you in your career so far up to this point?
It just helps me like, it gives me more experience. Like it just helps me view the field differently than other people will, not have as much trouble trying to read a field, just be a better player.
I got you. Ethan, playing on both sides of the ball, defensive line, offensive line. Your performance last year earned you all-county, first-team all-county honors. What have you been doing this offseason to put yourself in a position to repeat and have another all-county type of season?
I've been working really hard on my technique, especially on the defensive side and offensive side. But I've been working hard on the weight room. Had a little setback spring, but been working on that. Stronger now, and I feel like this season definitely going to be up there, aiming for much better this season.
And then with you being a senior, this is your last ride. How do you want to be remembered as one of those Kathleen players that people talk about when it's all said and done?
When we talk about we want to be one of those players that coaches say I was a big impact and was a game changer and things as such, and always want to beat the L. So.
Okay. And our last player at the end, Jimmy Borders. You're a senior as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so not your prototypical height at your position, but they always say, play bigger than your size. Talk about your game that you want college coaches, if they're turning on the film and they're seeing you play, that you want them to stand out and see.
What I want college coaches to see is that I got a high motor. I'm never gonna give up on a play. I'm always gonna be on attack 100% of the time. I give 100% effort every time on the play. My size, they should really look over that because I put in 100% effort on every play, no matter how big or tall the opponent is.
Okay. Coach Spates, we're in an era now where kids can freely go wherever they want. I know for the Kathleen program, they've kind of felt the brunt of some of these transfers going to other places. What have you done since you've been there and now into year 3 to kind of, stem that tide of guys feeling like they need to go elsewhere to get recruited, to have success at the high school level?
Well, one thing is building a relationship. So you got to build a relationship with the kid, and then most importantly, build a relationship with the parent. Having that open line of communication with the parents, say, hey, if they have ideas, if they have suggestions, I always have that open line of communication. Obviously, we're going to keep it professional at the end of the day, but keeping that open line of communication with the parent and then building that relationship with the kids, spending time with them outside of football. We try to take our kids to as many college events as possible. We come over here to UCF for spring games, go to spring practices, and then we take different kids. Sometimes we might take these guys, then we might take another crop of kids just to kind of build that relationship with them so that they feel some sort of attachment to us, because it's easy to leave when you have no attachment to anybody. You don't have an attachment to me, you don't have an attachment to the program. If you're not happy, if you're not feeling, if you're not happy in your situation, it's easy to take off. But we've tried to do a good job of building a relationship with the kids and the parents outside of just, during the season, in the off season, and I believe that has helped us over the past couple of years to keep an influx of guys leaving.
Okay, and then last question. Hasn't been a lot of excitement around the program for a while now. Your message to the community, to the fan base, what will make this year different? Why should they care about the Kathleen football program and coming out and supporting the guys? What's your message to the community?
Well, to the community, you're going to see a whole different Kathleen football team. You're going to see a team that plays together, that plays hard, and most importantly, going to play all the way into the end. You're never going to see us fold at any point in this season at all. Our kids are going to go all the way into the end. You're going to see a lot of excitement on offense. Offensively, I believe we got the tools to succeed. We got some young guns in there to be excited about. If you came to our spring game, you definitely saw it in the second half. Defensively, we have a lot of tools that we could use. Our linebacker position is the deepest that we've had in a long time. Defensive line, we're going to be pretty good, and then the secondary, we're going to be extremely good as well. Offensive line-wise, this is the most size we've had in a very long time. We start from left to right, 300, 290, 250, 300, then 250. So we're going to have pretty good size on the offensive line. And, we return our quarterback, we return some receivers, return some running backs. So I believe we have a lot to be excited about. And it starts on August 16th at home against Lake Region. And I believe that when you come out and you see the product on the field this year, is going to be totally different than what you've seen in past years.
Well, Coach, I appreciate you coming out today and bringing your players to represent the program. And as a fan of Kathleen, I am excited about the upcoming season. And so looking forward to seeing what you guys produce this fall.
Yes, sir. Go Big Red.
And we'll be back for more from the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days.
So I'm so excited. We're at ground zero. 10 years ago when we said, hey, can a stadium actually connect to a neighborhood on a vascular level? This was it. There was a boarded up, fenced up, affordable housing development sitting here. And so, Lift Orlando was born. And through that energy source of a stadium and the idea of sports and how could we do more, here we are. And so happy that you took a minute, and we're going to get a chance to see two great quarterbacks play on the field, but I think we're going to get to meet them and get their reaction for what does it feel like as a player.
I think these guys are going to see these projects that Lift Orlando is working on. It's going to hit home and give them more purpose to go out and perform.
That's why I play football. I care about other people a lot. So I'm just out here, I play football to put smiles on people's faces, give back to the community. It's always, our platform that we have is a blessing from the man upstairs, so giving back is very important to me.
Yeah, I wake up every morning with a sense of urgency, knowing that I'm writing my legacy. Knowing every day when I put that jersey on, that I want to leave that jersey in a better place.
But you guys are rock stars, right? I mean, what you're doing in your own personal lives and how you're using your personal platforms, I think is a model for the rest of us to follow. I hope that's what we're doing in some small way and making you proud, and you'll come back later in life and go, wow, I had something to do with this. So
yes, sir.
Appreciate the time today.
Appreciate you. The power of college football.
Yeah, you heard it.
It's uncommon what you guys are doing for this bowl game, but also what you're doing in this community. And it's a blessing to be here knowing that all this is going around. And I spent some time here in Orlando, so just seeing this being built around and kind of knowing some of my guys who have been from West Orlando who played on the UCF team, it's a blessing.
We appreciate what you're doing. You guys sit at the top, everybody's watching you, and what you're giving back to the kids is important. So thanks for everything you're doing for Orlando, and good luck this week at the game.
How far can the human spirit take you? One more step? A few feet? All the way across the line this time? Back to feeling whole. Get back where you belong with national leaders in orthopedic care. Advent Health, official champion of the human spirit.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Counsel, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities. We are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
Players are now allowed to profit from their name, image, and likeness. That basically means they can get sponsorships like pro athletes.
I think the concern is who can participate, who will participate, and how does that affect?
Dan LaForest is a financial advisor and registered sports agent in Central Florida.
Georgia actually passed this law back in October of last year, and they've only reported almost 40 NIL deals in the whole state of Georgia.
We know that more than 30 other states have this already. Why is Florida such a focus?
The state of Florida puts more kids into Power 4 schools than any other state. During the NFL draft this year, the state of Florida was represented in the NFL draft more than any other state. So this is where high school talent is developed. The floodgates are open to just like any other situation. I think that the ones that do get legal counsel, they do get financial counsel, and they get somebody who's looking out for their best interests, I think those are the ones that are going to be the most successful.
Stadium. Alan Slaughterzinski with you for the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Sports Media Days, brought to you by Advent Healthcare, or Advent Health Orlando, and Rothman Orthopedics. And we continue with Polk County, and up next are the Lake Gibson Braves. And subbing today for head coach Rich Pringle is defensive coordinator and associate head coach Corey Boatman. And coach, we'll get to you here in just a second, but I want everybody to know these outstanding student athletes. So gentlemen, if you would, please introduce yourselves. Tell us who you are, what year, and what position you play.
Mel Joseph, 2025 DN outside linebacker number 0.
Jasper Hebel, class of 2026, tight end and defensive end.
Aiden Garcia, class of 25, offensive guard, offensive tackle, defensive tackle.
Derek McBride, class of 2026, wide receiver and safety, number 7.
Martavius McCall, class of 25, strong safety.
All right, gentlemen. Coach, let's start right here. Okay. All right, just a little audio.
You're fine. It happens, man. That's technology for you, right?
That's right. Thing kills batteries quick, doesn't it? All right. All right, our apologies. All right, let's start with Coach Corey Boatman, defensive coordinator and associate head coach. And Coach, tell me about the guys you brought with you here today. Why are these 5 guys sitting at this table?
We just drew numbers.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. No, they're leaders. They're predominant players. They work hard and off the field, and they try to carry their actions how you should be as a great football player. So for us, these are our leaders. Not only those guys, but there are some other leaders as well. But they are our primary leaders and the ones that carry our program.
Coach, I'm looking here at last year, 5-5, and I noticed you're the defensive coordinator, and you're only returning 3 on the defensive side of the football. You don't often see point differentials at 0, dead 0, but 224 and 220 against last year. As a defensive coordinator, with 8 guys you're breaking in on that side of the football, what's your approach for the Lake Gibson Braves football defense this year?
Well, first of all, I just got here. I've been here 9 weeks, so my approach was breaking in like 80 people. To learn our defensive scheme has changed a little bit. We do things a little different. We're more fast-paced. We're multiple front, and we do a lot of complex stuff to try to put ourselves in a position to be successful. And so our motto is, think less, react faster. So we're fast and violent with the football. We're trying to do things different to disguise what we do to give ourselves a chance to be successful in the field and put more tools in our toolbox to help these kids be in the best position possible for us to be successful.
All right, so here's a good question for you. If you just got here
Yes, sir.
and you were looking to get a job as a football coach in the state of Florida, why was Lake Gibson where you wanted to be?
I gave him $1 million. No, I had talked to Mr. Coach Pringle for a while before this, and I've been coaching college about the last 3 years. We connected, and I wanted to get to warmer weather. I was in Massachusetts there for a little while, so it was kind of cold, and I liked the idea of what Lake Gibson stood for and where they were going with their direction. I wanted to be a part of it. I connected really well with Coach Pringle for multiple months of talking about football and the future of the program and helping change the culture. So that to me was very intriguing, but I also enjoy a challenge. So I thought it would be a challenge to kind of shape the culture now to go in the right direction, but also there's a lot of potential there. Good community, good program, good admin, just overall good school. So for me, it was a good choice.
Mel Joseph, this is listed here, defensive end, linebacker. Tell me, I know I just asked Coach about the defense, but from a player perspective, tell me about the defense this year and what you guys need to do. 5-5 last year. How does this defense make this team become 7-3 or 8-2?
And in the summertime, we started putting out work and made 11 dogs on the field. So now we gotta come in and start hitting.
How was the off season? What did you guys do this off season to get better?
Man, we was in our weight room, number one, and then we had this 3-day camp to get along together and start this culture, build back the culture. So really been
working hard. Yeah. Jasper, tell me a little bit about it says here you're a defensive end and a tight end. Let's talk about the offensive side of the football a little bit. High school football tight ends, you know what I mean? I mean, there's a stigma about them, either pass catchers or blockers, but rarely they're more blockers. What are you?
Right now we are working on a new offense.
Right.
So we're going to try and implement the tight end more often in the passing game to open up the run. And then when the run gets shut down, it opens back up the passing game.
Tell me what is it to be a Lake Gibson Brave? What does that mean?
It means you got to carry yourself on and off the field. Like us as a Brave, we're like a big family. Like I can count on my teammates like they're my brothers, and that's what it means. It means brotherhood.
Mr. Garcia, Aiden Garcia down there, you're an offensive lineman. First of all, give a shout out. Tell us who your other brothers are on that fellow offensive line.
I'd like to give a shout out to Leland Callahan, dog on the field, makes me want to be better every day. Yeah. And Aiden Escalera, another Aiden. He's our center. He's basically a brother to me. I love that guy to death.
All right, talk about this brotherhood, and I asked what the defense is going to do to make this a 73 or 8-2 football team. How did this offensive line get better in the offseason, and what will you do to make this program, this offense, this new offense, better?
We implemented a culture on the offensive line. TANK stands for technical, athletic, nasty, and knowledgeable, and all 5 guys up front and the all 5 guys behind us.
Say that again, Tank. What does that mean?
It means technical, athletic, nasty, and knowledgeable.
I like that. I absolutely like that. Mr. McBride, wide receiver, free safety, listed as the secondary. Let's talk about the wide receiver position a little bit, because you do have a new offense, and I'm curious the role wide receivers play in it. So tell me about it a little bit.
Yes, sir. Like Jasper said, we got a new offense, and when the run game gets shut down, then the wide receivers will start to pop out a little more. But right now, we're still working on things. So that's it.
Getting it ironed out. Okay. All right. Well, then let's go to the other side of the football. You got a new defensive coordinator sitting here. What do you like so far about the new coach?
He doesn't really let anything fly. Like if you're messing up, he'll tell you you're messing up. He don't really sugarcoat nothing, and he explains stuff real easily to people who are kind of new to defense like me.
I kind of get that impression about him there, guys. So I imagine you all mind your P's and Q's down there. Martavius McCall, you're a safety down there. Tell me, safety in high school football generally means you're the man back there.
Right.
You're the linebacker of the entire secondary back there. You're in charge of making plays, picking balls off, knocking people down. Tell me about your style of play, because you're listed as just a safety. I'm curious.
My style of play is like more physical and
like a high IQ type of safety.
So I'm gonna give you this question right back to you. Sounds like there's a lot of changes at Lake Gibson this year going in. 5-5 last year, a lot of changes this year. What do you like about what you've seen so far from your new coaches and your team?
I like how my coaches like break down the small things so we get it more efficiently. And I also like how our coaches come together to make sure the team is like all on one point.
Guys, and anybody can take this question. I already asked what it meant to be a Brave. But I guess my question is as you look at your season, you look at your schedule, what's the goal? I mean, is this a team that where you believe you can be a regional finalist? I mean, talk to me about what your goals and expectations are.
The goal really is 10-0.
I'm sorry?
10-0.
10-0.
Yeah.
I like
State
that.
championship.
That and nothing less. Coach, where do they get that mentality?
That's the mentality of a winner, but I think it also goes back to it's one game at a time. We want to win one game at a time, and once that game's over, go to the next game. So I think you got to take it one play at a time, 1 minute at a time, 1 quarter at a time, 1 half at a time, and then one full game at a time before you move forward. That way you stay laser focused. You have a goal, of course, but I think that the micro goals are what's most important, making sure those goals are hit before you make the big goal. And that way all your focus is there, and you're still staying on that path with your plan.
Coach, tell us about Coach Pringle. I know he couldn't make it today, but you said, you got to know Coach Pringle. That's part of the reason why you wanted to go to Lake Gibson. So tell us about Coach Pringle.
Well, first off, we said he's 5'10", only 5'8". But besides that, he's a good guy. He's a good leader. He does a good job for our community and for our players, and make sure they have everything they need on and off the field. And he does things the right way. He's a hard worker. And he pushed us all to be better each and every day as a coaching staff and tries to challenge us with things. And so for me, that's good for us because we have a leader we can follow that does things the right way. So it helps us grow also as coaches who are good followers.
Guys, I tell you, you look at the upcoming season, and what are you looking forward to the most? Any of you. In 48 hours, you will likely have had your first. I mean, I know you're not wearing pads, but you're back into it. Sure. What are you looking forward to the most? And any of you guys down there can take this.
Davenport High School.
What's that?
Davenport High School.
I mean, you don't hold back.
No, he will not hold back.
Well, they say, we'll see. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Coach, I'll give you the final word here. If I said to you, tell me one thing about this football program that we don't know heading into this season, what we need to know about this football program, what would that one thing be?
Well, give me a compliment attention. We're very, very, very young, but also those young kids are very mature and are some of our top leaders. The most important thing is we came together as one. That's huge for us. We're kind of going different directions, so us being one unit and all marching to the same beat and have the same goal, and we'll be very tough, very physical, and be very aggressive.
And looking forward to Davenport.
Yes, sir, and looking forward to Davenport.
But, gentlemen, thank you all.
Yes, sir.
Very, very much. Yeah, absolutely. That's not yet, guys. Hang on. We're going to step aside. We'll be right back here on Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics.
So I'm so excited. We're at ground zero. 10 years ago when we said, hey, can a stadium actually connect to a neighborhood on a vascular level? This was it. There was a boarded up, fenced up, affordable housing development sitting here. And so, Lift Orlando was born. And through that energy source of a stadium and the idea of sports and how could we do more, here we are. And so happy that you took a minute, and we're going to get a chance to see two great quarterbacks play on the field, but I think we're going to get to meet them and get their reaction for what does it feel like as a player.
I think these guys are going to see these projects that Lift Orlando is working on. It's going to hit home and give them more purpose to go out and perform.
That's why I play football. I care about other people a lot. So I'm just out here, I play football to put smiles on people's faces, give back to the community. It's always, our platform that we have is a blessing from the man upstairs, so giving back is very important to me.
Yeah, I wake up every morning with a sense of urgency, knowing that I'm writing my legacy, knowing every day when I put that jersey on, that I want to leave that jersey in a better place.
You guys are rock stars, right? I mean, what you're doing in your own personal lives and how you're using your personal platforms, I think is a model for the rest of us to follow. I hope that's what we're doing in some small way and making you proud, and you'll come back later in life and go, wow, I had something to do with this. So
yes, sir.
Appreciate the time today.
Appreciate you. The power of college football.
Yeah, you heard it.
It's uncommon what you guys are doing for this bowl game, but also what you're doing in this community. And it's a blessing to be here knowing that all this is going around. And I spent some time here in Orlando, so, you know, just seeing this being built around and kind of knowing some of my guys who have been from West Orlando who played on, you know, the UCF team, it's a blessing.
We appreciate what you're doing. You know, you guys sit at the top, everybody's watching you, and what you're giving back to the kids is important. So thanks for everything you're doing for Orlando, and good luck this week at the game.
How far can the human spirit take you? One more step? A few feet? All the way across the line this time? Back to feeling whole. Get back where you belong with national leaders in orthopedic care. Advent Health, official champion of the human spirit.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Counsel, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities. We are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
And welcome back to Camping World Stadium. Alan Slaughter-Zinski with you for the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. And joining us now will be the Lake Region Thunder head coach, Jermaine King, and he has Isra Bernando with him, and as well as Nashawn Cook Manuel. Coach, welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And great to have you here, coming off of a 5-6 season. That 5-6 is always. I hate that because you went to the playoffs last year, right?
Yeah. Well, so I took over for the last coach. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But they did go to the playoffs.
But the
yes,
team
sir.
went to the
yes,
playoffs
sir.
last year, so you're taking over a playoff team. How tell me about this team and getting it back to the playoffs this year.
Yes, sir. So with this team this year, the biggest thing coming in was trying to change and develop the culture with these guys, and they understand it because coming in, for instance, these guys really didn't have any strength and conditioning program.
Right.
Coming from Hardee County, playing in Hardee County, back in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, we stayed in the weight room, so that was kind of mind-boggling for me. But that's kind of been the foundation piece, and these guys have worked extremely hard this summer with just making sure that their bodies are ready to take on this season and then try to be successful.
Well, now you're here. You took over. Give us a little bit of your background. Tell us about you.
Yes, sir. So I played at Hardee County. I played at Hardee County High School. From there, I went to West Virginia State, where I played and started for 4 years. Then I played for 3 different arena football teams. And then, like I was telling the guys back there at QwikCuts, I had the opportunity once I got done playing arena football to go coach receivers at my old high school.
Okay.
But I didn't really want to get into high school football right away. So I coached youth football because I really wanted to learn, how it was to, first of all, be a head coach, to communicate with parents, and to develop kids. You know what I'm saying? So, we're talking with other coaches, I had looked up to, they told me like one of the biggest things you can do is coach youth football at the lowest level.
They ain't lying.
So I coached the kids. I got into it coaching them at the lowest level when you dealt with kids looking up at the sky, kids looking at the ants, doing those things, and it helped develop patience in me. But then not only that, but just even the parents, at the youth level, because, everybody feels like their child is going to be the next superstar, whatever the case may be. So it helped me develop, okay, how do I talk to these parents? How do I go through these things? And then at the same time, it helped me develop a chance with the offensive playbook to see what worked, what didn't work, how I can coach it, how I can develop it, and those things. So, that really helped me. So I stayed in youth football basically from 2013 all the way to 2007. From there, I went to KPS. Was there helping out with the staff that first year, and then the next year I transitioned as being the head coach. Of course, we went 2-8 at KPS my first year. But with that being said, I don't like to use any excuses. We had 20 kids on the roster. Only 10 of them could really play varsity football. We were playing against like Victory Christian at the time, Admiral Farragut, Lake Highland Prep, the school out of Tampa that's really, really good. Now, we was playing against a lot of big-time Christian schools.
With 20 kids.
With 20 kids playing offense, defense.
Still won 2 games.
Yes, sir. So it was a real learning experience. Yeah. And then, of course, I resigned after the headmaster did those things that he did. And then it allowed me to now, get back in the position where I could actually go and learn. So then I went to Fort Meade, learned under Jamel Cornelius for a year, taught there as well. Helped him out with offense, and then from there I transitioned to Sebring as the offensive coordinator there to learn from Coach Scott, because I really wanted to learn now at the high school level, from 2 guys I admired. Okay, how can I, if I get into a position of a head coach, how can I be successful? Not to mention those guys look like me. They were African American, guys who played college football. Who were coming back to give back to the community. I just really wanted to learn just completely and totally, saying. So, that was kind of my route. And then, I took 2 years off. Some things happened. I won't really get into those right now. But then, of course, God gave me this opportunity to take over at Lake Region. And
well, it definitely sounds like to me that it's a God match at the right time. And Israel, let me ask you this. You played defensive end, you played tight end. Tell me about your football team this year. Through your off-season workouts, what have you liked about what your team has done this off-season?
What I like that we did this off-season, we'd put in the work, worked hard, got stronger, feel me? Got closer, more connections with each other. So
how'd you guys manage to do that? Just hanging out,
whatting out with each other.
Right.
Being more around each other.
What do you like doing more? You like taking down quarterbacks, or you like catching touchdowns?
I like hitting the quarterback.
I like that answer. I mean, I'm a former quarterback, but I feel you. All right, I feel you. Sean, you're defensive line and a tight end as well. So you guys, tell me about what part of the defensive line are you on?
I'm on the left side.
So you're the left DN?
Yes, sir.
And you the right DN?
Yes, sir.
Oh, my, we're seeing these quarterbacks in trouble this year, aren't they?
Yes,
so
sir.
tell me, what do you like doing better? You like hitting quarterbacks, or you like catching touchdowns?
I like hitting the quarterback, too.
Yeah, okay. All right. Coach, you hear this, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
all right. So when you ain't throwing the football, right, and you be running it, just say, look, guys, you like hitting quarterbacks. Go hit them.
Yes, sir.
What do you like about your football team? What you've seen through the off season. I mean, camp starts Monday. Where are you guys, you think?
We've got better since our last game.
Yeah.
And we bonded with each other more. We got better connection. I like that too.
How important, let me ask you this. How important, Nashawn, do you think team chemistry is in high school football?
I think it's very important, because if you don't have chemistry, chemistry, you won't have a team.
Have you been on part of teams that don't have it?
Yes, sir.
And you feel that this year, don't you? With the group that you have, the team chemistry
Yes,
coming
sir.
in?
I feel the chemistry.
That's definitely a good start. Coach, let me ask you this. Would you tell us about, I know you got two guys here representing, but kind of take us through the defense a little bit, and then I'll ask you about your offense.
Yes, sir. So Israel is actually going to be playing defense end and linebacker this year.
Okay.
So defense.
Look at him smiling.
Yeah.
See, I like that. I
Yes,
like
sir.
when. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So defense is actually the strength of our team right now, especially in the trenches, because we got these guys, Israel and Nashawn, but then we also been able to add some guys who were able to get eligible basically through summer school, which was huge for us because, when coming in and taking over and you see the kids, you're like, okay, like, why don't you come out and play football? But you later find out the kid's not eligible.
Right.
That's why they can't play. But we've been able to do that. Now in the secondary, we're going to be somewhat young and a little bit inexperienced. But I believe in the trenches is really where we're going to be our best. We're going to run a forefront. Our defensive coordinator, Coach Romero, is a 4-3 guy, but at the same time, he does some versatility things with that. We're going to a 4-2. He also is going to try to experiment with going 3 down a little bit and 3-3. So we'll see how that goes. But really and truly, our defense, and like I told these guys, physicality up front, strong against the run is going to really be our calling card. That's really where we're going to have to hang our hats this year defensively.
Looks like you got the speed and the strength to do 3-3. Looks like that's a good idea. I like that idea with these two guys sitting here.
Yes, sir.
No doubt. Tell me about your offense.
So offensively, so this was huge for me because during the spring when you're coming into a situation like this, of course, the spring you experiment. That's just the type of person I am. So we experimented with just kind of like being more like 4 and 5 wide and just kind of like seeing what we can do. So now we're gonna go back to basically what I did in Sebring as an offensive coordinator with a tight end and a guy that can run at quarterback, triple option from the gun, physicality, control the game clock, use short screens. As your run game to try to space it out and give different guys the ball, but just physicality and just being physical, control the clock. That's really going to be our calling card offensively.
Tell me why you brought these two guys today. Why are these two guys sitting at this table?
So both of these guys kind of highlight what we're trying to do as a culture, but then also on the field. For instance, Israel has been with us since day one, since when I first took over. And I like to tell people this about Israel. So Israel was also on the weightlifting team. So he was doing strength and conditioning workouts, going from strength and conditioning, going to the meets, and then lifting again.
Wow.
Even when I told the kids, "Hey, listen, you can take a day off because we got a weightlifting meet coming tomorrow, or we got districts." Israel was the type of kid, now I'm not going to take it off. I'm going to actually go, I'm going to lift both sessions. So that's the type of kid Israel is. Versatile kid, fun to be around. And I've gotten into Israel a lot this summer about the playing around. But one thing I love about Israel is just his energy and his attitude towards things and his enjoyment. Nashawn came to us during the spring, and he came to us from a good program in Auburndale. And Nashawn has just been one of those kids. He don't talk much. He's going to work. He's just going to work. He's going to put his head down. He's going to work. He's going to work. He's going to work. He's a yes, sir, no, sir type of guy. He doesn't complain. He tries to get the job done. If he's not doing something correctly, he'll come to you. Hey, coach, what can I do to get better? Hey, coach, can I, you know what I'm saying? So I really like that about you. Exactly. So these two guys kind of highlight what we're trying to build this program at Lake Region into, if that makes any sense.
No, it sure does. Coach, you got two defensive starters, nobody on the offense coming back this year. Good luck to you this year, Coach. I know, listen, the program, it sounds like the program is retooling, starting up, and you sound like the perfect fit to be the guy to do it. Thank you guys for coming here today. You got don't get up just yet. We're gonna step aside, and we'll be right back here on the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. And welcome back to Camping World Stadium of Florida Citrus Sports. High School Football Media Days presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. We talked about earlier today about tradition over in Brevard County. Well, when you're talking about Polk County and you're talking about tradition and winning, well, there is no other program to talk about other than the one to my left. They are the two-time defending state champs, won a state championship last year, and I tell you what, when you walk inside of Bryant Stadium, you know where you are. And Coach Zadrian Yardy is here today for Coach Marvin Frazier. So what we'll do is we'll have the student athletes introduce themselves. You'll tell us who you are, what you play, when you graduate, and then my man will take over here and we'll get going. So go ahead.
Xander Smith, I play quarterback. I graduate class of 2025.
Michael Gillis, I'm an athlete, graduate class of 2025.
Shenard Clower, I'm an athlete, graduate class of 2025.
Kavon McKinney, defensive back, class of 2025.
Sonny?
All right, Coach, we'll jump right into it. Back-to-back state champs. What is it going to take to pull off a three-peat again?
These guys been working hard all summer. They've been committed all summer, so that's really where it's won at in the summer, in the weight room and the strength and conditioning part. So these guys really, we had a couple guys return, and they've been leading all summer, so it's been great so far.
You know, to be able to sustain, you know, the type of success that your program has been able to do year in and year out. Like you said, it does start in the off season. What are some of the things that your program does differently to continue to set yourself apart?
I think really it's just the model. Like when kids come here, like they just know, like, okay, I'm not at no normal school. Like I'm here at Lakeland, I'm here for a reason. So whatever these coaches telling me to do, you know, whether that's in the weight room, strength and conditioning, getting some off the field work, you know what I mean, stuff like that. It just like little small stuff like that is really what help us build this team come December every year. So.
Okay. I know Coach Frazier couldn't join us today, but you know, with him, he was a part of the program for a few years under Counsel and took over last year, and in his first year was able to pull off a state championship. You know, talk about the excitement around the community and the program, seeing a coach be able to do that in his first year after following, you know, Coach Counsel, who is a legend in the community.
It was amazing. I love Coach Frazier. We all do. He just, I mean, to be honest, he just basically he put his little rinks and dinks in it, but he mentored Counsel for that last year. So, you know, he learned a lot of stuff underneath him for that last year, and he kept it all the same for the most part.
Okay. Going to the questions with the players, Xander, you're one of those players who came from another area and quickly got ingrained into the Lakeland culture. Talk about what your experience has been since you've been with the program, and how do you hope to leave your legacy once you're done with your final run this upcoming season?
It's been different than any other experience I've ever had. I played varsity football since I was in 8th grade, and just from a work aspect, from a team aspect, from a community aspect, everything's been different. From the day I walked on campus, I felt accepted, loved. They put me in. Nothing was given, everything was earned. I didn't just walk in and take a position. I walked in and I fought for it every single day throughout all the spring. We didn't know who was going to start until the day of the spring game. So just learning from the best, learning from everyone who I could, talking to Zachary Ployce and talking with Frazier when I first showed up as much as I could. I just learned and learned and learned, just kept working. So I want to be able to leave my legacy as a 2-time state champion, back to back to back. That's the goal. That's always the goal. That's the standard that we've set at Lakeland. So that's what I'm aiming for.
Xander, I got a quick question for you. You're a quarterback, right?
Yes, sir.
You got an arm of an offensive lineman. How do you throw a football?
I throw a football very accurately, very far, very fast.
And you know a lot. I'm guessing you're doing a lot of weight work. Does that affect the trajectory of your ball? How do you incorporate your weight work into your game?
Everything I do is for a reason. Every lift I do is for a reason. If I'm doing a lift and it's gonna hurt me in football, I'm not gonna do it. Everything that we do at Lakeland, especially, it's all for game purposes. We're not bodybuilders, we're athletes. Everything that we do at Lakeland, even though some of us might look a little different.
I mean, I feel like you can pull and block for yourself.
Some of us might not look that, but we're all athletes. We're not, we're not just weight room warriors. We're gonna get out on the field and we're gonna win.
Impressive.
Jamichael, up next. You're another athlete who came in from a different area. As a matter of fact, came in from a different state, if I'm not mistaken. How's your experience been in Polk County so far? What have you noticed about Polk County that kind of is different from some of the other places that you play ball at?
I'd say, like, coming from a different state to Polk County, it's been great. I've been working very hard this summer. We have all of us as a team. I would say that we're ready to come back with a three-peat. And the things that's different, I would say, in Lakeland, we work the work is way different. It's way harder. You really get it out the mud for real. I ain't that's serious.
Okay. You got next to you, Shinar. Tell me the positions that you play, because I know you play multiple positions.
quarterback, receiver, corner.
So pretty much wherever they plug you in at, you'll step up and,
Yes, sir.
and help out the team. Had a great performance in the spring game with a pretty big win over a tough Tampa Jesuit team. Talk about the momentum from that game and how you hope to apply that for this upcoming season.
First off, I didn't know that Xander, our original quarterback, wasn't going to be playing. So when I found out he wasn't playing, Coach Frazier asked me to play that position. I stuck up to the plate. And ever since then, I just ain't looked back.
How important is it to be versatile enough to be able to step up in situations like that when one of your teammates is down with an injury?
Work, in the weight room, and off the field and stuff, it's really it.
Okay. Next is Kayvon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's your upcoming goals for this upcoming season?
It all started weight room, all to get bigger, faster, stronger. I gotta break some interception record or something. I gotta break some type of record. That's
Do you know what the interception record is?
Nah, but I'm gonna get double digits, something, get something big, make it unreachable.
Gotcha. Any questions?
No, I just, the mystique. Here's what I want to know. I asked this question earlier to Coco in, 1-2 states. So I'm going to ask it. Anybody can take it. It is something special to be a Lakeland Dreadnaught. What does that mean? 86, 96, 99, 04, 05, 06, 18, 22, 23. I mean, there's not a lot of teams in the state that have won that many state championships in football. Bryant Stadium's a special place. What does it mean when you say the word Lakeland Dreadnaught?
For me, in my experience, everything, just from the day that I walked, the day that it was announced that I was going to be a Dreadnaught, anywhere I went, any college I went to across the country, the second I walked in, oh, you're at Lakeland,
right?
The Lakeland. That was always what was said. There was never any confusion. Everybody knew. It had a certain feeling about it, a certain aura about it that you just can't miss. Everybody knows about it.
Are there any obstacles, teams like you, I always feel like the only thing that ever stands in the way of winning is yourself. But what are your obstacles as a football team?
I would say it's just making sure all the guys stay buying in.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because our goal every year is December. You know what I mean? So
Sure.
You have to keep those guys locked in for those 15 weeks, and some of them breaks, them bye weeks is really needed when you play a long season like that every year, because constantly every week your body is taking a hit. You can take some in the ice bath, but after a while your body's still gonna be like, hey, I need a little rest. So, that I will say that's another big part about it is Coach Frazier and the rest of us coaches. We make sure that these guys get the rest they need, the right stuff in their body. If they need to go get treatment, go get treatment. So that's what I would say a big thing is.
And I like the fact that it appears anyway, at least according to Max Preps, that you have that last week off. Looks like that last week is your bye week.
Yes,
we have Selection Sunday, and then you guys get 2 weeks off before you head into the playoffs. So that's a great point. Coach, one more here, and then we'll head to a commercial. What's one thing about this team, this program, that maybe we don't know that we should know? We know it's a winner. We know we know all that. What do we need to know about this program?
I think one thing, like you say, you guys do know a lot of things, but one thing I will say is that these kids are well disciplined. I don't care, what school they coming from, or wherever they from. They coming in, they know okay, I'm here for a reason. I want to get my college paid for. I want to be a great student athlete. So I think that's one thing. It's just the kids know it's work time. That's all I can really say. It's work time once you.
They know it's business. They're well behaved, and they know what it means to put on that dreadnought, that L. They know what that L means. For those that don't know, what's a dreadnought?
It's a battleship.
There you go. All right, there you go, gentlemen. We can't thank you enough. And listen, good luck. We'll be cheering you on over. I'll be cheering you on over there, and good luck in your quest in a three-peat, trying to do it for the second time in program history. We're going to step aside. We're going to take a break. Hassani Harper and myself will be right back here. You're watching the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Day, powered by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics.
So I'm so excited. We're at ground zero. 10 years ago when we said, hey, can a stadium actually connect to a neighborhood on a vascular level? This was it. There was a boarded up, fenced up, affordable housing development sitting here. And so, Lift Orlando was born. And through that energy source of a stadium and the idea of sports and how could we do more, here we are. And so happy that you took a minute, and we're going to get a chance to see two great quarterbacks play on the field, but I think we're going to get to meet them and get their reaction for what does it feel like as a player.
I think these guys are going to see these projects that Lift Orlando is working on. It's going to hit home and give them more purpose to go out and perform.
That's why I play football. I care about other people a lot. So I'm just out here, I play football to put smiles on people's faces, give back to the community. It's always, our platform that we have is a blessing from the man upstairs, so giving back is very important to me.
Yeah, I wake up every morning with a sense of urgency, knowing that I'm writing my legacy. Knowing every day when I put that jersey on, that I want to leave that jersey in a better place.
You guys are rock stars, right? I mean, what you're doing in your own personal lives and how you're using your personal platforms, I think is a model for the rest of us to follow. I hope that's what we're doing in some small way and making you proud, and you'll come back later in life and go, wow, I had something to do with this. So
yes, sir.
Appreciate the time today.
Appreciate you. The power of college football.
Yeah, you heard it.
It's uncommon what you guys are doing for this bowl game, but also what you're doing in this community. And it's a blessing to be here knowing that all this is going around. And I spent some time here in Orlando, so, just seeing this being built around and kind of knowing some of my guys who have been from West Orlando, who played on, the UCF team, it's a blessing.
We appreciate what you're doing. You guys sit at the top, everybody's watching you, and what you're giving back to the kids is important. So thanks for everything you're doing for Orlando, and good luck this week at the game.
How far can the human spirit take you? One more step? A few feet? All the way across the line this time? Back to feeling whole. Get back where you belong with national leaders in orthopedic care. Advent Health, official champion of the human spirit.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Counsel, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities. We are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
Players are now allowed to profit from their name, image, and likeness. That basically means they can get sponsorships like pro athletes.
I think the concern is who can participate, who will participate, and how does that affect?
Dan LaForest is a financial advisor and registered sports agent in Central Florida.
Georgia actually passed this law back in October of last year, and they've only reported almost 40 NIL deals in the whole state of Georgia.
We know that more than 30 other states have this already. Why is Florida such a focus?
The state of Florida puts more kids into Power 4 schools than any other state. During the NFL draft this year, the state of Florida was representing the NFL draft more than any other state. So this is where high school talent is developed. The floodgates are open to just like any other situation. I think that the ones that do get legal counsel, they do get financial counsel, and they get somebody who's looking out for their best interests, I think those are the ones that are going to be the most successful.
And welcome back to Camping World Stadium. Alan Slaughter-Zinski from Brevard Sports Network and Hassani Harper from H2 Athletes. And Hassani, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here as we continue with Polk County High School Football, Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. Well, up next is going to be one of those teams this year, returning a lot on each side of the football, coming off a 7-4 season, the Auburndale Bloodhounds. And Coach Antonio Thomas is here, and Coach, welcome, and he's got his players with him. And gentlemen, what we'll do is you'll introduce yourself, you'll tell us who you are, what position you play, and when you graduate, and then Hassani will take over and with the questions. So we'll start with you, young man, or whoever.
Gary on job, offense and defense, receiver and DB.
Oh, great. What class? Where you graduated?
2006.
My name is Trey Sullivan, class of 26. I play both sides of the ball. I play middle linebacker and fullback.
My name is Brendan Meyer. I play defensive end and class of 26.
My name is Riley Cooper. I play both sides of the ball, left guard and D-line. I'm class 26.
Jaden Mondesir, defensive line, class of 26.
My name is William McKenzie. I play both sides, receiver and DB, class of 26.
Coach Thomas.
What's up?
How you doing, Coach?
Doing all right. I won't complain.
How has the experience been up to this point, being back at your alma mater, but now leading the program?
One of the things we go by is controlling the dash, that's discipline, attitude, sacrifice, habits. And so, every day our mission is to go 1-0. And so it's going 1-0 in those things and being consistent in doing those things. And, it's been a grind, just getting the kids to buy in. This year we would definitely like to make a playoff run, and so getting them to do those things consistently has been, one of my biggest challenges. But it's been fun.
Okay, so like you said, one of your goals is to make a playoff run. You guys were in the playoffs last year. Had some guys that you were expecting to return to the program to help in that aspect, but they ended up leaving. You did get some guys to come in. You have some names that you kind of want to touch on that you feel like will be an important part of the season this upcoming year?
The guys that I have with me, I have a lot of confidence in. Brentley Myers probably being, one of our better pass rushers. Riley Cooper, definitely he's going to play a big role offensively and defensively. In fact, he's went to a lot of camps this summer, and he's been, camp MVPs, on the offensive and defensive side. So I know that he has a lot. His feet work is great. Jaden Mondesir, who's sitting right here next to me, is the word that defines him is a dog. He don't care what position he play. And so, that's the type of mentality that that we're trying to bring into this season. It don't matter who you are, and what we play at. We ready to play, and it don't matter what we got on or what you got on. Let's go. So,
guys had a big spring game, big win over a historically tough Fort Meade program. Talk about the momentum that you guys, had from that game leading into the summer workouts, and what were some of the things that you were able to accomplish heading into this upcoming season?
In that game, we actually, we seen some good things and we seen a lot of bad things. I think the biggest thing that we took away from that, is, nobody got injured. So going into the summer workouts, we was able to take everybody into the summer workouts, and we had some good days this summer. But like I say, I think our biggest takeaway, we didn't play in that game perfect at all. And it's still to be seen, if we could put a good product on the field this season.
Okay. Got some questions for some of the players. I'm going to start with William. What does it mean to you to be a Bloodhound?
What it means to me to be a Bloodhound, everything. I bleed this junk, boy. I came from a small town, Auburndale, trying to put myself on the map, put a team on the map with my brothers, you feel me? That's it.
I like it. I like it.
Okay, and up next we got, is that Jaden? All right, so Jaden, your coach, he described you as a dog. So what does that mean to you, being a dog?
To be a dog, it means that you have grit, you don't give up. You dedicate yourself to the program, put the team before yourself, and you just basically do whatever is asked of you to the best of your ability.
And how much have you learned from Coach up to this point that you feel like is going to help you in this upcoming season?
I feel like a lot of technique, being dedicated to the program, and just basic things he taught me helped me not just become a better football player, but a better person overall.
Up next, we got Riley. Riley, you came in from, I want to say Santa Fe Catholic?
Yes, sir.
What are some of the biggest differences that you notice in the jumping, the level of competition as well as the size of the program?
Oh yeah, definitely the competition. A lot better athletes. Like, just a better program in general. Like, push myself harder than I was at my former school, and I think I just got a lot better, and the program is just better.
What were some of the things that you worked on this offseason that helped you win some of these MVPs at some of the camps that you've been
Oh,
to?
definitely my footwork, my handwork, just technical stuff that you need to play D-line. Like, got to get strong, got to be fast, just have good technique.
Okay. Who we got next? Yeah. Brentley? Okay, so 2026 defensive end. Talk about defensive line play. You know, what does that mean to you, being able to have an impact on the defensive line for the team?
Just making big plays, helping my team out, and getting tackles.
Okay.
Trey Sullivan.
Okay. Trey, 2026, you're playing linebacker and fullback?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're having to play both sides of the ball. That's a lot of snaps.
Yes, sir.
What have you been working on this offseason in terms of being able to work on your endurance so that you don't get tired this upcoming season?
I've been running more long distance. I've been working on my feet work, getting stronger, things of that nature.
Okay.
By the way, let me step in and say something. Trey is a dog in that weight room. I mean, just an absolute monster. I mean, any lift. I mean, he's probably top 2 in every category in our weight room.
I was going to ask, is this the young man you talked about that was MVP at the camps? You said he went to a couple camps this year and was MVP?
Nah, that's Riley Cooper, number 66.
Okay, good.
Okay. And then at the end, we got Darion. So you're also a 26 wide receiver.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what type of impact you want to have on offense for your team this year?
Like, clutch times, I want to be the one, like, okay, like, I want the ball. Like, we need to score. I want the ball. I'm the dude that want the ball. So, be at times like that, yeah, I'm the guy to go to.
Do you have any specific individual goals that you hope to accomplish?
Honestly, I'm going to say big. Like, I want to break the record. Like, receiving yards, Auburndale. Yeah, that's the goal.
And Coach, for you, what is your goal for this upcoming year, for your first year? How do you want to establish your footprint for the program?
The biggest thing we want to do is dig deep, and that's an acronym. And digging deep, it definitely stands for discipline, integrity, goals, dedication, effort, execution, pride. And so we want to be great at those things, doing those things every day and consistently doing those things.
Gentlemen, 7-4 last season?
Yes, sir.
Yes, 7-4 last season. How do you make this football team, Coach? How do you guys become 8-2, 9-1 even? What do you need to do? Anybody can take it.
As Coach said, we have our acronym Dig Deep. I feel like last year we didn't really hold values or principles or like anything towards the team, so everyone was kind of in their own space. But now we're more of a brotherhood, and feel like everyone's on the same page. If everyone buys into what Coach is saying, we'll be a better team and just a better group as a whole.
Coach gave the acronym for Dig Deep, and so when people think of Auburndale football, you're driving there, you're driving on I-4, you see the sign, Auburndale, right? When they go past that sign, what do you want them to know about Auburndale football? What should they know?
That we dogs.
Dogs!
Yeah.
Gentlemen, it's been great. Good luck this season, and it was a pleasure having you all here today. All right.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to step aside. We'll be right back as we roll on through Polk County here on the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Sports Media Days presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics.
Players are now allowed to profit from their name, image, and likeness. That basically means they can get sponsorships like pro athletes.
I think the concern is who can participate, who will participate, and how does that affect
Dan LaForest is a financial advisor and registered sports agent in Central Florida.
Georgia actually passed this law back in October of last year, and they've only reported almost 40 NIL deals in the whole state of Georgia.
We know that more than 30 other states have this already. Why is Florida such a focus?
The state of Florida puts more kids into Power 4 schools than any other state. During the NFL draft this year, the state of Florida was represented in the NFL draft more than any other state. So this is where high school talent is developed. The floodgates are open to just like any other situation. I think that the ones that do get legal counsel, they do get financial counsel, and they get somebody who's looking out for their best interests, I think those are the ones that are going to be the most successful.
So I'm so excited. We're at ground zero. 10 years ago when we said, hey, can a stadium actually connect to a neighborhood on a vascular level? This was it. There was a boarded up, fenced up, affordable housing development sitting here. And so, Lift Orlando was born. And through that energy source of a stadium and the idea of sports and how could we do more, here we are. And so happy that you took a minute, and we're going to get a chance to see two great quarterbacks play on the field, but I think we're going to get to meet them and get their reaction for what does it feel like as a player.
I think these guys are going to see these projects that Lift Orlando is working on. It's going to hit home and give them more purpose to go out and perform.
That's why I play football. I care about other people a lot. So I'm just out here, I play football to put smiles on people's faces, give back to the community. It's always, our platform that we have is a blessing from the man upstairs. So giving back is very important to me.
Yeah, I wake up every morning with a sense of urgency, knowing that I'm writing my legacy. Knowing every day when I put that jersey on, that I want to leave that jersey in a better place.
You guys are rock stars, right? I mean, what you're doing in your own personal lives and how you're using your personal platforms, I think is a model for the rest of us to follow. I hope that's what we're doing in some small way and making you proud, and you'll come back later in life and go, wow, I had something to do with this. So
yes, sir.
Appreciate the time today.
Appreciate you.
The power of college football.
Yeah, you heard it.
It's uncommon what you guys are doing for this bowl game, but also what you're doing in this community. And it's a blessing to be here knowing that all this is going around. And I spent some time here in Orlando, so just seeing this being built around and kind of knowing some of my guys who have been from West Orlando who played on the UCF team, it's a blessing.
We appreciate what you're doing. You guys sit at the top, everybody's watching you, and what you're giving back to the kids is important. So thanks for everything you're doing for Orlando, and good luck this week at the game.
How far?
Representation from athletes to celebrities, we are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
Players are now allowed to profit from their name, image, and likeness. That basically means they can get sponsorships like pro athletes.
I think the concern is who can participate, who will participate, and how does that affect?
Dan LaForest is a financial advisor and registered sports agent in Central Florida.
Georgia actually passed this law back in October of last year, and they've only reported almost 40 NIL deals in the whole state of Georgia.
We know that more than 30 other states have this already. Why is Florida such a focus?
The state of Florida puts more kids into Power 4 schools than any other state. During the NFL draft this year, the state of Florida was represented in the NFL draft more than any other state. So this is where high school talent is developed. The floodgates are open to just like any other situation. I think that the ones that do get legal counsel, they do get financial counsel, and they get somebody who's looking out for their best interests, I think those are the ones that are going to be the most successful.
And welcome back to Camping World Stadium. Alan Slaughterzinski with you, as well as Hassani Harper. And Hassani, it's been a fantastic day with Brevard County and Polk County high school football teams as we get ready to wrap up here. And we continue here with one of the cooler logos in high school football. I really like this logo, the Fort Meade Miners football. And here with us today is the run game coordinator, offensive line coach, Clayton Monroe. Coach, take not Coach Tate, I'm sorry, Coach couldn't make it today. And so here's what we're going to do, gentlemen. We're going to have you introduce yourself, okay? Please tell us who you are, what position you play, and when you graduate, and then we'll come back and Hassani will begin the question. So we'll start with you.
My name is Omar Russell, 2026 athlete at Fort Meade, Florida.
Kamar Gil Martin, class of 2026, athlete.
My name is Lex Duarte, class of 2025, kicker.
Carter Smith, a linebacker, running back, 25.
Nasir Berrien, class of 2025, receiver. Makai Berrien, class of 2026, outside linebacker.
Gabe, I play receiver.
It's all right. All right, so Coach, we'll jump straight into the question. So, 10-1 season, a lot of guys graduated.
Yes, sir.
Coming back, return 5 on offense, return 5 on defense. You know, what are the expectations for a team that lost so much heading into this new year?
Yes, sir. The expectations just simple, kind of reload with it. We had a bunch of, even though a lot of our team was young and everything, we lost a lot, we still have a young nucleus in the class of 27 and 26. We're extremely deep in that position. We have about 8 or so seniors right now that we're going to put on the catalyst to be kind of like our leaders, along with a couple of our younger kids like Amari, for instance, and a few others. We kind of expect we don't really kind of expect to kind of miss a beat or anything. We expect to kind of just stay in the fold with everything, especially in the new district with us being in 1R. We kind of expect just to kind of keep the same things rolling. We got some new kids kind of that came in the fold over the summer, and we kind of expect to do big things with them.
So I know y'all guys took one on the chin in the spring game, but it looks like y'all took that, used that as fuel in the offseason, had a great performance in the recent Polk County 7-on-7 championship. Talk about that and seeing the guys bounce back from the spring and kind of use that as fuel to put themselves in a position to head into this upcoming season.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, that spring game, it was definitely a slight embarrassment, definitely put a chip on our shoulders. The kids been coming in every day, 4 days a week, first thing in the morning, about 7 to 11, getting field work in the gym, committing to the grind, putting forth the effort into it, and I'm ready to see what this season holds for them, especially all the hard work they're putting into. Like we start on Monday, all the kids are real anxious for it. They're ready to get at it, get a little bit, especially when we get in the pads and everything, they're ready to get a little bit physical with it, especially with the season we have coming up. It's a nice little difficult one, especially starting off the year with Bartow. We expect to kind of come in and make a big name for ourselves and kind of show the county that we didn't really lose a step.
Previous head coach Jamel Cornelius, Fort Meade guy, retired or resigned this offseason. In steps in Maurice Russell, another Fort Meade guy. Talk about the culture of guys being from Fort Meade, coming back and helping lead the program and being a part of the program for the next generation.
Of course, yeah. Having him a part of it, it's a big success of it. He's been to countless state championship games during his time when he played. A lot of our coaching staff is former athletes on the team, including myself. I was class of 14. A lot of our coaches on the staff right now are homegrown and everything. So we understand the level of tradition that's expected from us. I mean, from one point there, we were winning district championships 14 years in a row. There's a high standard to what Fort Meade football is, and especially with this younger group and everything, they're buying into that factor and everything, and they understand what comes with it whenever they put on that black and gold.
Gotcha. So I'm going to ask some of the players some questions. Start with Amari. 9 interceptions, 2 returned for a touchdown, multiple Division I offers. Going to be the face of the program this upcoming season. What is having that type of expectation like for you, and what do you hope to accomplish for this upcoming season?
I hope to accomplish a deep playoff run, of course more interceptions, and just winning and bonding with my new teammates.
So you talk about hoping to bond with your new teammates. What are some of the things that you've done this offseason so far to kind of help in that aspect?
Just staying out there talking. We got a lock-in coming up, 3-day lock-in. So just getting to know each other.
Okay. Kamar?
Yes, sir.
All right. 2026. What positions do you play?
I play corner and slot.
Okay, both sides of the ball.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're going to get a lot of snaps this season.
Yes,
Talk
sir.
about the work that you've done this offseason to make sure that you're maintaining good endurance to be able to handle that heavy workload.
Well, we've been pushing in the weight room. Like yesterday, we was on. No, it was the day before. I was squatting 405. They didn't expect me to squat it. Push them because we were doing light, and we just been pushing the weight room. We've been running the highway, keeping in shape, be ready for the season.
Okay. You got next to you?
Carter Smith.
Say it one more time.
Carter Smith.
Okay, what position you play?
I play linebacker and running back.
Okay. When do you graduate?
Class of 2025.
Okay, so this is your last year,
Yes,
last
sir.
ride. How do you want to be remembered when it's all said and done?
I just want to be remembered as just a dominant player, a team leader, and just being that one player on the field that's making plays.
Okay. Lex, specialist. Okay, so you're the kicker and the punter for the Miners.
Yes, sir.
All right, so they call on you to make that game-winning field goal quick. Visualize and walk us through, what you're going to do to make that happen for your team.
Just focus. Hopefully all my practices come to that point where I make the kick, those early morning days in the field, the late nights in the weight room, is always working, grinding.
Do you see the kick before you kick it?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, when you line up, and you look at those goalposts, do you hear the crowd I'm curious. I mean, at the high school level, I'm curious what a high school kicker feels and sees out there. When you step out on the field to kick a field goal, what's going through your mind?
Just tunnel vision, just try to mute everything out, tunnel vision, and lock in, hit him between the goalposts.
Gotcha.
All right, where's Nazir at? Oh, okay. What's it?
Nasir Berrien.
Okay, yeah. So, to you, what does it mean to be a Miner?
I mean, to be a Miner, I feel like it's just to work hard, push yourself constantly, always playing physical, pushing your teammates to just do the best. We have a high standard, and we have drove to gain that, get back to that high level. Makai Berry.
Makai, how important will team chemistry be for you guys to be able to accomplish some of the goals that you have set for you?
Very important. We need to communicate more, all of that, so we can know where we're at on the field. And communication is important with our team because it will get us farther in the playoffs.
As we get set to wrap up here, Coach, I want to know who thought it was a good idea to have a 3-day lock-in.
Usually it used to be a little bit longer than that back in my day, Maurice's
What
day.
do you guys do during this real quick?
It's just kind of team bonding experience. We kind of stay on campus with it. Early mornings, waking up, getting a workout in.
Cool.
We got sponsors that come in, kind of will feed us breakfast and lunch and stuff. And so just trying to keep that team camaraderie together and everything and build up upon it and just make the guys closer.
Well, I tell you what, you guys, good luck to you this season. It was a pleasure to have you guys here today. You have more obligations out there. Don't get up just yet, but appreciate you coming here to see us today. And man, a lot to build on. You got a great season last year. Good luck. Good luck this year. All right, we're going to step aside here, and we'll be right back to Camping World Stadium for the final day of the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Sports Media Day, presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics.
Special thanks to our sponsors of the day for High School Sports Media Day. We've got Advent Health, Rothman Orthopedics here. We're grateful for their generous sponsorship to make this day possible. I'm standing here today with Dr. Yeomans. It's so great to be with you. Why don't you tell everybody what you do for Rothman Orthopedics and Advent Health?
Absolutely. So I'm a primary care sports medicine physician, which means I specialize in non-surgical orthopedics. But we also help manage events and team games, like for the high school athletes in our community.
Absolutely. So what is your favorite part about Friday Night Lights when you're on the sidelines on that big, beautiful blue tent? What gets you fired up?
For me, it's being able to be a part of a team. I do what I do for the relationships that we get to build. And there's no better way to plug into a community than be a part of a high school environment. You've got the whole family there. You've got all the friends. You've got the game going on. And I love sports medicine too because I get to watch people perform at the highest level.
Absolutely. So let's talk injury prevention today. God forbid something happens, but we know high school football is a gritty sport, right? Injuries are going to happen. So what is the one tip that you would give our viewers today that are watching, maybe parents, that they could help their kids get ready for the upcoming season when it comes to being smarter for injury prevention?
Yeah, there are a few things that we think of for injury prevention. The most important is a requirement. We have to have a sports physical before the season starts. But during that time, we're able to assess whether there are any old injuries or any medical issues that we need to be aware of. The other thing that we think of now in Central Florida in particular is heat illness, and so we want to make sure that we acclimate well to the environment. If it's the first time you've been outside of the air conditioning in a while and now you're at football practice, you got to be careful with that. And then just making sure that we all the equipment fits properly and that people are kind of ready to go for the impacts they're going to take.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about, God forbid, an injury happens, right? What is the first thing an athlete should do when they're on the field? Because a lot of players, they like to play through the pain, right? They got to grit it, grime it through. So what is your tip as a physician for the first step a player should do if they feel like they're injured?
Yeah, if they feel like they're injured, the first thing I tell them is just sit down. So that's going to alert everybody on the sideline that there might be an injury. We get to bring the athletic trainer out. They're an integral part of the healthcare team, and they know those players and can kind of go out and assess, and the physicians that are there with them can help evaluate the injury too. And I always tell them to slow down. Everybody wants to jump up and run off the field, and these are tough guys, and they play a tough sport. But just slowing everything down, getting a good assessment, making sure we're safe to kind of move from where we are first is the most important thing to do.
So if a player is injured, first step, they want to reach out to Rothman Orthopedics and Advent Health. Where can they get in contact with you guys?
Absolutely. We'd love to see anybody that might need help with an injury, and they can find us at transformingortho.com.
Well, thank you, Dr. Yeoman, so much for your time today. Thank you for your support, sponsoring this incredible event, and also bringing peace of mind on the sidelines on our Friday Night Lights. Well, again, we're getting back to our incredible broadcast. Hope you've been enjoying everything today. We want you to know, too, that Rothman Orthopedics, they have over 8 locations, and they're all across Central Florida. So make sure you make your consultation if needed. These guys are here to take care of you.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Counsel, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities. We are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
welcome back to Camping World Stadium as we wind it down here with Polk County on the final day of the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Sports Media Day presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. And I'm here with Hassani Harper. And Hassani, the longer we get into the day, the tougher it is to say all of those words really quick. And but we are here with Ridge Community and the Bolts head coach Richard Tate. I just found out, second year, third stint at the school. Coach, I'm going to shake your hand for that. But we'll talk to Hassani, will talk to Coach in a minute. But gentlemen, what we want to do is we want you to introduce yourselves. Okay, we'll start with you. Tell us who you are, what year you graduate, and what position you play.
All right, so my name is Matthew Garman. I'm number 72. I play offensive tackle, and I'm going to my senior year.
Mark Michelle, offensive guard and defensive tackle, class of 2025.
Klein Giles, class of 2025, wide receiver safety.
William Marshall, class of 2025, defensive end.
Archie Walls, class of 2025, wide receiver and free safety.
Coach, say third time's the charm.
Third time's gonna be the charm for sure. I'm just excited about this year. I was the first year, baby.
Coach, so talk about last year, first year back, finished 3-7, not the type of season that you're used to. What have you done differently this off season to put yourself in a different position to succeed for 2024?
I just think the regular buy-in of the kids and the what we've been through in the last year and a half. Ridge was up and down a little bit for the last 4 or 5 years. I decided to go back and take that program over, and it was a rebuilding year. You can say what you want to about it. Kids worked hard, but it was them getting to know me, me getting to understand where the program was at. But in the last 12 months, we worked extremely hard. I'm extremely excited about this group and extremely excited about the 2024 season.
Sometimes coaches coach at one spot, leave, come back. Very rare to actually come back and do it 3 times. What is it about Ridge Community that has been so special and unique that every time you've gotten that call, you're like, I want to come back?
Well, I think Ridge represents what my heart is all about. A school that's a little bit, we're never going to have all the money, we're never going to have all the glitz and glitter, but we've got tremendous kids, tremendous administration, and tremendous community. And every time I've been there, the kids have responded in a positive way. We put ourselves on the map with good football teams and able to help kids have a vision to go on to college and to do great things. So really, to me, that's what Ridge represents. Great blue-collar school. We work extremely hard. We don't have all the bells and whistles, like I said. But when you line up, we're going to bring that funk and bring that hat, and you're going to know you're in a football game.
Talk about some of those tremendous kids that you brought with you today. Why did you pick these particular kids to represent the program?
Well, you look at 5 kids, like I said, that have truly bought into the program. Each and every one bring a different skill set. But the biggest thing a coach can try to get to, guys, is a buy-in of your team and your kids to be committed to the dream. And each one of these guys has done that and done it extremely well. I'm extremely excited to have them with me today, and can't wait for the kickoff classic. And can't wait for the next 10 after that to watch them ball out.
I'm going to ask Coach a question here real quick, and before we get to the players. Coach, second year, third stint, with all of the changes, with the NIL, with the transfer policy, what is it that drives you to today's student athlete, keeps you coming back to them?
I still think that we have a great service to do for these kids. I still think that they need somebody in charge, a mentor that's in charge that's going to be honest with them, that's going to treat them fairly, push them to be great students, great young men, and then football players. I think right now we're a little bit caught up in what's way ahead and not taking care of business on a daily basis. It's going to set you up for that. And so that's what drives me. There's nothing more satisfactory than even some of these guys here today. I didn't pick them 3 years ago. I didn't think they'd be here 2 years ago when I got there. But they've worked extremely hard. They've done what we asked them to do. And these kids go play great football. So that's what drives me, is just taking the kid from point A to point B, taking the program from point A to point B, Call me old school if you want to, but I know our teams are going to show up and they're going to play extremely hard. And honestly, I can't worry about what everybody else is doing.
Right.
I try to do the best I can with keeping up with some of the recruiting aspect of it, make sure our guys are getting some looks. But the NIL and the portal and other things like that are important to some, but they're important to me that the kid gets what he needs. But that's not what drives me. What drives me is to see these kids succeed and have a chance in life to be successful people.
Great answer.
Get into some questions with the players. Start with Matt. Offensive line. We saw you walking up. You look
Yes,
like
sir.
you're taller than Coach Tate.
Yes, sir.
You know, what do you hope to accomplish this upcoming season for the offensive line unit?
So, for the offensive line, just looking to be a leader. You know, I mean, got a good group behind me and next to me, including this guy right here. He's my left guard, and got a good center that's coming up. He's young, but I believe in him, and I believe in my entire line. Got some big goals for the season, not just for me, but for my team and all that. But I'm excited and I'm ready for it to get started.
What are some of those goals for the team that you hope to accomplish, as well as individual goals that you want to accomplish?
My biggest
yourself?
individual goal is to have a sack this season. That's my biggest goal. But as a team, to go a winning record, you know, whatever we can get. I want to play every team to our fullest ability and have no regrets.
Up next, we have Mark. Offensive line, defensive line.
Yes, sir.
Which side of the ball do you prefer?
Oh, do I prefer? I prefer D-line.
Okay.
I just like attacking. I like the attack concept of D-line. Just being the first man with your hands on and beating up who's in front of you.
Okay. So, I'm a college coach. I'm watching your film, watching you be active on the defensive line. Why should a college coach come and recruit you?
I feel like I have a high motor. I don't stop. I feel like now I could go all 4 quarters, just keep going my hardest.
Good answer. All right. Up next, we got Klein. What's it been like being able to play for Coach Tate?
It's been pretty good, feel me? I've been around like old school coaches all my life, coming from Miami, Coach Bird, old school, feel me? So like right when I came to Ridge, it was like I'm used to this, feel me? So yeah.
Now you said you're from Miami.
Yeah.
Up here in Polk County now, what's the biggest differences that you've noticed, or is there any similarities between the two places?
We got some talent over here in Polk County now, but like Miami is just like, it's like you a dog, you want it. You know, like it's like you gotta play football, or like there ain't nothing else.
Next to you, you got. Say your name again.
William Marshall,
William Marshall. When did you graduate?
2025.
2025. Okay, so this is your last ride being a Ridge Bolt. You know, how do you want folks to remember you when this season is over with?
I want them to remember me as a leader, someone who worked to achieve his goal. You know, I transferred schools like last year from Four Corners, and I put in a lot of work to be a starter, you know, to be shown that I have the grit and the grind to play.
And what were some of the things that you worked on to put yourself in a position to, take over one of those starting roles?
I would say getting stronger, having better technique, being more like adaptable to a coach's teaching methods.
For you, what does it mean to be a Ridge Bolt?
What does it mean?
Yeah, like.
Shoot, it's an honor, to be honest. And then knowing that your coach is Richard Tate, amazing. That means a lot to be a Ridge Bolt. Then my whole family went here, so it means a lot to be a Ridge Bolt.
What do you hope to accomplish this upcoming season for the team?
So the one thing I hope to accomplish, and that's win state.
Dig it?
Well, gentlemen, let me ask you this. You know, as you look at camp coming up on Monday, where do you feel like your team got better? Where did this football team get better? I mean, I'm looking at a lot of beef, okay? So where did this team get better?
I think we got better as a whole. Like, we all, like last year, I won't say we were all like mentally connected and had the
Right.
same goal in mind. Like, we were like, it was all playful all the time. I feel like now we can like be serious and go in at 110% all the time.
How did you guys accomplish that? How were you? And I know Coach here, you know, obviously helps with that. But as a team, like, who's the guy on the team? Like, if the coach is talking and you're getting ready to break it down, and somebody in the back is talking, who's the guy on the team? Who's the guy at this table is going to say, "Man, shut up! Coach is talking."
We all do.
Me? Yeah.
We all do.
Yeah. I like that because I believe that's ownership. And Coach, I know you. Well, how does it make you feel to hear, you know, these guys want to take ownership in that aspect of the team?
It just goes to, like I was saying, the maturity of the team from last year to this year. You know, it all, you know, when a kid is asked to pay a certain price and they do that, and they get a camaraderie together, and they start to bond and get that togetherness, that's what makes Ridge, and that's what makes us play great football. I mean, I think some people, since it's been a day or two, need a reminder that every time I've been there, we've won a district, we've been to the state playoffs. We have 3 NFL players. We have countless guys that are Division I guys. So, you know, to me, it's the place to be. That's why I keep going back. There's somebody out there that's going to be a diamond in the rough, and he's going to end up showing out, and everybody's going to say, "Damn, we did it again."
In other words, you get a little cut, and a thunderbolt's going to shoot out.
That's what I'm talking about.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to step aside, and we're going to be right back. Guys, you've been fantastic. You have other media here that want to talk to you, but don't go anywhere yet. We're going to step aside, and we'll be right back with another Polk County football program, I believe, here on the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, Day 3, presented by Advent Health, Orlando, and Rothman Orthopedics.
Special thanks to our sponsors of the day for High School Sports Media Day. We've got Advent Health, Rothman Orthopedics here. We're grateful for their generous sponsorship to make this day possible. I'm standing here today with Dr. Yeomans. It's so great to be with you. Why don't you tell everybody what you do for Rothman Orthopedics and Advent Health?
Absolutely. So I'm a primary care sports medicine physician, which means I specialize in non-surgical orthopedics. But we also help manage events and team games, like for the high school athletes in our community.
Absolutely. So what is your favorite part about Friday Night Lights when you're on the sidelines on that big, beautiful blue tent? What gets you fired up?
You know, for me, it's being able to be a part of a team. I do what I do for the relationships that we get to build. And there's no better way to plug into a community than be a part of a high school environment. You've got the whole family there. You've got all the friends. You've got the game going on. And I love sports medicine, too, because I get to watch people perform at the highest level.
Absolutely. So let's talk injury prevention today. God forbid something happens, but we know high school football is a gritty sport, right? Injuries are going to happen. So what is the one tip that you would give our viewers today that are watching, maybe parents, that they could help their kids get ready for the upcoming season when it comes to being smarter for injury prevention?
Yeah, there are a few things that we think of for injury prevention. The most important is a requirement. We have to have a sports physical before the season starts. But during that time, we're able to assess whether there are any old injuries or any medical issues that we need to be aware of. The other thing that we think of now in Central Florida in particular is heat illness, and so we want to make sure that we acclimate well to the environment. It's the first time you've been outside of the air conditioning in a while, and now you're at football practice. You've got to be careful with that. And then just making sure that we all the equipment fits properly, and that people are kind of ready to go for the impacts they're going to take.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about, God forbid, an injury happens, right? What is the first thing an athlete should do when they're on the field? Because a lot of players, they like to play through the pain, right? They got to grit it, grime it through. So what is your tip as a physician for the first step a player should do if they feel like they're injured?
Yeah, if they feel like they're injured, the first thing I tell them is just sit down. So that's going to alert everybody on the sideline that there might be an injury. We get to bring the athletic trainer out. They're an integral part of the healthcare team, and they know those players and can kind of go out and assess, and the physicians that are there with them can help evaluate the injury too. And I always tell them to slow down. Everybody wants to jump up and run off the field, and these are tough guys, and they play a tough sport. But just slowing everything down, getting a good assessment, making sure we're safe to kind of move from where we are first is the most important thing to do.
So if a player is injured, first step, they want to reach out to Rothman Orthopedics and Advent Health. Where can they get in contact with you guys?
Absolutely. We'd love to see anybody that might need help with an injury, and they can find us at transformingortho.com.
Well, thank you, Dr. Yeoman, so much for your time today. Thank you for your support, sponsoring this incredible event, and also bringing peace of mind on the sidelines on our Friday Night Lights. Well, again, we're getting back to our incredible broadcast. Hope you've been enjoying everything today. We want you to know, too, that Rothman Orthopedics, they have over 8 locations. They're all across Central Florida, so make sure you make your consultation if needed. These guys are here to take care of you.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Council, sports and entertainment guidance and representation. From athletes to celebrities, we are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
Players are now allowed to profit from their name, image, and likeness. That basically means they can get sponsorships like pro athletes.
I think the concern is who can participate, who will participate, and how does that affect?
Dan LaForest is a financial advisor and registered sports agent in Central Florida.
Georgia actually passed this law back in October of last year, and they've only reported almost 40 NIL deals in the whole state of Georgia.
We know that more than 30 other states have this already. Why is Florida such a focus?
The state of Florida puts more kids into Power 4 schools than any other state. During the NFL draft this year, the state of Florida was representing the NFL draft more than any other state. So this is where high school talent is developed. The floodgates are open to just like any other situation. I think that the ones that do get legal counsel, they do get financial counsel, and they get somebody who's looking out for their best interests, I think those are the ones that are going to be the most successful.
So I'm so excited. We're at ground zero. 10 years ago when we said, hey, can a stadium actually connect to a neighborhood on a vascular level? This was it. There was a boarded up, fenced up, affordable housing development sitting here. And so, Lift Orlando was born. And through that energy source of a stadium and the idea of sports and how could we do more, here we are. And so happy that you took a minute, and we're going to get a chance to see 2 great quarterbacks play on the field, but I think we're going to get to meet them and get their reaction for what does it feel like as a player.
I think these guys are going to see these projects that Lift Orlando is working on. It's going to hit home and give them more purpose to go out and perform.
That's why I play football. I care about other people a lot. So I'm just out here, I play football to put smiles on people's faces, give back to the community. It's always, our platform that we have is a blessing from the man upstairs. So giving back is very important to me.
Yeah, I wake up every morning with a sense of urgency, knowing that I'm writing my legacy. Knowing every day when I put that jersey on, I want to leave that jersey in a better place.
You guys are rock stars, right? I mean, what you're doing in your own personal lives and how you're using your personal platforms, I think is a model for the rest of us to follow. I hope that's what we're doing in some small way and making you proud, and you'll come back later in life and go, wow, I had something to do with this. So
yes, sir.
Appreciate the time today.
Appreciate you. The power of college football.
Yeah, you heard it.
It's uncommon what you guys are doing for this bowl game, but also what you're doing in this community. And it's a blessing to be here knowing that all this is going around. And I spent some time here in Orlando, so just seeing this being built around and kind of knowing some of my guys who have been from West Orlando who played on the UCF team, it's a blessing.
We appreciate what you're doing. You guys sit at the top, everybody's watching you, and what you're giving back to the kids is important. So thanks for everything you're doing for Orlando, and good luck this week at the game.
And welcome back to Camping World Stadium. Alan Slaughterzinski from Brevard Sports Network with you, along with Hassani Harper from H2 Athletes. And Hassani, we're getting down to it now as we wind down here with Polk County. We still got 2 Brevard County teams to speak with as well. And next up on our stage is Coach Marsh and his Frostproof Bulldogs. And Coach, first of all, welcome. And so how we're going to start this, gentlemen, is we're going to have you two guys introduce yourselves, tell us who you are, what you play, what positions you play, and when you graduate. And then my man Hassani here is going to take over with the questions, and we'll start with you. Yeah, yes, sir. Either or, yeah, you're good.
All right, my name is Deshaun Blocker. I'm a running back and outside linebacker, and I'm 2026.
I'm Charlie Plain. I play wide receiver in DB, class of 26.
All right, son.
So, Coach, talk about your second year coming up. What's your expectations for the program?
Second year, last year I thought we had some remnants of talent from the team 2 years ago. Obviously everything was new in the beginning, but it was great to be back in a place that I call home. We've had a year now, a year of work, and trying to understand what we're trying to accomplish, and that's just being the best we can be every day. And it's a simple statement, it's so hard to do, and these guys have really been a blessing in trying to make that happen. They've truly, through the off season, I felt that they've tried to do what we want, and they've grown, and that's why I brought these two guys. Both of them have just truly grown, as not just as an athlete, more as a person, and their work ethic and their expectations. And as far as their expectations for the program, I mean, the tradition of Frostproof has been there a long time. Coach Brandon, I was fortunate enough to work for him, and he started that tradition, and we just want to get back to the days where we're respected, every Friday night, and I think that's the way it was at a certain time, and there's obviously been a bunch of good years at Frostproof. We just want to make sure that we're living up to the name of Frostproof football.
So yeah, Coach, you specifically brought those two athletes. Can you kind of elaborate on each one? What stood out to you that you felt like they were deserving of representing the program today?
With Charlie, about 5 years, it wasn't 5 years ago, 4 years ago, I was coming home for the summer. We got out of school early in Georgia, and I came home and tried to catch a couple spring practice days, and I knew Frostproof was playing Fort Meade in the Jamboree. So I went over to Jamboree, and we all know Frostproof is 6 through 12, and they played their older kids, I don't know, for maybe a quarter. And in the second half, I watched them line up in the eye and put a kid at tailback and toss him the ball and toss sweep. And I asked one of the older Frostproof coaches that was there with me, I said, "Who's that kid right there?" And they said, "It's Charlie Plain." And I said, "Well, that kid right there is special." And he said, "Coach, he's a 7th grader." I said, "No way." And they said, "Yeah." And they said, "It's Bo Peep's son." Bo Peep's a player that we had, Albert Plain, a player that we had back in the early 90s. And just putting 2 and 2 together, and I was really excited about his future. And so obviously his dad, I got a chance to talk to his dad that night, and then lo and behold, here I am. The Lord brought us back, and when we got here, Charlie's obviously a phenomenal talent in my opinion, but yes. I just thought some things were missing as far as what he needed to do to make the most of the talent that I thought he had. And so I just tried to challenge him with that, and he was quiet about it in the beginning. He wasn't disrespectful by any means, but I didn't know if he was listening or not. But the things I've saw out of him the last 3 months, I can tell he's not just listening. He's growing, and that just gets me really excited about. Some of the guys that's been at Frostproof over the years, and so I think he can be another one, and especially if he'll continue working on the things he's working on. Number one is work ethic, and just him as a person. I think he's grown as far as what he's willing to do, the way he speaks, his expectations of himself, his expectations of the people around him. And so excited about him and his future. And then Deshaun, he's one of those guys that, you're over there and you're on Charlie, and you're on some of them older kids, and there's a guy quietly in the corner just doing what he's supposed to do. And it's not like you had to speak to him, but he was listening to everything you were saying to the other guys. And then you notice, hey, he's doing these things too. Look at the gains he's making. And so he's very low maintenance. They haven't had to say much to him at all. But everything you asked of the other kids, he's been right there at it. and he's talented, very talented. And he's got a history of family at Frostproof that have been really well. His brother is playing in the CFL right now, was at McNeese State. So just really excited about these two guys and the way they love Frostproof football and their future with our program.
Yeah, so this question's for Charlie. Frostproof, you got to drive to get there. But you've been a player that has made the type of plays that has gotten college coaches to take that drive. When they've had the opportunity to see you play in person, some of those same coaches have extended you college opportunities. How does that feel knowing that these coaches are willing to take that drive to come see you play? How much does that mean that they're willing to come check out Frostproof football?
It's a blessing just to have an opportunity to come look at me. And it just feels great to, like, have the opportunity to play at the next level. Many people don't get that chance opportunity,
What are some of the things that you've been working on this offseason to kind of add to those number of offers that you currently have up to this point?
I've been working on everything, the whole team, trying to get everybody better around me, trying to help us come together and trust each other more as a team.
Okay. Deshaun, didn't realize that your brother is Deonta.
Yes.
So how important is that, knowing that you have somebody who's been through that process, who's now playing at the next level, that you can reach out to and ask questions when it comes to things that you need to be doing as a player to put yourself in a position to have that same type of success?
Oh man, it feels great just knowing that I got an older brother that I can look up to and follow in his footsteps and keep the legacy that he had and continue to carry that legacy out.
What has been the biggest piece of advice that he has given you so far that you've tried to apply to your game?
Oh man, never give up, give 100% every play.
Coach, as we get set to wrap up here, and I can't thank you enough for coming here today. Last year, 6-4. How do you take this program to 7-3 or 8-2? What is the defining moment to take this, or the defining thing that's going to take this program to, or defining things?
Just the pillars that I think Frostproof was built on. Frostproof's always been talented, but it's been about hard work and people. Coach Brandon taught us that a long time ago, and there's an expectation there. There's an expectation in that community. 6-4 is not. 6-4 is a joke at Frostproof, and the expectation, to be honest, the expectation at Frostproof, if you're not playing for a state championship, you ain't done anything.
You're not doing it.
And I used to take that personal, and then as my travels have went along, I realized how blessed I was that was the expectation.
Right.
Because when you have an expectation like that, everybody understands from the front, what's expected, and you don't have to stay on these kids on Monday when they come back.
That's it. That's the work ethic.
Well, because they've got it from their mom and daddy all weekend long. And I used to take that personal, but now it is a major blessing to be at a program where the expectation is greatness.
When you guys, family, and you guys got relatives that have played there. So I guess the question is that it has to really mean something to be a Bulldog. What does it mean to be a Bulldog?
It means to be a Bulldog is I'm gonna just give you what I think a Bulldog is. A Bulldog is a hard-working person, never giving up, getting everything done, giving everything you got 100%, just never giving up, just keep going.
It sounds like, as a guy that sees this program from the outside in, sounds like a lot of tradition and family value as well.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. And gentlemen, thank you. Can't thank you enough for coming out here today. And we're going to step aside and we're going to come back as we wind down here at Camping World Stadium for the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Sports Media Day, brought to you by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. welcome back to Camping World Stadium, where we continue to wind down on the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. This gentleman to my right is Hassani Harper of H2 Athletes, and I'm Alan Slaughter-Zinski of Brevard Sports Network. And Hassani, the finish line is there, but you know what? We've got, I tell you, I'm excited to talk to Lakeland Christian. And we got subbing for Coach Danny Williams is Coach Sean Matias, coaches the quarterback. So, gentlemen, coming off a 7-4 season last year, returning 8 on the offense, 8 on the defense, here's how it works. Or you're going to go ahead and introduce yourself. You're going to tell us who you are, what position you play, and when you're going to graduate. And then when we come back down, Hassani will take over the questioning with Coach Matias. So we'll start with you, young man.
I'm Josh Bellamy, class of 25, running back.
I'm Trey Berry, class 2025, strong safety and linebacker.
Brody Brenneman, class of 27, quarterback. Cam Ledlow, class of 25, receiver DB.
Ian Goins, class of 25, receiver DB.
Everybody sound like Ian there, man. He nailed that with the sound.
So, Coach Matias, let's talk about this upcoming season. You know, what work have you guys been doing this offseason in preparation to improve upon that 7-4 record?
Yes, sir. So I think the work and everything we do stays the same. With the culture's been built within the program for the last 13 years. Coach Williams has been there now. Not much changes in the sense of we're doing anything extra or changing what we do. Just approach the game the same way we do year in and year out. And I think we've had a lot more leadership step up this year. As this 25 class is a big group for us. You know, we return. It's almost, I believe it's 19 starters we return on the team. So when you return that much, you're expecting those guys that have started now. I mean, Trey Berry's going into year 4 starting. Ian Goins, it'll be year 3, and some of these guys have been playing for us for a long time. So you expect those guys to step up and step into leadership roles they haven't taken account of before. And I think with last year, some of the things that went on within the program, these guys had to step in a little bit earlier than probably you would have liked to into those leadership roles.
Yeah, you mentioned off the bat, 8 starters returning on offense, 8 starters returning on defense. That's a lot of experience coming back. You know, how important is that to have that much experience heading into a new season?
It's everything. You know, there's a lot of things you can teach in football. You can teach technique. You can teach different things in the scheme and the way of the game, but there's a few things you can't teach, and that's athleticism, effort, and experience, right? Experience is something that's gained over time, that's gained through trials, through tribulations, and I think that each individual up here has started a lot of big games and played in a lot of big games for us throughout the last few years. I mean, we have a sophomore quarterback coming in who started 6-7 games for us last year, and that's huge when you're able for these guys to experience the ups and downs of a full high school football season, and them to have the ability to adapt into different atmospheres wherever we go. If we play on the road in a rain game, or we're home and we're having to fight back, you know. So I think experience is something that it's nothing you can teach, but something that you just learn over time and learn, and it grows a lot bigger than a lot of things that are taught.
Before I get into the questions with the players, I wanted to bring it up because I feel like it's a big game in Polk County. You guys were able to finally match up with Victory Christian, and this past season you got that first win in that rivalry series. Talk about how much that game meant, being able to pull off a win in the type of fashion that you did, and just talk about the importance of being able to play that rivalry game.
I'm not trying to be rude here, Sonny. We took the first loss in series history this year to Victory.
Almost.
You're good. But yeah, so that game, I'll just go ahead and talk about that game. So, you know, it's a great game to go in and be able to play those guys. They're very well coached. They have a lot of talent over there. They have a very good group that came back for those guys as well. I know some things have changed staff-wise for them, but, I mean, all the talent stays the same there. And, obviously, we're excited to play that football game, but no excited than we are to play anybody else on the schedule. You know, it's the exact same approach no matter who we play week in and week out. Now, I won't lie to you. I'm not going to sit over here and lie, but I may be a little more fired up when we play those guys this year, you know. But every game, the exact same approach is taken. The same game planning is taken. The exact same practice script is the same, right? Nothing changes for us based upon who we're playing, no matter win, lose, draw. It's the same approach every single week, and that's why we've been so successful for as long as we have, and with what we've had. It's just the mentality does not change within the program, no matter who we play, no matter where it's at.
Gotcha. So we'll go into the questions with the players. Trey, it's your last year coming up. Talk about the expectations for this upcoming season that you placed on yourself, and what do you hope to accomplish individually and for the team?
I continue to keep producing like I have in the past years, but a couple of my individual goals is to get the tackle record and the pick record for this year. And as a team, just to go week by week and just win every game and go 1-0 every week.
Okay. Play multiple positions on defense. Which position would you say is your favorite?
That just goes week by week, just depending on what the other team does. I just like to be around the ball. Whatever position that is, that's where I like to be.
Okay. We'll go next, Brody. Brody Brenneman, 2027 quarterback. Talk about this upcoming season. What do you hope to accomplish, and what are some of the things you've been working on this offseason with your quarterback coach to prepare?
Yes, sir. This season is going to be great. We have brought in new ideas on the offensive side. We have worked through it, and the whole offense is truly bought in, and that's all I got.
Josh Bellamy, 2025 running back. I know your spring got cut short because of the injury. Talk about going through that, what you did in the offseason in terms of rehab, being able to come back for that, and what do you hope to accomplish as you get your senior season underway?
For a while, for like a month, I was kind of worried I wasn't even gonna be able to come back. But I talked to my athletic trainer. He helped me out a little bit, get through it. Had me doing some rehab, stuff like that. What was the other question you had?
And then, what do you hope to accomplish once you get going this upcoming season?
I just want to win.
Just want to win. I like it.
Coming off of an injury like that, you got to go through a lot of mental hurdles and really fight through some of that adversity of going through an injury and where it can put you at mentally. What were some of the things that you did to help get yourself on the other side of that?
Well, for one, I tried to stop the bad thoughts, like I might not be able to be the same player I was. Other than that, I just try to keep a safe, not a safe head, a level head. Just making sure that I stay on top of my rehab and stuff like that.
Okay. Next player will go to Ian. Last ride for you. How do you want to be remembered as a Viking when it's all said and done?
Well, first off, I want to be remembered as a leader on and off the field. For my peers, from the younger kids, just learn as a leader, learn as a ball hawk on the defensive side, and great hands on the offensive side.
And Cam, how important will the team chemistry be this year for you guys to be able to accomplish some of the goals that you have set as a unit?
I'd say because we have a ton of returning players, I think the chemistry's there. We do stuff outside of practice, team chem stuff, and I think it just builds a good team and a good environment.
Coach, I'm curious. What's your coaching experience? Tell me a little bit about. Tell us a little bit about you. Yeah.
So I graduated high school in 2021. I had some offers to go play college football, some smaller D2, D3.
Did you go to Lakeland?
NAI. Yes, sir. I went to Lakeland Christian. Yeah. So after that, once I graduated from high school, I got the opportunity to go serve at USF as a student assistant. I was a tight ends assistant coach under Coach Jeff Scott while he was there. I served for him, and then I went to Cambridge Christian in Tampa and worked with Coach Stephen Stanley as his offensive coordinator, tight ends coach.
So you're 21?
I'm 21, yes, sir.
21 years old. So I'm intrigued by this because I think you see this more and more today. What do you want your future to be? I mean, you started young. I mean, obviously, you're a quarterback's coach. You've got some things in mind. Is it possible one day Sean Matias will be standing on the sideline calling an NFL offense? Is that a goal?
Yeah, so Sean Matias' goal is different than God's goal, the way I look at it. Sean Matias' goal has always been the same since I was a little kid, and that's to go win natty titles and coach college football. But what God has planned for me is different, because if you would have told me at 20 years old that I'd have been back at Lakeland Christian and doing what I was doing now, I would have laughed at you. Because at that time, it's not what I wanted. But my goal is to go there, but I came across this the other day, but I have to embrace the moments now before they become memories, because this stuff happens so quickly. I was telling Trey on the ride up here, the summer's gone, guys. Like, it's over. I mean, we're starting fall camp on Monday, just like that. And it's insane to see that occur, just how quick it is. So just embracing where I'm at right now, and let's win at Lakeland Christian, and personal goals aside, no matter where I want to end up, just keep pushing here and be successful here. And if I work hard here, that it'll pay off in the long run, and I'll be where I want to be.
Keep your eye on this guy, man. There's no doubt. Keep your eye on this football team this year as Lakeland Christian. Impressive, Coach. Impressive. Nice job, gentlemen, and we appreciate you coming over here today. And we're going to step aside. We got 3 teams left here on the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Camping World Stadium. I believe our final Polk County team, I think. One more. We got one more, and this is Mulberry with head coach Brad Matheny. We also have Coach Manny Polito here today as well. And 74 program last season. They will return 5 on the offensive side of the football, 5 on the defensive side. And before we talk to the players, I'm going to have them introduce themselves. And so, gentlemen, what you'll do is you'll talk into that mic. You'll tell us your name, what position you play, and what year you're going to graduate. And then Hassani's going to take over the questioning, and we're off and running. We'll start with you, young man.
My name is Carlos Rhodes, 2025 receiver.
My name is Cedric Cool Townsend, Jr., College of 2025.
My name is Brian Mount, class of 2026, a linebacker and tight end.
Oh, I'm an athlete.
Oh, athlete. Okay. So, Coach Matheny, 7-4, coming back in 2024. What is your goals and expectations for this upcoming season?
We've raised the bar a little bit. We've challenged our kids to try to win a district championship and get in and win a playoff game, and then see where the cards fall from there. But we've toughened up the schedule quite a bit, and like I said, we only returned 5 on offense, 5 on defense, but we've had some transfers in that we think would be big benefits to both sides of the ball.
I was going to say, it's interesting you say that you beefed up the schedule because the last couple of years had a tough playoff run where you've faced some pretty tough opponents. How much did you feel like you needed to beef up the schedule to prepare for what's to come?
Well, again, I've coached in Polk County since '96, so I knew we needed to start playing tougher competition to be able to play every Friday and compete. And we've challenged our kids in the weight room and in the last year and a half to compete and see whether we can compete with the bigger schools and the better teams in the area. And so therefore we've done that. We've kept traditional rivals like Frostproof and Fort Meade on the schedule, with district opponents being Hardee County and DeSoto County schools, which will be tough games for us, and then went out and played some other teams that had good years last year. So we think going into this year that will help us and maybe not have to draw a number 1 seed first round of the playoffs like we have the last 2 years.
That first year you come in, set the foundation as a new head coach. Year 2, what does that look like?
Again, we've raised the bar, want to try to continue building and get our kids to believe that they can step it up a notch and compete with some of the better teams in the area. And we've tried to do that through the summer with competition in 7-on-7 and camp. Team camp was good to us this year, and we'll see. Hopefully the season is the same.
Okay. Questions for your players? Collis, first one up, 2025 slot. Talk about how this off-season has gone so far for both you individually and the team as well.
It's been good. Individually, I feel like I grew much. And for my team, I just got to keep leading. We've been getting better as a unit. That's it.
Okay. And another follow-up question for you. What does it mean to be a Mulberry Panther?
It's great. I came in the off season, a little bit of last year, but since I've been here, it's been great.
Okay. Next player up, we got Cedric Cool Townsend. Talk to me about your performance last year. You led the county in interceptions. What have you been doing this offseason to kind of raise the bar, as Coach has been saying, to continue to lead the county, both in taking over the football, but then also being a leader on the defensive side of the ball?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, so talk about some of the work you've done this offseason that you're trying to do to put yourself in a position to continue to lead the county in interceptions.
Oh, I just been trying to work on my standing my back pedal, just leading the quarterback even more, just listening to all my coaches teaching, and just continue to let my guys tell me ball like that.
Okay. You're also one of those players that came in from a different program. How's it been for you since you've been into the Mulberry program? What has that Mulberry culture been like for you?
It's been wonderful. When I first came here, they treated me like family since day one. So it's just been a wonderful ride. I'm thankful to be here. Thankful I got so much people around me in the Mulberry area just to keep me pushing and just keep me going. We just go do great things with them behind us.
Okay. And then Brian, 2026, defensive end, linebacker, tight end. It sounds like you play a lot of roles for the football team. Talk about the work that you've been doing this offseason with your conditioning to make sure that you're staying in shape to be able to handle that heavy workload.
To be real, just the work ethic just been better, grinding harder, playing better, like at practice and stuff. Just happy to be out there.
Coach, you look at the landscape of high school football now, and it's changed drastically. How long have you been coaching?
This will be my 34th year.
Okay, so I thought you said since 96. So let me ask you this: you look at when you first got into this to now, and obviously so much has changed. What do you like? What don't you like?
It's a good question. I don't like the idea of the rule saying you can go wherever you want to go, and then people saying you can or can't because the school's closed, or you have to have this or you have to have that, and it's I don't know that it's really fair when it go across the board. What I do like is it's brought in players like the three gentlemen sitting to my left. They all have come into us after they've started their high school program and been very beneficial. I mean, Collis, you know, he placed in 2 different categories in state weightlifting since he's been at Mulberry. He's going to be our slot receiver that is a game breaker, makes a lot of things happen. Cool to the middle is, you know, is our defensive team leader, verbally and athletically. He gets the kids to follow him, and you know, he came in and had a great junior year, led the county in interceptions with 8 and 10 games, and had 3 in the spring game. So we're expecting big things from him. And then Brian is probably our most versatile player as a junior at 6'2", 210, 215 pounds, plays 4 different positions. He can go out and play slot receiver. He can play tight end. He can play defensive end. He can play linebacker. You know, so again, it gives us as a program that just 5 years ago had 19 kids in it, a chance to compete and play better teams. So, you know, Coach Wells used to tell the story when he needed a linebacker. He said, I need a linebacker. They said, Coach, we got 2 kickers left. He said, give me the biggest one. But our programs come from there to where going into this season, we feel pretty comfortable to have 2 deep at just about every position that we feel we can play with this year.
Coach Manny, what unit are you coaching?
I coach the quarterbacks. And
okay, tell me about the offense.
Well, our
as a whole,
offense is, you know, with the guys that we have, if we get our ball to the playmakers with who we have across the board, we have, you know, great height, great length at wide out. We got those guys who just can get the ball and go. Our slot receivers are very versatile. They can go in and out. You know, I've been coaching 19 years. I've been at Mulberry. This is my 3rd year. I was up in Tallahassee for about 13 years and then transferred down to that area. And so our kids have really bought into our makeup of our offense and how we put it together. We got a young quarterback this year that's coming in, and he's getting us. He's doing the things that we're asking of him to do, and then his backup quarterback is going to do the same thing. So it's been a good off season. The kids have actually worked really hard to make this thing go for us.
Well, Coach, how do you think the progression of working with quarterbacks has changed over the years? It's crazy, you know. I mean, from a 3-step to a 5-step to, you know, make sure the elbow's up. I mean, it is. I mean, camps. It is all changed.
Yeah, it's changed. Coach always tells me I'm like the Swiss Army knife. I've coached pretty much every position that's been out there. My passion is really quarterbacks and you know, working on the offensive side of the ball. It has changed quite a bit. You know, with the RPO game, the way the offenses are built, you know, you see a lot of offenses now carrying tight ends and H-back, you know, using those guys who are versatile to, you know, like example, like Brian Mapp here, who can play, who can work outside and get into a slot position at 6'2" and 210 pounds and can run just like that and can make those changes to who you're going to cover and how you're going to do it.
I could have never played today.
Yeah,
I'd be dead.
So it's been good, and so we put these guys in the best positions to succeed, especially on the offensive side of the ball. So.
No doubt. Gentlemen, I can't thank you enough for coming as we get set to wrap up here. Coach, final question for you. Is there one thing you wanted everybody to know about Mulberry Panther football that maybe we don't know about it? What would that one thing be?
It's not the same old Mulberry that it's been in the past, that we believe we can compete, and we want to go out and try to show that on Friday night and look forward to the opportunity of playing every opponent that we have, because, you know, we've always been known to be the underdog and the one that wasn't supposed to win, and hopefully this year we can change that and be on the upper side of that, where the old saying, we're no longer the hunted, we're the hunter.
You're the one
and we want to try to establish that and build on it.
Well,
I think, Cedric, did you want to say something?
Yes, sir. I wanted to say this. We're going undefeated. We winning district, right? We winning district. And I just want everybody to know that we got a lot of people on our team that's going to be so lethal. Just not us 3 up here. We go everybody on our team is like that. So
that's what we call delivering the smoke. right there. There is no doubt about it.
One thing that Cedric touched, we are faster than we've ever been at Mulberry. We've got some kids that can run, and like I said, we go back, flashback 5 years ago, we had 2 kids on the team that ran under 5 flat. We've probably got close to 20 that do that now. So we will be a faster team than we've been in the last 15, 20 years. And we're preaching that we got to be a competitive team. So we look forward to that opportunity.
I see why they call him cool, because that was cool. All right, we'll step aside and be right back here on Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here back at Camping World Stadium at High School Sports Media Day. Listen, it's been an incredible broadcast, an unforgettable day. We've seen so many teams already. Listen, we just want to take a moment to thank these 2 incredible physicians. Dr. Yeomans, thank you again for your time today. Dr. Kima, we've learned some great tips for injury prevention, what to do, what not to do, how to have a successful season. So one thing that happened recently was an incredible mass physical. So I want you to talk a little bit about that and how Rothman Orthopedic and Advent Health came alongside the community to help prepare our student athletes for this upcoming season.
Absolutely. Well, we had a great event. It was the first time that we've been able to put an event like that on for our Orange County partners. We were here at Camping World Stadium, which was a great venue for it. But our athletes were able to come in before the season and make sure they were healthy and ready to play. When they came in, they did all their paperwork. They were able to get vital signs and vision checked. They did a musculoskeletal screen. They saw a physician. And then anybody who did have any concerns, we were able to flag and get them triaged into care really quickly so that they can get any issues that were outstanding addressed in a hurry.
That's incredible. I mean, and also, too, sometimes these athletes don't know that there can be an underlying condition, so that's a great way for you guys to identify that before the season begins to get them the proper care. So thanks so much for telling us a little bit about that. Dr. Kimas, what's been a highlight for you today here at Camping World Stadium?
Honestly, it's been amazing seeing all these young student athletes here, seeing the excitement before the season. That's part of, it's part of the fun, and I love the huge event. It's been very great to be a part of that. And I'm excited to see how these student athletes perform this year and see where they go.
That's awesome. All right, Dr. Yeoman, so say somebody gets injured. God forbid, we don't want that to happen, but it does happen in football. What steps do they need to take, and who do they need to call to get that consult?
Yeah, the first thing they should do is let their athletic trainer at the school know that there's any injury, and a lot of times they can help liaison care, but anyone who needs us can find us at transformingortho.com.
Awesome. Well, thank you again, gentlemen, for an incredible day. Thank you for your partnership, your sponsorship. Also, 8 counties, right?
So we're at 8 different locations that you can come to, any of our Rothman Orthopedics locations, and we're happy to help in any way that we can.
Wonderful. Well, thanks again to our generous sponsors and partners today, Rothman Orthopedic, Advent Health. Back to you. We've got more teams coming up. Don't go away.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Counsel, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities. We are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
And welcome back to Camping World Stadium. Alan Slaughterzinski here. 3 to go with Merritt Christian on the stage. And again, I'm Alan Z with Hassani Harper of H2 Athletes and the Florida Citrus Sports. What's it, H2?
H2.
Yeah, it was A2?
H2.
H2, okay. Yeah. It's getting to be that time, isn't it? H2 Athletes, and we're here at Camping World Stadium for the Florida Citrus Sports Day 3 of the high school football sports media days presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. To my left are the reigning 3A state champions in the SSAA 8-man football competition. I'm telling you right now, we are extremely proud of the Merritt Island Cougars in Brevard County. To my left is head coach Matt Handwork, and we'll talk to him in just a minute. But prior to that, we're going to have his players introduce themselves. Gentlemen, you will tell us who you are and what position you play and what year you graduate. So grab that mic.
I'm Bodie Handwork, quarterback, 2026 graduate. Carter Stevenson, 2025 wide receiver.
Sam Bunin, 2026 center.
Shay Robertson, 2025 defensive tackle.
All right, Coach, let's start with you. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
On winning a state championship. That was a lot of fun to watch you guys do that last year. How did it feel?
Oh, after that season, it
Yeah.
felt phenomenal. We fought injuries the entire season, and we snuck into playoffs, and things just started clicking. Luckily, the injuries were done, and we were able to get down to business where we needed to be the rest of the season.
Sure.
So it was a great finish. It was nothing better than winning that last game.
No.
Nothing better.
Coach, a lot of people want to know what the biggest difference between 11-man and 8-man, and it is obviously doing this over here in Orlando. 8-man, the 8-man game is growing in this state. It truly is. It's growing in this country. But tell us what the transition was like, and I know I've asked you this before, but what was the transition like for you, and what's the biggest differences in the game besides 3 less people?
Yeah, I'll tell you, in my opinion, to me, the biggest issue for me has always been the width of the field. We're about 10 yards thinner on the field, and that, to me, that's the greatest effect in the game. We still play typically 100 yards. Home teams do have an option for an 80-yard field, but typically we'll all play 100-yard field. As far as the 8 men, it's not quite the difference people think it is. We've got 5 on the line, 3 in the backfield, and you can go from there. You know, a typical setup would be 2 wideouts and 2 backs with a 3-man line. But as long as we got 5 on the line, we can work. It's a fast-paced game. It's unique. It's unique without a doubt, but it's not that far off from a standard 11-man game.
And Coach, you know, I'm going to debunk the myth right now that you can't go play college football from an 8-man perspective, because you've put plenty of kids at the next level playing the 11-man game. Talk about that.
Yeah, we're proud of that. We've got quite a few in these past few years that have decided to go ahead and play football at the next level. And more important than that are some of these guys were guys that maybe weren't going to go to college. They love football more than anything.
Sure.
So, you know, we've got the opportunity for them to. My son's an example. He wasn't. I don't think he was going to college, but he loved football so much that whatever it took, he was going to play football for 4 more years. And now he's, you know, we've got another 1.5 to 2 years, and he gets his degree. And I hate to say it, but it's based on football. And now he's, you know, to further his education because of the sport he loves. That's what we're here for. You know, we're always going to push their academics as far as we can. But for those guys that maybe weren't going to go, but they love that game so much, man, I'm going to push it forward.
That's like my mother said, whatever it takes to get you there.
Yes, sir.
Whatever it takes to get you there. Bodie, let's talk a little bit about your quarterback, your linebacker. A lot of you guys got to go both ways. It's just the way it is with the numbers, the conditioning, we know about all that. But tell me about playing this game from a quarterback standpoint with 3 less guys. I mean, you have less blockers. I mean, you run for your life a little bit more.
I'd say there's a little more pressure on you with less linemen, but there's also less people coming at you. It's very similar. I mean, I'd say a little bit more pressure, but it's pretty much the same thing.
What do you like most about the 8-man game? What do you really like about this game?
Definitely the pace. It's way more fast-paced, still exciting, really competitive. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. And so, kind of want to. Oh, I'm sorry. What was your name again? Yeah.
Carter Stevenson.
Carter, you're a receiver and a linebacker, right?
Yes.
And so talk a little bit about the defensive perspective from a linebacking standpoint, because, you know, you're not looking at a typical 4-3 or, you know, a 3-3-2 or whatever. So kind of take us through the defensive scheme of this a little bit.
I'd say as a linebacker, like, you got a lot of cover, like a ground cover, because, you know, you don't have many guys as you do 11-man, so you got a bigger spot to play there. And you're almost as, like, sometimes when they do doubles on one side, the linebacker, you got to go and play cover on them. So you got to, I think, a bigger task to do.
It sounds like to me too, you got to be a heck of a lot faster
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
I mean, side to side. I mean, you got to be so fast. 'Cause you don't have guys covering you. Yeah, it's got to be all you.
Yeah.
We also have Sam. Sam, it says here you're a center and a nose guard, correct? So kind of take me through that aspect, being on the line. We've talked to the quarterback, we've talked to the linebacker. Now the line standpoint, what you don't have, you can't look left and see two more guys on that side. How does that work out?
Yeah, I mean, it's just 3 men, so you don't have as many people, and then.
Was that weird the first time you did that? Like when you got down there, right, and you went, wait a minute, something's wrong here. I mean, what was that like?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a bit different, but I think we got good linemen, so we got 3 on the line, of course, instead of 5. And as long as everyone does their job, we usually do pretty well.
And I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Shay.
Shay, what position do you play?
I'm a defensive tackle.
Defensive back. Okay. So you gotta defend. So what I want to ask you is about. Let's start here, and we'll come back down about the 2024 Merritt Island Christian Cougars. Tell me about this football team this year. And you know, you guys had a season last year. We broadcast one of your games, and I mean, you guys pulled it out at the end, but you certainly didn't look then as you did when you went romping through a state championship. So tell me about this team this year.
Honestly, I think we're going to do really well this year. We have a lot more players, a lot more skill sets. But yeah, we're looking really solid right now.
Yeah. I mean, question for any of you athletes who want to answer it. What does it mean to be, you know, a Merritt Island Christian Cougar? Like, what makes your program special compared to some of the other programs in the county?
I think a big thing is like we have the opportunity to show like our heart on the field, because normally we have less people in our school compared to other schools, and we're also like majority of the time smaller than the teams that we play. So it shows our heart, you know, when we got there.
You know, I think the other thing too that really strikes me about Merritt Island Christian, I'll speak up here on this, Coach. You can kind of jump onto this, is the community aspect of MIC and what it represents. And I don't know people that go to Merritt Island Christian and leave. That doesn't, we don't have, you don't have transfer issues. So talk a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. We have our own little niche there. You know, if you ask your average Islander to talk about a football team, it's going to be the Mustangs. We've kind of got our own little thing over there, and we're content with it. The support we get from our little community and our players and students is phenomenal. And it sounds crazy. Every coach in the world is going to say, I'm so content here, I'd never want to go anywhere else. I'm so accustomed to it that I wouldn't want to coach anywhere else. It's just, it fits my personality to be with this group of people and these guys, and there's no place I'd rather do it. And I think that the players feel the same way. They just don't leave. They could go to bigger schools.
Sure.
They could go get noticed more. They just don't.
You know, and all you do is, as the song goes, win, 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 right? I mean, this year you're going into your 4th season. You're 26-9, 9-4 last season. So, what do we need to know about this year's team as we get set to start practice on Monday? What is going to take this program? Because not just the state championship last year, but I mean, you've been to the state semifinals. So, what is it going to take to get the program this deep again this year?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll start with last year, Alan. We fought those injuries. By the time the first game ended, we had lost our 2 starting running backs for the season. That's why they're not on this stage. They didn't play last year, right? I brought you some running backs. They're both back and healthy, very healthy. So that's going to kickstart us right away. We're not too deep in any positions. Typically, everybody knows two positions, but when we lost those running backs, we went to a senior kicker punter to fill a running back spot and then a corner. Those were my running backs for the season. So we got everybody back healthy. At the end of that last season, when we hit the playoff run, it was literally the first game, that first playoff game, that we went in fresh without injuries. And it was like, when that game ended, it was like, wow, we got out of this one. Nobody's injured. We can actually coach for the opponent this week as opposed to getting somebody fresh in a position that they weren't used to. And that continued through the playoff run to going into that championship game. I've never felt so prepared in all my life. If we were to lose that championship game, I knew we were going to lose it to a far better team. There was not a doubt. We were set, and it showed on the field. And that's the momentum, and that's the character that we've got to carry into this year. If we can avoid those injuries, we've got the players we need, and we just need to continue from where we left off.
Yeah, I mean, that final score, that state championship game last year, 34-6, by the way. Yeah, it wasn't close, and it wasn't close from the get-go. You guys got an outstanding athletic director there as well in Michael Rockwell, so please tell him I said hello.
Absolutely. Good
and
man.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for making the ride over here to Orlando. We certainly appreciate it. You know, Brevard Sports Network will be out there sometime within the next couple of weeks, and I guarantee you we'll be broadcasting 1 or 2 8-man games this year. We always do. We have to. We're kind of addicted to it a little bit. At certain times we have to have it. So we're going to step aside, and we'll be right back here on Florida Citrus, for Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. We'll be right back.
Players are now allowed to profit from their name, image, and likeness. That basically means they can get sponsorships like pro athletes.
I think the concern is who can participate, who will participate, and how does that affect?
Dan LaForest is a financial advisor and registered sports agent in Central Florida.
Georgia actually passed this law back in October of last year, and they've only reported almost 40 NIL deals in the whole state of Georgia.
We know that more than 30 other states have this already. Why is Florida such a focus?
The state of Florida puts more kids into Power 4 schools than any other state. During the NFL draft this year, the state of Florida was representing the NFL draft more than any other state. So this is where high school talent is developed. The floodgates are open to just like any other situation. I think that the ones that do get legal counsel, they do get financial counsel, and they get somebody who's looking out for their best interests, I think those are the ones that are going to be the most successful.
How far can the human spirit take you? One more step? A few feet? All the way across the line this time? Back to feeling whole. Get back where you belong with national leaders in orthopedic care. Advent Health, official champion of the human spirit.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Council, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities. We are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
And welcome back to Camping World Stadium. Alan Slaughter-Sinski, Hassani Harper getting ready to wind down our final Polk County team here today, here this week. In fact, team 107 is our final Polk County team in the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Day presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. And we are here with the Tenor Rock Titans. And Coach, I tell you, I'm excited to have you guys here, and I'm here late on a Saturday afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Hassani here, and Coach Troutman, Hassani, take it away.
Coach, so go ahead and introduce some of the players that you brought with you today.
All right. Here we go. All the way down to the end, we got a linebacker extraordinaire down there. That's Tavon Norton, sophomore. Next to him, we got the touchdown maker. That's Jaden Furman, one of the best running backs that's going to be in Polk County this year. We got a quarterback with us. That's Leo Guerrero. He started the game, a lot of the games for us this past season as quarterback. He's going to be battling out coming into the camp this fall here. Leo Guerrero, Jr. Then we got next to us the first man off the bus for intimidation factor right there. That's Big Country, Braden Commander. All right. Senior coming in this year, offensive tackle. And this way right here, stick man next to me. Don't let the size fool you, my boy. Tough as nails right there, tough as leather. That's Sean Dickerson, wide receiver, defensive back as well.
Coach, I'm going to just keep it real. It was a rough season last year, 0-10, but you can only go but up.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about your expectations for the 2024 season. What type of work you guys as the unit have been doing to put yourself in a better position for this upcoming season?
Expectations, we go there first, is for the guys to come out and continue to build and compete. That's one thing that you got to realize. Reading the book, read from Lou Holtz last year or the year before last, he said the first thing that a championship team has to do is learn how to compete. So that's the first thing, that if we can get these guys to learn how to continue to grow and compete, other things to take care of themselves. So being able to learn how to compete, they competed greatly this past spring, having a great spring. We had about 30 to 33 kids out, if I'm not mistaken, out for the spring. Went through the jamboree and competed well against two teams. One team that we played in the past fall, and we'll have them on the schedule again this season. We should have won that game, that two-quarter game, but we had one touchdown called back. Then the other team, we hadn't played them before. We ended up beating those guys in that jamboree setting. So that showed those guys that they can compete and they can be able to play some football. And they was excited about that. So just learning how to compete and the expectation of being able to compete in our district and have an actual chance to win that district. I truly believe that. So just going out there and getting the job done one step at a time, one day at a time, it'll work itself out for the Tenor Rock Titans.
Coach Trump, let me ask you this question. And I recently asked somebody this. Sometimes you can learn more about yourself and your team at 0-10 than you can at 10-0.
Mm-hmm.
What did you learn last year about you?
About me?
Yeah.
Being on the staff, Coach Smith allowed me to come in, and what I learned about me is just being able to just be out there and coach young men up is the most important thing, because I recently came from Bartow, where we went to the playoffs 3 straight years in a row. So to go from that, then not to win the game, you would think that people be, oh man, I feel bad for Coach Trout, man. They down in the man. I wasn't down in the dump. It was just a season of, hey, here's some young men that out here battling, competing. They didn't have any their own issues going on where they wanted to bring about me. They just want to go out there and compete and have fun and be a part of the game. And that's the most important thing that I learned about myself is, hey, just being out there with these young men, is the thing to do. Just keep it up, keep doing it, keep building with these young men, keep making a positive impact in their lives. And that's the most important thing, that even in 0-10, you can still have that focus about what your purpose is for you being out there.
It's a great answer.
It's true. Question for one of your players, start with Sean. Senior?
Yes, sir.
It's going to be your last ride. How do you hope to be remembered as a Tenor Rock Titan?
I just want to be remembered as like the person that put his hard work and effort at all times, and just just fight to the end.
Okay. And what has it been like so far being coached up under Coach Troutman? What are some of the things that you've learned since he's taken over?
I learned that Coach Troutman got a lot of one-liners, but I just learned a lot. Like, if you gonna be like there, give 100% effort and like just be a part of something. Don't just be there just to be there. Like, be a part of it.
That's a good point. I like that.
You show up, show out.
We'll go next, Braden Commander, 2025 offensive tackle. Look like you're one of the biggest men on campus. Talk about your role on the offensive line, being, I'm assuming, one of the leaders of that offensive line unit. What are some of your expectations that you have for your group this upcoming season?
Well, I want my group to be able to protect the quarterback at all times, and also get better during the run game. Because our run, if we're good up front, run game, then everything else will just follow us.
Okay.
Pound that rock.
I like it. Leo, 2026. Looks like you play quarterback.
Yes, sir.
And you play on defense as well?
I'm trying to.
Okay, all right. You'll be the guy with the ball in your hands on every snap. Talk about just the expectations that you have at that position, being one of the leaders on the offense.
I was really focused on leading the team, make them trust me that I can make good throws. Also trust me that I can run the ball, obviously. And just be like a leader, just being somebody they could trust to lead the team for them.
Okay, got you. Yeah, up next to you, you got Jaden Furman, 2026 athlete.
Yes, sir.
What positions do you play?
I play running back, safety. I really can play anything, really.
Okay, so you're one of those plug-and-play guys. Talk about your role this upcoming season. What do you hope to accomplish individually? What do you hope to accomplish as a team?
Well, right now I'm really trying to focus on running back. You know, I gotta trust my own linemen, show them love, and this upcoming season, I want to do better for the team and try to get everybody else, you know, get them better as well.
Gotcha. Then our last teammate down at the end, Tavon Norton.
Yes, sir.
Young kid, 2027. For you being such a young kid, but having the roles and responsibility of playing at the varsity level at your age, are you intimidated? Are you looking forward to that challenge? What are some of the things you're looking forward to this upcoming season?
I love the challenge. It's worth it, man. Coming out here and playing with this team, it was a really good experience last year. We may not won as many games as we should have, but it was all work. We all worked very hard. And just because the record said 0-10, that don't mean we didn't try our hardest.
I do got another question, and any of the players can answer this one. Especially in this era where it's so easy to just get up and leave, especially coming off of the type of season that you guys had. You guys chose to stay and continue to try and build something there at Tenor Rock. What does it mean to any one of y'all to be a Tenor Rock Titan?
It means to me, like, it's family. Like, I transferred from a different school and I came here and I just felt real comfortable. And I trust Coach Troutman. I feel like we're going to be a real good team this year.
Anybody else?
Well, for me, I just really love the way Coach Troutman coaches the team and stuff like that. And I feel like he can lead us to like wins, more wins than we had last season.
Coach Troutman, I like Coach Troutman. He's given us a different mentality this year compared to the past. Good, hard work, you know, that type of mentality. And to be a Titan for me, the reason I kept playing football even after, you know, losing or whatever, is because some of my best friends are in football. And that's why I kept playing.
I got one more thing. Not only does Coach like try to get us better at football, but he also tries to make us a better man. And like he just like coaches pretty much everything. Appreciate that, Coach.
Coach Troutman, hearing your players talk about you like that, how does it make you feel as a coach? Just being able to sit back and listen to the way they talk about you and the impact in such a short time that you've already had on them.
It's just it puts things back in perspective of what it is that you're out there to do. You know, I don't look at it as me being some type of guru or anything like that. But at the end of the day, I truly believe that in high school sports, it's more than just going out there on a Friday night and win the game. You know, that's the only thing that we out there to do. I should have been got out of this game a long time ago. You know, when I got fired from the first time I tried to be a head coach, you know, I should have just chunked the deuces at them then and said, hey, y'all can have it. You know, but at the same time, if there's a bigger picture out there, you go back and you circle back around that main picture, that main purpose. You know, and to hear those guys, that means something that's being said, not only by myself, but maybe Coach Link that's sitting over there in the back over there, some of the other coaches that's back at school, something that we're doing and that they're saying that's sticking into them, that they're wanting to come back and be a part of that. So that just gives you a humbling heart to say, hey, keep plugging away, keep tilling the field, keep bringing that hole out there on the ground and digging them holes every day and planting new seeds. You know, so that's a good thing. Something that's sticking around, something that's sticking with them. You know, we're gonna continue to try and grow from that.
Well, I don't think I can put it any better than that, Coach. Congratulations on you know, taking over there, and good luck this year to you, and good luck to all of you guys this year. Again, you can learn so much more about yourself sometimes on a winless season than you can going 10-0. So I'm sure you guys learned a lot, and I look forward to seeing you guys turning this around this year. And I love hearing Coach say he truly believes that this is a team that's a playoff-capable team. So good luck this season, and thanks for stopping by over here today. All right, we're going to step aside, and we'll be back with our final team here on the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Sports Media Day, presented by Advent Health Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics.
Here back at Camping World Stadium at High School Sports Media Day. Listen, it's been an incredible broadcast, an unforgettable day. We've seen so many teams already. Listen, we just want to take a moment to thank these two incredible physicians. Dr. Yeomans, thank you again for your time today. Dr. Kima, we've learned some great tips for injury prevention, what to do, what not to do, how to have a successful season. So one thing that happened recently was an incredible mass physical. So I want you to talk a little bit about that and how Rothman Orthopedic and Advent Health came alongside the community to help prepare our student athletes for this upcoming season.
Absolutely. Well, we had a great event. It was the first time that we've been able to put an event like that on for our Orange County partners. We were here at Camping World Stadium, which was a great venue for it. But our athletes were able to come in before the season and make sure they were healthy and ready to play. When they came in, they did all their paperwork. They were able to get vital signs and vision checked. They did a musculoskeletal screen. They saw a physician. And then anybody who did have any concerns, we were able to flag and get them triaged into care really quickly so that they can get any issues that were outstanding addressed in a hurry.
That's incredible. I mean, and also, too, sometimes these athletes don't know that there can be an underlying condition, so that's a great way for you guys to identify that before the season begins to get them the proper care. So thanks so much for telling us a little bit about that. Dr. Kima, what's been a highlight for you today here at Camping World Stadium?
Honestly, it's been amazing seeing all these young student athletes here, seeing the excitement before the season. You know, that's part of, it's part of the fun, and I love the huge event. It's been very great to be a part of that. And I'm excited to see how these student athletes perform this year and see where they go.
That's awesome. All right, Dr. Yeomans, so say somebody gets injured. God forbid, we don't want that to happen, but it does happen in football. What steps do they need to take, and who do they need to call to get that consult?
Yeah, the first thing they should do is let their athletic trainer at the school know that there's any injury, and a lot of times they can help liaison care, but anyone who needs us can find us at transformingortho.com.
Awesome. Well, thank you again, gentlemen, for an incredible day. Thank you for your partnership, your sponsorship. Also, 8 counties, right?
So we're at 8 different locations that you can come to, anywhere Rothman Orthopedics locations, and we're happy to help in any way that we can.
Wonderful. Well, thanks again to our generous sponsors and partners today, Rothman Orthopedic, Advent Health. Back to you. We've got more teams coming up. Don't go away.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. voted Best or Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Council, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities, we are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
And welcome back to Camping World Stadium. Alan Slaughterzinski and Hassani Harper wrapping it up here. This began on Thursday morning at 7:45. And and the innovation, a brand new football program, was the first team up. Our final team here on this glorious Saturday are the Bayside Bears as we return back to Brevard County to wrap it up, and coached by Billy Miller. So you know the drill by now, because if you don't, well, it's too late and it doesn't matter because this is the final team. So this is the drill. I will ask the players their name, what positions they play, and what year they graduate. Then we'll bring it back down to Coach Miller, ask him a couple of questions, and then move on to the players. So we'll start with you. Tell us your name and what position and what year you graduate.
My name is Dean Mason. Everybody knows me as Big Red at football. Class of 25, play center, guard, nose, and on special occasions, running back.
Did you say running back?
Yes, sir.
I just had to make sure.
Hey, special occasions, what happens, I promise you I'm getting down there.
Go ahead.
Caden Brown, quarterback, class 2025.
Gerard Durant, I play offensive line and defensive line, class of 2025.
My name is David Patterson, class 2025. I play running back, receiver, and safety.
My name is Malik Cruz, class of 2025. I play inside linebacker.
All right, Coach, let's start with you. We just had Tenor Rock up, and they had a winless season last year. And, I mean, it is what it is. You did as well. So let me ask you this. I'll ask you the same question I asked the coach at Tenor Rock. Again, sometimes, and I talked to Patrick McNally, and I asked him this question because he played on an 0-10 team. So I asked him, I said, sometimes you learn more about you and your players at 0-10 than you can at 10-0. What were you able to learn?
The first thing I learned was that I'm in this business for the right reason. This is year 30 for me coaching high school football. And I'm about the relationships with the kids. Sure. And no matter what the scoreboard says, that doesn't change. And it never will change. If it does, then I'll hang up the whistle. But I learned that I'm here for them. And also learned that these dudes love to compete. Yeah. And regardless of what the scoreboard said, we competed.
You know, Coach, there's still something that just absolutely sticks with me that you and I have talked about before, and that is your principles to being on your football team. If you could just share those again for those that don't know them.
You know, I'm not a big rule guy, but we're talking about more about standards and expectations. Yeah. And the first one is to be a good son. If they're not a good son, they're not going to be good at anything else they do. They need to be a great son. The second one we tell them to do is we want them to be a good student and citizen. Just when you're in the classroom, when you're in the community, you represent that name on the front even more than the name on the back. And the third thing, and I think the most important one, is to be a great teammate. Because when you talk to coaches at every level of football, that's what they talk about is having good guys in the locker room. And one thing that, especially with this group, that I want to make sure that we point out, and really everybody that's on our roster this year, these cats are loyal. Yep. To me, they're loyal to Bayside, and I think that doesn't need to go unsaid.
That stands for something,
Absolutely.
Especially in this world today, right here in this state.
Correct.
Absolutely
and even
means something.
Just in Brevard County.
Yeah, right, especially, yeah, exactly.
I was actually just about to bring that up because you mentioned these guys love to compete, but then they're also loyal. In this day and age where it's so easy to just get up and leave, these seniors chose to stay. What does that mean to you as a coach that you get these guys on this stage with you that are behind you 100%?
That means everything in the world to me. That's again, like I said at the open, that's why I do this job, is because I want to be here for them, and they have reciprocated. And that doesn't always happen in this day and age. Everybody wants the quick, 10 minutes of glory. These dudes worked. I've got these 5 could be great anywhere, but they decided to be great here, and that's what we're going to do.
Dean Mason, tell me a little bit about the Bayside Bears trenches. Tell me about the trenches. You play in the trenches sometimes when a special occasion, a little running back. But I want to hear about the trenches.
Well, first of all, you gotta love it. It's hard work. Playing center now this year, I can't wait. It's gonna be it's gonna be a bunch of fun, and it's just I played guard last year. It was great, but honestly, it was kind of boring. So hopefully, center I spice it up a little bit. But
have you learned to be the quarterback of the offensive line up there?
I tried one day, but Caden got that. So
okay.
It's all right. But especially at nose, I didn't start playing it until Coach Miller came. Honestly, I love it. It's super fun because on defense, you just fly around, just follow the ball. It's easy, honestly. All you just get around the man, follow the ball, hit it.
If for no other reason other than general curiosity, I have to know what the special occasion is that you're carrying the football.
Fat Cat.
Huh?
It's called Fat Cat.
Okay.
We call it just Fat Cat.
I'm gonna have to listen for that. Yeah, I got you.
Fat
Okay.
Cat. You gotta love it. We called it one time, goal line. I messed it up. I'll admit.
You messed it up.
Yeah, I did. But
does he get another shot, Coach?
He will. He hasn't come yet.
They need to.
Will present itself.
Okay.
They need to, because I promise you, I could run it. You can get me on a breakaway. I got it. Nobody's catching me. I got it.
Caden, the latest Rabble to line up under center. I'm curious because, we talked about loyalty a minute ago. I know you have been approached about, as quarterback starved as half of Brevard County is, I know you've been approached about playing elsewhere. Why have you stayed at Bayside? And tell me what is, tell me about you and what your expectations and goals are this year.
I stayed at Bayside because the relationship with the coaches and my teammates.
Right.
And I don't see myself playing anywhere else besides Bayside. And then my expectations, just put points on the board, honestly.
You want to throw the football.
Yeah.
That's what the Browns do, right? You guys just throw. Where's your brother at in college again?
Marist.
That's it. That's right. Mr. Patterson, DJ, talk a little bit about the running back position at Bayside and running behind guys like Red here.
Well, it's fun. In practice, we always be going at it. So it's just like, and as we carried it on to like the field on Friday nights, it's just a fun time to be out there with all my brothers, just having a great time and everything like that. And I feel like our running back core is going to be something special this year.
How about the offense? It looks like you got a big guy up front there, big guys up front there. Got a good quarterback. He's one of the top 5 quarterbacks in Brevard County. I don't think there's any question about that. Tell me about this offense. What do you like about it?
Our offense, I feel like they're versatile, I'll say. It's like there's a lot of guys who could like do a lot of different like positions out there on the field. So it's more so like if you need someone to play Y or someone to play Z or possibly running back or go for like a little wheel route, anybody on that field can do it. So I feel like we all.
Now, I skipped over Mr. Durant there, but we're going to go back to you because I wanted to talk to the quarterback, running back, and then come back to the offensive lineman. Tell me about the weight room, the training, how you guys are preparing for this upcoming season, because I know how hungry this program is for a win, but I know Coach Miller's belief in that it starts off the field. So tell me about that.
Yes, sir, definitely. I feel like nobody in the county is putting in as much work as we do. We're there 4 days a week, weightlifting hard, and then out on the field afterwards. I feel like all this work that we put in there in the summer is going to really show this season.
Bayside High School, and let me get down to Malik. Malik, there's been some good guys down there in the middle of that Bayside defense. You look like you got the size to be able to fill that role. Tell me about the Bears defense and what's going to make it so special in 2024.
The thing about it, Bears defense is like we so disciplined. We know our calls, we know our strength calls, so we really feel like we should be good. So our defense
should be getting after it this year.
Yes, sir.
So here's a question to any of you guys can take this. What did you learn about yourselves last year? I asked Coach Miller, he answered honestly. Tell me, Caden, what you learned about yourself last year.
I learned a lot. I mean, you get battling adversity, and you see what
Grow from it, right?
And
Yeah, no, that's what it is. It's about overcoming adversity, and you know what? And listen, it never stops in life. And the fact that you had to experience that young, it's not a bad thing, gentlemen. I can tell you that, because you're all going to be better football players for it. Because you got a great head coach here, and you're going to be better football players for it. I promise you. Because when a football coach looks at me and says, "I care more about the man at 25 than I do now," that means something, because I know you're learning something now. You know, to take when you are 25. You told me that. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Coach,
And that's how we live.
Yeah.
That's what we do. That's why we invest in them as people, and not just care about them, you know, on the football field. I care about, hey, what he's doing in the classroom, what's going on at home, what's going on personally.
Yeah, because it matters, and you know what, it plays out. And Coach, so let me ask you this: in the end, though, it's nice to get some wins.
Oh, absolutely.
I think, you know, listen, making this move to the conference and doing what you're doing, I think it's a great thing for this program. I do. Talk about that.
Well, the reason we did that, we looked at what was going on. First of all, we want these guys to have a positive high school football experience. It doesn't matter, you know, nothing else matters beyond that. We want them to enjoy football. We felt like we had to hit a hard reset because the transfer deal just ate us alive. And we want these dudes to be able to come out every Friday night and know that they can compete and they've got a chance to be successful. Now, obviously, a scoreboard does not define them. But like you said, it's time for us to start winning some football games. Because they've worked their tail off. Our booster club, our principal, and our athletic director helped me raise money. We revamped. I think you came and saw you. We revamped our weight room.
Yeah, saw that, yeah.
We had equipment in there that had been purchased in 1998 when the school opened.
Yeah.
It's all brand new right now. And these kids have used the heck out of it this summer. And if you look at our spring game, we played a jamboree with Atlantic and Centennial, which were both bigger schools than us. And we were physical and we're ultra competitive, but that's all attributed to what these kids did.
And that's what you guys want to see. And I'll tell you what, I'm cheering for you this year. I am. I'll see you guys on the 16th. I know it's when you open up, but I'm excited for you guys this year. Well, I can tell you, from innovation to Bayside, you are school 108. You are last on media days, but first in our hearts. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming by today, Coach. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look forward to seeing you this fall.
Yeah, man, we'll be there. And so we're going to step aside. When we come back, we got a special interview we're going to do here. You'll just have to see who it is. Come on back here on the Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Sports Media Days.
Here back at Camping World Stadium at High School Sports Media Day. Listen, it's been an incredible broadcast, an unforgettable day. We've seen so many teams already. Listen, we just want to take a moment to thank these two incredible physicians. Dr. Yeomans, thank you again for your time today. Dr. Kima, we've learned some great tips for injury prevention, what to do, what not to do, how to have a successful season. So one thing that happened recently was an incredible mass physical. So I want you to talk a little bit about that and how Rothman Orthopedic and Advent Health came alongside the community to help prepare our student athletes for this upcoming season.
Absolutely. Well, we had a great event. It was the first time that we've been able to put an event like that on for our Orange County partners. We were here at Camping World Stadium, which was a great venue for it. But our athletes were able to come in before the season and make sure they were healthy and ready to play. When they came in, they did all their paperwork. They were able to get vital signs and vision checked. They did a musculoskeletal screen. They saw a physician. And then anybody who did have any concerns, we were able to flag and get them triaged into care really quickly so that they can get any issues that were outstanding addressed in a hurry.
That's incredible. I mean, and also, too, sometimes these athletes don't know that there can be an underlying condition, so that's a great way for you guys to identify that before the season begins to get them the proper care. So thanks so much for telling us a little bit about that. Dr. Kimas, what's been a highlight for you today here at Camping World Stadium?
Honestly, it's been amazing seeing all these young student athletes here, seeing the excitement before the season. You know, that's part of, it's part of the fun. And I love the huge event. And it's been very great to be a part of that. And I'm excited to see how these student athletes perform this year and see where they go.
That's awesome. All right, Dr. Yeoman, so say somebody gets injured. God forbid, we don't want that to happen, but it does happen in football. What steps do they need to take, and who do they need to call to get that consult?
Yeah, the first thing they should do is let their athletic trainer at the school know that there's any injury, and a lot of times they can help liaison care, but anyone who needs us can find us at transformingortho.com.
Awesome. Well, thank you again, gentlemen, for an incredible day. Thank you for your partnership, your sponsorship. Also, 8 counties, right?
So we're at 8 different locations that you can come to any of our Rothman Orthopedics locations, and we're happy to help in any way that we can.
Wonderful. Well, thanks again to our generous sponsors and partners today, Rothman Orthopedic, Advent Health. Back to you. We've got more teams coming up. Don't go away.
The 2024 Florida Citrus Sports High School Football Media Days, brought to you by Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics, as well as our supporting sponsors. Security Financial Management. Come in for a financial plan and leave with your own CFO. Voted Best of Winter Park for the past 5 consecutive years. BSN Sports, the leader in sports apparel and equipment, making an impact on the heart of the game. The Influencer Council, sports and entertainment guidance and representation from athletes to celebrities. We are the standard. The Greater Orlando Sports Commission, bringing sports and community together here in Central Florida, as well as our vendors that help make today happen.
Stadium for the very last time, and joining me is my guy, Caleb Brown. He's the producer, broadcaster for Brevard Sports Network. Caleb, I don't know if you know this, but there's 108 football teams in here over the last 3 days. Innovation High School, the Bayside High School, Dan LaForest, and the great staff. Florida Citrus Sports have just done a terrific job, and we're so blessed to have been a part of this today. And not only that, Caleb, but we're going to get to do something. You know, the 3 Kings, right? Today we're going to interview 4 Kings. We're going to get a chance to talk to 4 Kings today, and I'm excited about it. A couple of legends in there. And so what was your takeaway real quick from Media Days today?
Everything was honestly so smooth. You know, for a lot of Brevard schools, I came over and did some fun questions. Right. You know, Alan hits him with the hard-hitting questions. I come around and he lets me have all the fun. So I got to do that, and honestly, everything to the minute details, phenomenal.
Just knocked out. Well, let's start right here with the gentleman that about 6 months ago said we're going to do a media day at Camping World Stadium, where we're going to bring in the entire Central Florida, and it's going to run smoothly over 3 days at Camping World Stadium. And I went, yeah, right?
Yeah, right. Sure.
But it certainly did, and it was a beautiful thing here today. He is Mr. Dan LaForest. Many of you know him, of course, a big part of Influencer Counsel at Pittman Law. And next to Mr. LaForest is, you got 2 living legends right there. You got, yes, absolutely, Dwight Thomas of Catapult Sports, and of so much more. And of course, Larry Bluestein and the king of Polk County. Yes. My partner today, Hassani Harper, and of H2 Athletes. Dan, I want to start with you. Yeah. First of all, let me congratulate you on a beautiful event over 3 days. Nobody else could have done what was pulled off here the way you did it, with the class and grace that went on here. And thank you for having us a part. Nice job, buddy.
Well, first thing I want to do is thank you guys. I mean, you know, Alan, to have the opportunity for us to work together is something that I've been wanting to do for a while, and I'm so blessed to have you here. And you're right. When you've got so many people that share the same vision, there's so much you can accomplish And it's got to start with the sponsors. Obviously, Advent Health and Rothman Orthopedics to step up and be the title sponsor. Steve Hogan and his staff here at Florida Citrus Sports, allowing us to use the varsity club for the second straight year. Our supporting sponsors, Security Financial Management, offices in Orlando and in Melbourne. Influencer Counsel, obviously what we're doing with sports representation and NIL guidance. There's so much there. Great Orlando Sports Commission with Jason Siegel and his guys. We got the heavy hitters in Orlando behind this, and not to mention BSN Sports, one of the leaders in sports apparel across the nation. When everybody comes together, and then we had so many great vendors. The vendors all loved it. We had a lot of vendors from last year that said, sign us up. They came in today, the new ones. Next year we are here. When they see the value of what we're trying to do of bringing so many people together to have access to over almost 700 student athletes here for the last 3 days, 120 head coaches. It's an amazing thing. And to have guys like I do to the left of me, Dwight Thomas and Larry Bluestein and Hassani Harper.
Unbelievable.
When you bring the guys together, man, there is nothing but smooth that can happen, and so much great cooperation from, we had over a 90% participation rate out of 9 counties.
That's incredible.
That is absolutely amazing. And you and Hassani handled yourself today pros. Bobby Allen and A.J. Brooks the first 2 days. Amazing job. Ontavious McCullough. You haven't seen him because he's been back here running this thing. Varsity Sports Nation. I'm so excited to see how everybody works together in the future. There is so much here, and we did it. And now I can go take a nap.
Yeah, I bet that's the next thing you want to do. And again, thanks to all those great sponsors. And it was a lot of fun to be here today. I can't imagine, 3 days, man. 3 days of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's incredible. Mr. Thomas, let's start with you. What's your takeaway from the last couple of days here?
Well, that's all I do is promote, and that's about as good a promotion as there is. And I want to thank Dan for letting me be a part of it. That's all I want to do. I just want to be in the game. This keeps me in the game. And all we're talking about is promoting today 2 counties, 2 really good counties. They play really good football. I've coached in one. I've coached against the other one. It's just fun to be a small part of it and to see the kids and to hear them when they don't know me, and I listen when they don't know I'm listening, and to hear them interact with each other about how good things are and what they got today and what they get from it. And then we promoting them today to everybody that recruits Florida. You can't beat what they got here today in regard to a promotion. Thanks for letting me be part.
Let me tell everybody something. I peeked down a couple times today looking at Larry Bluestein and down there today. And for a guy that's been doing this for over 50 years, you would think that there would come a point at 12:30 in the afternoon when you would look down there and maybe perhaps a guy that's been doing this for 50 plus years is disinterested in something or not paying attention. Because that's what makes Larry Bluestein the legend that he is. Larry, what was your takeaway from these media days?
Well, Alan, first of all, Ontavious is my hero.
Yes.
We sat there since 7:45 on Thursday morning when Innovation High School, and I think our butts fell asleep many times. And I'll tell you this, in the world of recruiting, and there are a lot of young guys who do this throughout the state, maybe a self-promoter, but there's nobody that's worked it like Dwight and I for as long as we have. We go everywhere. We see everybody. Very few times are we ever going to look on the computer and read about somebody or evaluate somebody. Between us this year, we probably put on 3,000 plus miles during the summer. I went from Pensacola all the way down to FIU. Dwight has been to every camp. And it's so important in this world, especially of recruiting, that you get people who are there and people, as you mentioned, Dwight's been at this well over 50 years. I've been over this in that time too, and we never get tired of it. No. This is, and I appreciate you recognizing, but this is what we do. Yeah. We go, we see, we see coaches, we see high school football players, and again, I'll echo what Dwight says. I can't thank Dan enough. Dan and I are really good friends, and we talk a lot throughout the whole year, and probably talked about this event 1,000 times. And I couldn't be any more prouder than Dan because he put on quite a show. And as you mentioned, I think that we were 30 minutes today with all the teams that we had over, and it's amazing. And I had a great time. I met everybody, put out photos on every single team. And next week I still have 2 more of these. Wow. And I've been through 2 already, and I can't wait to the season. This will be my 54th season of covering high school football in the state of Florida, and I'm excited about it. And I know Dwight is too. We already planned out our Broward Showcase event, and I thank you, Alan, for the job you and Hassani did. And I can't thank Bobby and AJ for really, really doing a tremendous job over the last 2 days. And this all couldn't have worked without a group that you see here right now, and that a lot of unsung heroes that Dan brought along over the last 3 days. And now we got a long ride home, but you know what?
That's all right.
Yeah, I'll talk to a lot of people on the way back.
That's all right.
We love your enthusiasm, my man. We love your enthusiasm.
Sonny, man, this was fun up here.
Yes, it was, Alan.
It certainly was. What was your takeaway from today and the teams that you know so well from Polk? Was there a moment or a team or someone that stood out to you?
I think the biggest thing that stood out is the fact that so many of those teams were willing to take the 2-hour drive just to get here. I mean, that's sacrificing time and sacrificing gas for the kids just getting up. A lot of them, you know, they don't like to get up in the morning. Some of them, they want to play their video game.
Much less on a Saturday. Dude.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
I don't mind logging on myself now.
Yeah, but the fact that so many of those teams and their coaches were willing to, again, take that sacrifice to bring them here, to be a part of a professional event of this magnitude, with the amount of vendors that showed up, with the amount of media that showed up, with the amount of scouts that showed up. I mean, Larry came all the way from Miami.
Right.
Really, to cover teams outside of his home network. I mean, it just speaks volumes to the importance of events like this, especially in a day and age where, you know, exposure is so critical in the social media era, where it's hard to filter out a lot of that noise that is constantly being pumped out there. To have a resource and an event like this where these kids, these programs, you know, can talk about what they have to offer, what makes them unique. I think it's a special event that I'm honored to be a part of, and I'm thankful that Dan was willing to include Polk County into it.
I'm glad that Dan did Polk and Brevard. I thought it was a perfect match. I really did. I thought it was a perfect match of 2 counties. And Dan, so I think the thing that you know what, you and I have been talking so much over these last couple of months about NIL and this deal and that deal and this deal. I didn't hear one kid here today talking about NIL. To me, this was good old-fashioned. I want to go out there Monday, put my jersey on, and play football. That's what I got out of this today.
You know, the funny thing is one of the messages that I had all day, really all 3 days, is that this is NIL. This is name, image, and likeness. This is your opportunity to talk about who you are as an individual, right, who you guys are as a team, what you mean to the school, what you mean to the community. That is NIL. And I think that is the biggest thing that we hope these kids took away from it. Is it all starts right here, is having that opportunity to display who you are. You don't have a football helmet on right now. You have your face in front of a camera. And the other thing too, Alan, is I want to mention that the people that saw this at home, this was a piece of this event. Yeah. Man, we had over 24 media outlets here. Yeah. We had John Garcia here from Rivals. We had Brian Smith here from Sports Illustrated. We had almost every media outlet. We had all 4 TV stations here in Orlando here. Yep. 35, 6, 9. And they stayed all day. I tell you, just to have the participation. Listen, there was a lot of media guys that didn't come. Hopefully they see what they missed, because this is a big event to really get in front of so many great athletes the content. Orlando Sentinel was here the entire time. You've got so many great people that cover high school football, and to have this opportunity to give these kids that little extra bit of attention right before they turn that thing on Monday.
Well, I'll shoot a shot across somebody's bow. If you claim to be in sports media and you weren't here today, you ain't sports media. I don't know what else to tell you.
I second that.
Listen, I don't want to go to where, you know, it turns negative. Dwight and Larry, you guys have seen so much through the years, and you know, to me, the way all of this has changed, I really felt the thing about this event today was it just kept all of that outside. What was your thought? You know, because you know, kids can walk in here, student athletes can walk in here now. And we know what's going on the outside world with the recruiting, the transferring in. I know we know all this, but I just didn't get that in here today. Didn't feel that anywhere in here. Talk about that a little bit and how it can be tough to keep that stuff out.
Definitely. And I just thought that's part of what Dan does here. I didn't, you know, today everybody was one. This is like one team here today, even though this was Florida today. To me, this is Florida football. Larry and I, what we want to do, we want to keep Florida the most recruited state in the United States of America. So we want to be at things that's going to help us to do that. So we put the product out there. We put exactly what we got here today. And y'all didn't treat anybody any different. Now, they did pull apart or pull aside one player here or there to do something that they've been requested to get for them. But no, it was Florida at its best today, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I agree. And Dwight and I grew up in an era where there were no computers and there were no cell phones. So we still do things the way we learned how. When you used to have to carry a pocket full of change to make payphone calls and use a typewriter, and we both adapted
What's
to
a typewriter,
this,
Hassan?
yeah, to the social, yeah, what's a payphone? To the social media, and you know, the great thing is from when we started on Thursday, Alan, till just now with Bayside is when Dwight and I would sit in the chairs over there, people would come up to us like, "Oh, thank you for what you do," and they wouldn't know that unless, you know, they saw us places, and that's the best thing, and that's the biggest compliment when someone will come up to me and say, "Hey, thank you very much for going to Warner, and thank you very much for going to some of the smaller schools," and that's important.
Well, let me ask you guys this, Larry, from a football perspective, what stood out to you? I mean, obviously we had the two defending state back-to-back state champions in Loco and Lakeland today, and one in Polk County, one in Brevard County, 2S, 4S from last year. But what stood out to you from a football standpoint? Who impressed today that sticks out to you?
You talking about a couple of players?
Or teams or whatever.
Well, I mean, player-wise, you know, when Boggs is out there and Gilson's out there, Larry and I were talking about some of the guys that we really wanted to see that weren't here. That something else do. They did not snub at us.
They were at camps.
Yeah,
you know,
they're on
this
trips.
is the last week of the that they're. This is actually the first week in 3 weeks the NCAA allows the NCAA their member schools to host things. So they had Gators had Friday nights and all these people. Miami had a barbecue. FSU. So yeah, there were a lot of kids that weren't here, but. The one thing that stands out to me is over the last couple of days is you got an opportunity to see teams like Sanford Seminole and Edgewater and play teams that, you know, that have a lot of history. And you get a lot of chance. We saw some of the recruits on the first day that Miami's offensive line for this 2025 class with Wilkerson and Demetrius Campbell from
Max Buchanan.
Max Buchanan and also the Melendez kid from Kissimmee Osceola. So from that first day where you had Orange and Osceola to yesterday where you had Seminole and then today. You got a chance to see, and you know, you look at a program like Cocoa or Lakeland, which have both won state titles 2 times in a row, and you say, you know what, there's a lot, and the coaching. I can't say enough about the coaches. They do it for basically nothing. It's embarrassing what the coaches make in this state, And certainly Dan and I were talking earlier in the week about how we could maybe do something from an NIL standpoint to up the ante on the coaches. So, yeah, this is something that'll never get old, and if as long as I'm on this side of the dirt, I'll always be here.
You know, for me, it was, you know, like Coach Marsh from Frostproof, and watching his passion in talking about the tradition of his school. Now, I don't know Polk County schools obviously as well as the son he does, but I learned a lot about Polk County.
Right.
You know, we concentrate and focus on Brevard. That's what we do. But it was impressive today to get to know these guys and meet these guys. Dan, what stood out to you?
I tell you what, is just how these kids opened up.
Yep.
You know, they walk in the door and they're nervous and they're quiet. And, you know, I met with every team out of 3 days to help them open up, tease them a little bit, give them some encouragement that this is their opportunity, that they've earned this, right? That you have been chosen to represent and go up there and have fun and show who you are and show what you mean. And I think, you know, look at this panel. I mean, I'm sitting here, you know, everybody knows Dwight Thomas for coaching Emmitt Smith. The hardest coaching job he's had is me. Okay? You look at Larry Bluestein, and he talks about how many times we talk once a week, and that's probably light. And Hassani, man, Hassani comes over. We did the Tampa Bay Buccaneer media day last year, and Hassani, I said, Hassani, you got to come over and check this out. And Hassani are talking, I'm like, we're bringing Polk County to one of these places. Yeah. Like, these kids, they deserve an experience.
Right.
They deserve an experience. And listen, when you can walk away and the coaches and players are grinning and they're going, thank you, we had the time of our life.
Yeah. Yep. And you know, Alan, the thing too that stuck out is, you know, as long as we've been doing it, you get a chance to see some of the players who you covered are now coaches. Curly Brown, David Kintai, Ryan Schneider, D. Hart, all these guys who are, exactly. All these guys
played against each other in high school, you know, so. You know, him and those
that's
guys.
the fun part, I think, as well, to see these guys who are on the other side now having to be the mentors for these young men. And, that's a lot of fun as well. And, you know, people have to remember it was just 3 short years ago that Hurley Brown's Merritt Island Mustangs played for a state title.
That's right.
Exactly. So, a lot of star power. A lot of star power.
Eventually pull away that day, but Brady Dennenberg, you know, if you're in the game, you're in the game. He was in the game. Right? There's no doubt. Final thought, Dan. I know you want to thank everybody again, and absolutely as they should be, because this is obviously not done without sponsors.
No, listen, the sponsor's amazing, and again, the whole point is to give them something that it's an easy answer for them for next year, right? And I've already talked to a number of them. They're like, we are on board. And that's really what you want, you know? But this is what I want to end with. We got some talent in Central Florida, folks.
Yes, we do.
Okay? I mean, we talked about the players that everybody knows, but how about Kingston Shaw at Apopka? How about Isaiah Williams at Tavares?
Oh.
Look out. Everybody talks about South Florida, and they should. There's so many great talent. But we had some guys that didn't show up. How about Malik Morris from Lakeland? He was on a recruiting visit, like I said.
Brady Hart.
Brady Hart, Noah Grubbs. There is some talent that we're going to be talking about a lot over the next few years.
Yeah, no doubt.
And to see some of these schools walk in, and I'm going, oh, man, what year are you? I'm a sophomore. Coach, we got to talk.
Yeah, and a 5-star like Vernon.
Vernell Brown.
Vernell Brown the other day just committed to Florida and is a 5-star, and he was here.
Third gen.
Yeah, third gen.
Third generation in Florida.
Unfortunately, I saw all 3 of them, but that's that's another story.
That's the beauty of exactly what we're talking about here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we could go on for days doing this.
This panel could be an hour show, without a question.
Could. And you know what? I mean, very well could be here in the coming weeks. We'll definitely get something.
And one last state champion we got recognized. Masters Academy won the SSAA. So we have another state championship in Central Florida.
Did a great job.
Garrett Kruzek, Mike Kruzek's son, is going into his second year, first year ever being a head coach at high school, wins that state championship. And I tell you what, he is somebody we'll have to keep an eye on. But you're right. So many great coaches, so many great personalities, but watch these young people. And you know what, Larry and I were talking about this, Alan, I know you're going to agree. The beauty of this is we look at 2, 3, 4 years from now, and we're watching SEC Media Days, and we're seeing ACC Media Days, and we're seeing the guys that walk through here. That's amazing, dude.
And that's the thing, I don't think people understand is what these student athletes learn when you put a microphone in. I heard, Sonny, how many kids do we hear say, this is my first time talking into a microphone? That's all learned. And you know what? It's important in this day and age.
Very.
Yeah. It is important. And whether we want it to be important or not, the fact of the matter is communication with the media is a big deal for the potential.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. And even a bigger deal for the guys who end up going on a job interview.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Meeting people in public. Perception. Was it the old saying? You got one chance for a first impression.
That's right.
This is that opportunity to teach young people something that they maybe do not get.
Definitely.
And that's
and
something
kids
I
from
love.
Eustis, Tavares, Mount Dora, and the smaller schools, they're getting an opportunity to come to an historic site like this. This is a big time thing, a lot, and you can see a lot of bowl games have been played here, and the team that came from the furthest is Eau Gallie Vanguard, and we appreciate them coming down. They wanted exposure. They were the only team from Marion County, so shout out.
They asked. We
them.
didn't have Marion County. They're like, Dan, can we come? I said, come on.
So we go 7:45. Davis logs on 7:45 Thursday morning. Innovation sits down, and about 45 minutes ago, Bayside, the 108th team, got up and left. Round of applause.
I'll tell you this. Come up here, man. Come on up here.
Yeah,
Come on, man. You got to be seen.
Even if you are wearing a Seattle Seahawks.
What for you? Watching you back there, I mean, it is quite a setup.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, now I know, Dan didn't care who interviewed student athletes. This is what he wanted me to see.
I told you there's a big picture here, brother.
I'm not an idiot. So tell me, for you, what was this like for you?
I wish I had this when I was coming up.
Yeah.
I'm only 36, but just kind of like looking ahead. I'm really encouraged by what I heard, what I saw, how they presented themselves. I saw a lot of school pride. I heard a lot of yes, sir.
Yeah.
It was just, it kind of did something to me,
Right.
that I'll be all right when I'm a senior citizen. I'm going to be all right,
Yeah.
I think
you're going to be just
Yeah,
fine.
I'm going to be okay.
I don't think you're ever going to have anything to do. And I'll tell you, thank you so much for everything, man, because this doesn't happen. I mean, this was streamed on YouTube, and today he put it on Brevard Sports Network, and I can't tell you what goes into that. It's not easy to do, and just like that.
Hey, we're a family, man.
That's I tell you, I
We're
love
all a
it.
family.
And we couldn't be more proud to be a part of anybody, anything else.
But Dwight's got to get the whole food, so.
Let's get out of here. For the whole crew, for Octavius, for Caleb, I'm Alan, for Dan LaForest, for Dwight Thomas, for Larry Bluestein, for Hassani Harper, I'm Alan Slaughterzinski from the Brevard Sports Network. We want to thank Florida Citrus Sports and the Florida Citrus Sports Media Day, presented by Advent Health of Orlando and Rothman Orthopedics. We'll see you next year, same bat time and same bat place. Have a great weekend, everybody.